Let's go. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Group A is out the window here at the Regional Dota 2 series, and now we're gonna be starting off with Group B here with Harry and Kips, who's gonna be joining me this morning. I was supposed to be casting with somebody else, but I think this is the most beautiful caster duo that we have, so it's a nice way to open up Group B, Kips. I think you would agree.
That is a little rough to throw me under the bus like that, because yes, I do think we are very, very handsome together, but also you got do a Tomo like that, man. He's a good looking dude.
Yeah, he is. So let's kind of focus on Group A and what happened there, since we are done with them. I know, Kips, that you're mostly gonna be casting Group B, but is this situation with Group A kind of expected for you, or looking at the teams, did you think it's going to be looking like somebody else should be on top?
No, I think this was roughly expected, although we do have a little bit of a change up from last time. Like, I like that Jungle and Galacticus made it to the top. I do think that they were the third place finisher if somebody had to be. But man, Garuda ending this low is kind of a... I feel like they're slowly going downhill, and that's something that's never making me happy to see.
I guess that is the case, but let's be focusing on the future, right? We don't want to live in the past. We want to be looking towards the future, building even more here in the Regional Dota 2 series, and that's gonna be Group B: Bleed Esports, IHC, Manta, Salvation, Talon, and Team Tough. From my perspective, might be a stronger group here in B.
Certainly might be. I mean, Team Tough were last time's winners. To be fair, they were up versus Neon Esports, who were in the in Group A this time around as well. But with Outcast and Garuda being off the table from the other group, that means that, you know, we've got Talon coming up here, we've got Bleed coming up here. There's a lot of space here for Group B to replace those teams and outdo them.
So let's look at the schedule. Let's see which matchups are going to be starting this. It's going to be Manta versus Team Tough. Then we move on to Bleed versus Talon. And we end the day with Salvation versus IHC. Looking at these three matches, Kips, anyone in particular that kind of strikes your eye as probably the best match of the day?
I mean, Bleed versus Talon's got to be it, right? That feels like the big names, that those are the ones that are going to be vying to show Team Tough that, you know, the fact that they've been top dog here is just because they have been absent or busy with other things. So this is what I'm looking forward to. I want these two teams to take it to the next level.
Yeah, but let's focus on the one that you and me are going to be casting now. Manta versus Team Tough. That's the teams that we're going to be looking at. In between these two, do you have a clear favorite? Is Team Tough just undoubtedly coming in as the better team?
Yeah, absolutely. Team Tough has been nothing but like a rising lion for the past, I want to say, half year by now. It's been very exciting to watch them, you know, grow together like this, and to see how well they've got the basics of this game under control, and how aggressive and fast they play, building on that basic. So, yeah, I think that you'd have to catch them unawares if you're Manta Esports here.
And what about Manta, right? What about the Filipino boys? 5 of them together in a team. Gohan, Kui, Kimitsu, Eris, and Grims. Kimitsu, Eris, and Grims I know, but Ki and Gohan, I am not familiar.
Yeah, new names to me as well. And of course, these latter 3 have been around for a little bit. Someone like Execration, for example. But I very much regard these as new kids on the block.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Though I don't know if you're a Dragon Ball fan. Gohan and Ki kind of go together quite nicely. But since you are not super happy, I'm gonna assume you're not a Dragon Ball fan.
No, like I it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I understand it and I admire it, but I have no clue what happened there.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Either way though, let's focus on the draft here. I guess we haven't had much time to talk ever since the new patch came out. Yeah, not really. So any preferences, any heroes in particular that you are a big fan of?
I think Beastmaster's currently underrated. We're starting to see him get picked up already a little bit, but I think we're going to see a hell of a lot more of that. And I am wondering, and maybe it's a little early for that, but I'm also wondering about Lycan. I think a bunch of people gave him a shot directly after the patch hit. Couldn't quite figure out how it worked and sort of dropped it again, but I think we're going to see a Lycan, specifically the full carry build with the facet, with the invulnerable wolves.
Yeah, the ghost wolves. Yeah, I would like to see it. I saw a tweet yesterday. I don't know who it was. Like, is it Kezu? Is it Saberlight? Some offlane player, either way. And maybe 33. I'm not even sure. And they're like, this is the most dumb thing ever. You literally have spells that don't do anything and then a transformation spell at the end. Like, it's the easiest hero to play. You just right click and you kill everybody, right? So do you feel the same way about it? Is it maybe too strong and too easy?
Yeah, I think the numbers are just really good right now, and the fact that on top of that you're not just a carry player with a lot of physical presence yourself, but the fact that eventually you get to buy the Aghanim Scepter and you get to turn your mid or your offlaner into a monster as well. And it's just like another cake on bonus of the very first cake. So I think we're gonna see it. Maybe not today though.
We have seen a lot of Storm in this tournament, and I don't have the exact number, but his win rate is catastrophic in general. Is it because it's being first picked, Gibbs, or is Storm just not as good as people give it credit?
I do actually think that it's supposed to be that good. It's like you get free Bloodstone now, right? But on the other hand, the stats don't lie. So I'm kind of in the same pickle as you are, where I'm like, yeah, I agree that theoretically this hero should be fantastic right now. But maybe they are prioritizing it too highly. Maybe you get, well, bad matchups in the mid lane, silences on the enemy supports, say, that sort of thing. Normally with a Storm, you could even pick it up first phase in other times when it was good, just because Storm will usually farm in the jungle anyway. You're a good follow-up as opposed to the guy who has to make the first move, so you can pick somebody else who's going to make the first move later on in your draft who has a better game. Like, I think it's a bit of both. That it's not quite as good as people say it is. It does really have to snowball in order to actually build up the stacks. And on top of that, I do think that people are maybe not enabling as much as they should when they pick it up first.
Maybe. Might be the case that they're not putting emphasis on the Storm as much as the enemies are putting an emphasis on shutting it down, right? And then, of course, we have this stat that the Storm has been mostly losing. There's gonna be Earth Spirit, Grimstroke. If these are the two supports, I'm fine with it. If this is a core and the support, I'm fine with it. I think that the Earth Spirit and the Grimstroke just work really well together. And flash picks from Team Tough, these guys are not messing around, not waiting around. They just pick up their heroes.
Yeah, and I do really like these picks as well. Like, if this is the support duo, you've got yourself the laning stage presence of that Ench, plus the creeps later on are going to give a lot of vision. Going to give a lot of forward momentum in case of towers as well. And then on top of that, you're going to be rocking a Tiny, which is, well, that's the support that can go in first, especially with the vision given by an Ench. So, and we've seen really, really good Tiny support plays out from Team Tough previously as well. They really love this hero. They've been phenomenal with it.
And I'm a big fan of having heroes that are gonna help in the early push, like the Enchantress. And then you have a Tiny and the Storm, who are very good at capitalizing on the tier 1s, especially falling relatively early, and getting the squishy kills over and over again. Thus now buffing up that free Bloodstone that the Storm does have. I mean, this Grimstroke does look juicy, and then if you look at it, the towers fall. Every single time they find him, he's gone.
Yeah, pretty much. Of course, if the Grimstroke gets to be the one reacting to tempo. Yeah, so Manta Esports here, I like this Weaver pick as well, because you gotta play as fast as Team Tough does. Once these two supports are behind, you're not going to get a whole lot out of them anymore. So picking up a Weaver, getting a carry that can get involved early, feels really good here, because you're going to need to match that tempo of Team Tough.
Yep, and I like the Weaver plus the Grimstroke. If this is a carry, right, the Inkswell with the Shikuchi is something that you really can't dodge. Maybe a position 4 Tiny can toss you away, but that's not really the easiest thing to do in general. We haven't seen much of the curving of the what do you call it, Stroke of Faith on the Grimstroke. Everybody just goes for the instigate facet, and I guess it's normal, but I really want to see a little bit of a curving of the bullets there.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen that is wanted, isn't it, as well then, right?
Yes.
That
Yes.
It's not a good movie, but it's such a cool movie.
It's the best movie in the world.
So good.
So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, and it's pretty it can be done. It's just that people don't know how to shoot.
Yeah, and it's like it's very hard to quantify the extra impact of you know, extra what's the right word for it? Finesse, right? It's the same as with the puck curving orb. It's like, how much difference does it actually make in a game? What's going to need to happen is some kind of hero spammer is going to have to just spend 100 hours playing that hero with that facet, and he's either going to start losing or he's going to start winning. And if he starts winning, the pros are going to learn from him. If he starts losing, the pros will also learn from him and say like, haha, you see, you wasted 100 hours and we didn't. So
Puck
that's what's
spammers we have. I don't know if there's legit Grimstroke spammers, but there's spammers in general, and spammers spam, right? That's what they do. They find something and they just go for it. But you know, it kind of counts in the first 3-4 games. If they lose most of them, they're just gonna stop.
Yeah, but it's a law of large numbers. There's a lot of Dota players, and a couple of them are not going to lose the first couple of games, and they're going to really believe against all logic, and maybe they're gonna turn out to be right.
Don't give me that Ottomo logic that it's luck. Ottomo comes every morning. It's like, I'm finally 7k because I doubled down and I got lucky, and I'm like, dude, you got lucky? What the hell? Also, have you seen the MMR farmers on the on Reddit, on X? Everybody is very mad about them two friends. They come into an immortal game. The guy doesn't choose his friend, and then one guy doubles down. There's two guys, I think, that were like rank 2k when the double down came out. Now they're like rank 300.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you get in Dota 2. Like, you can't have any nice things because this is a game specifically made for people who love to abuse mechanics. And
Yep.
what did you expect? And it's not fun for the rest of us. But that's really just on Valve. It is.
Yeah, but you know, abusing mechanics is a part of Dota. Recently, I've talked to Bowie, and he said something that's really stuck to me. Remember the old thinker, the old techies that everybody kind of hates apart from that one player. But then he told me, yeah, but Dota is about finding solutions to deal with different things. And that was what made it different from the other games, right? If we get rid of all of those insane mechanics that you need to play completely different game against, is it really Dota? And you know, when I go back 10, 15, 20 years, that's how long I've been playing this game. Not Dota 2, but Dota 1, obviously. It really has always been like that.
Yeah, true. No, I agree, and I do think we've lost something with those heroes getting changed and being a little bit more regular. Then again, like I do think that there's other heroes that still approximate things like that, like
Exactly.
Earth Spirit, for example. We've got a recent clockwork change that really enables that hero to
Really cool.
the cogs bounce. That's the kind of stuff Dota is made of.
So now we know exactly how Team Tough's lineup is gonna look. It's Razor and the Tiny in the off lane, Enchantress and the Sven in the safe lane, and the mid lane Storm. Now on the other side, I kind of want this Earth Spirit on the mid lane, and with this Winter Wyvern, I'm not sure what we're getting, Kips.
No.
Is it a mid Winter Wyvern? Nope, it's a mid lane Earth Spirit.
No. Okay, we're gonna get mid Earth Spirit. I mean, I figured it was going to be the mid Earth Spirit just because they picked it immediately into the storm, right? And I do think you only do that if you're intending to run it in the lane matchup. So I enjoyed that, and I do think that you have yourself a very good turnaround potential here versus all of the burst damage of the Sven. It's like, all right, fine, you're going to be focus firing down one hero first to start the fight off. Winter Wyvern says no. And now you're in a position where Tsukimoto actually has to go fish for your Winter Wyvern. Bob has to commit for that Winter Wyvern later on, most likely. And there's actually a lot of disables and a lot of silences waiting for you on the other side. So I enjoyed this last pick, Winter Wyvern. I think it's a really good way to read the way the fights are going to go in this game.
Yeah, we didn't see much of it in Group A, and now I'm kind of hoping we see just how powerful it can be. I mean, looking at the Manta lineup, it does look pretty powerful, Kips. But then I look at Team Tough, and they have this snowball potential at around the 20-minute mark. The towers will fall. You're gonna have the Blink Dagger on the Tiny. The Sven is gonna be ready for battle. That Manta Esports might not be able to fight versus. And then we have Team Tough that are coming in as the favorites that have this "we might run you over" lineup, and that is why I'm scared for Manta.
Yeah, and that's always been their MO, right? This is what Team Tough looks like. They're going to take your towers. They're not even going to hurry that much after the laning stage at first, but then after those towers fall, they're all going to hit their timings, and then it's just going to be go, 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 go. And Manta Esports answering that, they're going to have to make a lot of plays themselves because they only have one big AoE spell that's going to be useful for them reactively. So a lot of it is just going to be, okay, can they get counter kills? Can they make moves of their own? And that's going to be a challenge.
Interesting thing, the Slaughter didn't take the movement speed facet. He actually took the one that gives him extra armor. So when he uses the Corrosive Haze on somebody else, he gets armor himself, which is weird. A lot of people have been saying that that one isn't that great, but is it really all that good in this game? I kind of feel like this is one of those games where it might really not be needed. And before we discuss it, of course, our viewers, they don't need to, but they should scan this QR code, because look at that app. It really does look beautiful, and you can get so much info about what's going on in the games. And there we have our awesome observers always, Kips. We don't even have to check Dota because we're just gonna have everything on our screens.
It is so beautiful to have an observer, like coming from the days of casting where you just have to do everything yourself. And I really, especially for you play-by-plays, it must be such a bloody relief.
Yep. Wait, a Winter Wyvern gains bonus damage when her attack range is over 400, but her attack range is always over.
30 seconds to battle.
Okay, I'm very... That's very weird to me. But either way, a smoke was used. Manta, they want to go for a kill here, and they will be finding Tsukimoto running into the remnant of the storm as the triple stun in the backline. Skimizu also got caught by the avalanche. Blood grenade, very strong onto the three of them. They do lose the Sven, but the first blood did go to Team Tough, and it was Carlo that gets it bonus there. Seimei gets another one. There will be a plasma field. Grims is in a lot of trouble, and Carlo is coming. Enchantress is very fast. They will have another plasma field in a couple of seconds, but first it's gonna be the enchant. You will slow down. You will wait for us to murder you. No, Ares, run. Okay, he does have the Arctic Burn to get himself onto the high ground and into a safe position. He might even punch Seimei. Oh, will the attack follow him? Can we see if that attack will get disjointed onto the Razor? Because if it attacks him, he is going to be taking some nice damage from it.
Don't think so.
Yep, me neither now.
Unfortunate.
What a start, Kips. What a start. You're bringing us luck here, so that we are definitely gonna have fun.
So it's me casting Team Tough. This is always going to be good.
Okay, now I
These
understand the Winter Wyvern facet. It says damage per 10 attack range point 25 for every attack range over 400. Yeah, now it does make sense. I just read that first part. I'm like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Yeah. No, I was gonna bring it up, but we had ourselves a fight on our hands first.
And I learned how to read and pay attention in the meantime. That was
It's never too late.
The worst static link in the world. He didn't get any damage from it. It broke the literal second he used it.
Yeah, I mean, in this lane, that's usually going to be like you're mostly going to use that as a tool to get the Weaver out of your face, right? Because the Weaver can break it whenever he wants to.
So which lanes are we going to be looking at? I'm not going to ask you where the first blood will be, because obviously we are already down that route. We have 4 bloods already, but where is the action going to be happening?
The action, I mean, the most trading should most likely happen on bottom, just because we've got 2 range supports and 2 melee cores. So the cores are going to be slapping each other, the supports are going to be slapping each other. Sometimes there's going to be a crossover episode. The works.
Bob just got outplayed though, because he's going to be taking both of the water runes. That was... I don't know why Bob was following the Earth Spirit, really. Probably trying to just apply some pressure, but it is going to hurt him, to be honest. This Razor is dropping low, and trading might be happening on the bottom lane, but the kills... It seems the top is going to be where they're going to go for it. And there's the trade on the Sven. They actually got 4-2-3 as well. Manta... The start wasn't that great for them. Their idea to go for the early fight didn't work out well, but they are doing well in the side lanes.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're going to need to do versus Team Tough. You're going to need to match the tempo. You're going to need to bring the heat to them as fast as possible. And these are 3 heroes that all want their items to be ready before they go fighting. Nobody in here is going to be happy just doing it on levels, right? So it really matters to keep them down in the lanes, because every minute that you buy here is going to mean 2 minutes later on, where Team Tough is still catching up.
Speaking about keeping down, the Storm was quite ahead of the Earth Spirit, but and Bob is gonna have more CS. This should be a Storm favored lane, but in general, it's the Earth Spirit is doing relatively okay.
Yeah, and he should be fine later on in the game as well, right? The silence is always going to immediately mean a danger for the Storm Spirit, no matter what he does. And your Spirit himself is going to get very tanky very quickly, and the Storm Spirit is going to have trouble taking him down. So the one-on-one matchup later on in the game, when they start moving, is going to be Earth Spirit favored as well.
See, now finally the lanes have kind of stabilized. Nobody's going for kills at the moment, though the level 3 mark is usually the time keeps when people want to start murdering each other, and they are murdering Carlo in the bottom lane. Enchantress is in trouble, but there's the... So Sven went for the defensive facet of the Warcry, and that means that you also get a shield when you use it, and it really did help Carlo survive there.
Yeah, and I love that you're able to take this up versus the Slardar, because that's not armor, that's just straight up physical damage barrier. Now you're going to take more damage. It's funny how it's still the same Sven Slardar problem, right? Yeah, you provide more armor, but yeah, he's better at taking your armor down. Who wins here? But it will mean some more defense versus the heavy physical damage that's going to come in from a Slardar Weaver lineup.
And then we can put the Earth Spirit in there as well, because his damage does increase quite a lot now with the Magnetize, because that's the facet that he went for. So it's going to work relatively well. It's going to work relatively well versus all 3 of the cores of Manta.
Yeah. It's one of those things that makes me kind of sad that, you know, the patch dropped during Dream League instead of while we were casting, because, man, all that hating on the Earth Spirit facet that Effie and Syndra did, I wanted to do that, okay?
Which one?
And now everybody already knows. I mean,
the one with
we tried to make Earth Spirit easy to play, and instead we made him impossible to play facet. That one.
Some Earth Spirit spammers have been making it work though, Kips. You know?
Yeah.
And it's very fast to move around the map. So yeah, we can... I never hate on it, because I look at it for some reason, even though... I have been playing this game so long. I have never been able to completely grasp some changes that look bad into how bad or good they're gonna be later on. So I think that the other one actually has some merit to it. We just need to wait.
Yeah, I mean, they did definitely improve it a lot once they added the fact that you get an extra stone after the end of your roll, as that is a lot of action for that 6-minute rune.
Yep, they're gonna be rotating. They don't get the rune though. Silence on the Storm. There's the Phantom's Embrace. The Inkswall will connect. Tsukimoto is in the vicinity. Will toss the Grimstroke. No, onto Bob. And the Shield Rune goes towards him. Bob, he's gonna have to get himself away. The question is, where do you go to? Tsukimoto will be losing his life. He could have tossed him to a creep, but tossing him to Bob was definitely a mistake. They're actually chasing on Bob into the tier 2. The ward was placed. Might mean that they're gonna go for it.
Yeah,
There's the roll. He's got it. Oh, no. Magnetize will be used. Where's the kick? He needs to connect it, and it won't. Bob will live. Having the Fairy Fire and 5-1 charges will make him not even close to death.
So this is... Manta came into this game with a plan. Honestly, I love that move. They've already had given Bob a little bit harder of a time than he strictly needed, and now, to be fair, pure luck that they actually still managed to take the rune away from him. But the problem here, and the inexperience, is showing in the overchase. The first move was great. The fact that you invest so heavily into, oh, but what if we could be winning harder here? That's greed.
Grim stole the Wisdom Rune. That's so huge.
Very nice.
Plus,
you do have
the Winter Wyvern, right? Yep. Yeah, that is a big deal. Even more experience for everybody on the team.
And especially with this, this Tiny and this Ench both really want their level 6s. I mean, the Tiny is 1 to 6, I guess, but he wants his levels. And the Ench wants the 6, definitely, in a game like this, where you're going to be facing up so much physical damage from the Weaver and from the Slaughter.
And then we have Earth Spirit Weaver that are very experienced, hungry heroes. They just, they benefit so much from levels, especially the Earth Spirit, right? You don't care if you have low net worth on the Earth Spirit. If you're high level, you're going to be doing massive amounts of damage. So this is actually so huge for Manta. They're 1k gold ahead, but I think this game is completely in their control.
At the very least, completely in their favor at the moment right now. And look at this here. This is what the counter picks to do to a Storm Spirit.
He's still fine. There is no Geomagnetic Grip. Avalanche will be used. Bob is baiting them. Have to be careful of that Winter Wyvern. Nice dodge, though. Splinter Blast not connecting. He is gonna be going, and Bob, nice dodge. Okay, Bob is playing with fire.
Yes, he is. But I think that's also what you need to do when there's this many haters in your lane. You have to make sure that if you see that there's 4 heroes there, and you know that you're already going to have to go back most likely, keep them engaged for as long as possible, because that is a waste of time for Manta if they're not getting anything out of it and have brought everybody to mid. And now you just TP to Bob. They're gonna go.
Can they get Ares? With Bob coming over, probably can. That's gonna be a lot of damage into Winter Wyvern. Has the Cold Embrace. Here comes the Earth Spirit. Misses on the first roll. Arcane is still going strong. Carlo will be losing his life. Ares is very tanky, but both him and Carlo drop quite quickly. Bob gets marked. Needs to be a bit careful. It's gonna be his 8th Galvanized stack. Pretty big for the Storm.
Feeling good about that, but yeah, you can see by the focus firing there already that a Slaughter with the Brine Guard on, you cannot fight him early on in the game if you don't have massive amount of magical damage. So all they can do right now in these fights is ignore the Slaughter, offer up a support to him, and you know, take kills of your own.
So Kips, we haven't been talking much about the Weaver and the Razor because they really haven't been part of these fights. Are they happy with how the game is going? Are they enjoying themselves on the top lane?
Yeah, I'd say so. I like to call this the gentleman's agreement, where both of them are like, nah, actually I need my items, and I'm not going to do anything particularly egregious to you, to make sure that we don't draw any attention, because both of us benefit from the situation right now. Which you see happen a lot more in relatively high action games. Like, no,
again, the rune goes to Manta.
Touch it. Yeah, and again, Bob. He's been spamming these clarities as he should.
But it does hurt your net worth. I mean, look at him. 3.9k compared to the 4.5 of Key. And Earth Spirit versus the Storm should be a Storm favorite. matchup. Plus, you started off with 2 galvanized stacks and, you know, participation in 2 kills. That is a big deal.
Yep, it is, and maybe that's one of the reasons why it isn't worse right now. Can you imagine that? Previous storm,
Yeah,
no galvanize.
Maybe, or, so listen to me, maybe Team Tough wouldn't get ahead of themselves in some of the early fights, and then they would play more conservatively, and the game would go better for them right now. The mentality matters, Gibbs.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I'm just saying that, you know, there's no amount of conservatism that's going to get you out of 4 people walking into your mid lane.
Very much. Avalanche onto the Weaver. He's gonna be fine. Odds still in favor of Team Tough, so our sponsors over at 1xBet, they really do think they're coming in as the heavy favorites. And who knows though, Team Tough are a volatile team, right? Bob especially, he's definitely one of the more fun players to watch.
I know, right?
Dire's middle tower.
He's taking the risks. He's making the plays.
And did you
And
see
it's
how
one
he
of the
started
reasons why
showing
they-
off when we went close up on him on the storm?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Like clockwork.
scanning.
The man sometimes has these games that look like a highlight reel, and sometimes he has these games where he looks like he really wants the
Like
highlight reel
this?
too badly.
Yeah, this is really bad for him. He's gonna be taken down. No TPs are gonna be saving him. Tiny died on the top lane as well. So the gentleman's agreement top lane, I think it seems to only work between the Weaver and the Razor. The other guys are not off limits.
Exactly. No, you're not supposed to touch that lane. They're gonna punish you for coming there. They had a deal.
Look at 423, who was hoping for some ancient stacks. And his hopes and dreams are gone. Gonna have
So-
to go to his own side
Yeah.
of the map.
I mean, I love that he checked there, but also, yeah, Manta has been all up in your face with 4 heroes mid every single time. They really haven't. I mean, I guess they could have stacked on the way in and out, but they've looked pretty busy. And yeah, right now they're just going to give Tsukimoto the mid lane. They're done with the Storm always getting hated on. They're going to keep him off map for a little bit. And Tsukimoto is going to really benefit from having a relatively early Blink Dagger.
And the best stack farmers on Manta are the supports, actually, you know, with the Stroke of Fate and the Splinter Blast. Sure, the bugs of the Weaver help, but that's about it. So I can understand why it was more beneficial to them to actually fight rather than focus on stacking.
Yeah, exactly. You just maybe even you're metagaming it as well. You're like, hey, if we make stacks, they might get taken, so we don't. Who knows?
It is a 1k gold lead. It is a fairly even game at the moment. I still think the Storm being this far behind is a problem. And he did lose some of the galvanized stacks when he died. This is, it's not looking the greatest for Bob. And it's not looking the greatest for this hero once again. And at some point, people are gonna scratch him off the pick list, I think.
Is under attack.
You seem pretty set on that as well, and I do agree, like, especially in a game like this, where you're not rocking an offlaner that can do any form of initiating himself. Making the game move sort of gets put on your shoulders, and then you simply can't afford to be targeted down this hard, which is what's going to happen when you pick a Storm that early.
Well, they are taking
he's
this
got a
tower
rune.
down. Yeah, okay. And an AD rune for a Storm that might even be the best one. They got the tower.
It's something.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Huge. Nice movement towards the top lane with the smoke as well. They're super fast. Winter Wyvern isn't the best hero to get and is very close to the Twin Gate, so Ares might actually get away from this. Okay, they know he's there. Scanner was used. And here comes 4-3, wants to come in alone. There's the Arctic Burn. We're not going to be going through that portal. Overlap of the stuns a bit. Gets the Winter's Curse off. Nobody there to attack Bob. He's very good friends with his teammates, so they're not going to attack him.
Yeah, and I like this move from Manta here as well. They're saying we're not going to reflexively TP in or anything for support. We put that Winter Wyvern there specifically because Winter Wyvern is good at holding towers while wasting time. We're going to trade for the mid tower instead and claim the enemy jungle.
Middle tower.
Tiny did TP to the bottom lane and placed the ward, so now Team Tough know exactly where the enemies are, which I think gives them the advantage in the next couple of minutes. This Weaver could actually die if he's not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. The Tiny just needs to finish off the Blink Dagger, and then he becomes an actual threat to Gohan here.
And he's very close to it.
Yeah. Go on here. Does have the Dragonlance, so he's not just a straight up Desolator Rush Weaver. He does have a little bit of tankiness going for him, but he's not that big.
Definitely not. You know, but with the Circlet, Treads, Falcon Blade, the Bracer, you actually are kind of tanky.
It's gonna be a toss-up, I want to say. Whether he
Ares
lives
is
or
gone,
dies.
but the Sven is gone as well. They did find him, and he's gonna be in so much trouble. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Does use the war cry, keeping him alive a little bit longer. Storm comes in just to get silenced up. This is very dangerous for him as well. Magnetize still going strong. Another war cry from the Sven. No way in hell he's getting out of this
still
one alive.
alive?
The Magnetize should take him down, however, and the bug as well, but that's physical damage. Kimitsu is gonna be taken out, and finally Ki does finish off the Sven at the cost of the entirety of his mana. Has just enough for another roll, uses the sticks. It is gonna be a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 if you count the Winter Wyvern earlier, and Bob getting the regen rune. In general, Team Tough are not gonna be mad about that. Gohan?
Absolutely not. Secured that the Wisdom Rune as well on top of all of that. Tsukimoto just neatly slipped in front of Ki there, making sure that they don't lose that Wisdom Rune again. And that really all comes up Team Tough.
Yep, was good. I can't believe he lived this long. You know, this facet, it's kind of dumb because look at that. It's even through the magnetize, but I guess when you are this high in HP as the Sven, the magical damage isn't that big of a problem for you in general.
No, it's not. And the steady damage output in a team fight after all the spells have gone out is usually the right clicks. You also just have a very right click focused enemy side in general. Like, I gotta say, I thought this facet was pretty good, but here we get to see that it's, especially in this game, it might be a game changer.
Lardar, if he shows, there's a tiny blink that's gonna be showing as well. Grims is behind though, has the shard. Okay, so they're gonna decide against it. Smart move from Team Tough reading the situation.
It's still very, very risky to go in like that. I do think you need your BKB over on Seme as well. Now, he is pretty much finishing that up right now, but you need somebody to walk in and be a big AoE threat after you make that first go.
Let's see, there's the roll, toss in, avalanche. Tokiro's taking a lot of damage. The war cry was used. Tsukimoto survives a long time, but ultimately dies. There will be a soul bind, so the Sven and the Storm are not going to be moving. Nice roll away from Ki, but he still didn't get himself to the high ground. If they see him, it's going to be a problem. And there it is. Hello, brother. I have found you, Bob. Who tried to get on top of him. It will be a stopped rolling boulder. He loses all of his mana, life as well right afterwards. 3 heroes gone. Manta, they need to bail super fast. Luckily for them, these two guys are quick.
Yeah, but they didn't really get to focus down anybody after they take down Tsukimoto. A little bit of confusion in the ranks, I think. And it really does matter that the Winter Wyvern dies so early.
Yep. Every single fight they're finding the Winter Wyvern, or he's not a part of it. Is Team Tough that good, or is Ares kind of messing up on the positioning?
I mean, in this case, his positioning was good. There was just a Radiant Ward watching him.
Yep.
Sometimes that's all there is to it.
Exactly. It is, it's a bummer.
Tower is under attack.
He's going to get himself a Blink Dagger eventually, like next couple of minutes, which should make this a lot harder for Team Tough to pull off. And that's where you really can't afford, like, a moment like that where the Storm and the Sven are focus firing and they get a leash together with the Grimstroke ult. That should not happen anymore at that point in time, because that's where the Winter Wyvern follows up and your Sven kills your Storm.
Still, I'm not a big fan of the Soul Bind with the Winter Wyvern, because if you use it on both of them, they're both gonna be not attacking, and then it doesn't really do as well as you would want. But if you do catch the Storm next to a Sven, yeah, the Sven is gonna rip him apart.
Exactly. No, like you wait until it's over, right? Like if you use it at the same time, it's that's garbage.
Yep, that's a dispel on the Inkswell, so they bring down one hero. That's one save that you don't have. Toss onto Ki, has the Blade Mail, that's gonna protect him. And Winter's Curse used, Same doesn't care about it, has the BKB, nice roll away. Ki instantly goes for a TP out, but without the Winter's Curse, Ares will be left all alone, nothing to do. At least it's only the two supports that you're losing, but it's obvious that Team Tough are the one that are controlling everything at the moment.
Yep, and here we get the answer to who was the real winner in the gentleman's agreement. It is Seimei, because yes, you get damage on your Weaver, but ultimately a Weaver is still working around the sidelines of a fight, whereas the Razor can stand in the middle. And now Team Tough have a formation, they have a way that they can position for these fights that Manta simply cannot do anything about. Now they have to scurry around this Weaver trying to pick off heroes from the side, and that's just not going to work out because that means they're split up, and that's where the Storm and the Sven are going to come in.
And Kips, we're gonna see the Meteor Hammer Storm, maybe with an Aghanim Scepter later on. Him having 18 Galvanized stacks is big, and Tsukimoto, he steals the Wisdom Rune so big versus the Winter Wyvern. You take the first one, but this one is worth so much more.
Oh, that's great, especially because they were gonna give that to a core, and then you have a bunch of extra XP on a core. None of that coming through right now.
So they get the shard on the Winter Wyvern. The Cold Embrace has long range, fires out a Splinter Blast. Pretty cool. Storm Spirit got silenced up with the help there. He should be fine. Okay, not really. There's the double Winter Curse, what we were talking about. Yeah, no patience from Zoe in this one. Doesn't matter though. They're still winning the fight. They kept them in place long enough. Seimei even uses an intake on BKB for absolutely nothing. And Enchantress is going to be a nice bonus. So in the end, it's going to be 4 heroes of Team Tough dying in quick succession. Plus the Roche.
Yeah, and that is really unusual for Team Tough, isn't it? Because that Wisdom Rune snipe is great, but you've already started off... Like, you're sitting behind a location where... you know a bunch of dire heroes just gathered for their Tormentor, and you're missing your Initiator. Your Sven is not there, does not want to be there either.
Are they gonna jump in this pit? Okay, they're not. Sven actually came over, but they saw the TP and rolled in. This is not great. The Tiny will die. Sven actually going in with the Ghost Strike. The BKB starting to slash. The Cold Embrace will not allow him to do any more damage to the Earth Spirit. Where's the bash from the starter? Not going to be happening. But the Sven now, his armor is going to be non-existent. He needs the help of the Storm. There's the silence on the Grimstroke. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. But the Sven is a much bigger kill and he's dead as well. Storm gets himself away. Has enough mana to live through this. The Razor joining in on the fray. Doesn't have the BKB. Gets the kill. Seimei gets it. Gohan next on the menu. This Weaver really hasn't been dying for the entirety of this game. He has an Aegis. He's gonna lose his life for the first time, but it won't really be calculated in his KDA. Let's see if they can kill him again. Roll in. Earth Spirit completely off the mark. Gets the silence on the Storm, which is a big deal. Nice dodge on the kick. The time lapse. Gohan, no! You have less HP because he got back to a point before he died with the Aegis key, however. Reverses them. He doesn't have the magnetize, but he's so strong. Nice blocking from Carlo. The Earth Spirit still alive. Gets the kick between the legs on Seimei. No, you will not be allowed to roll away. The real Rock is back there with an avalanche, and Carlo is the one that picks it up. But still, Team Tough, they had a much bigger lead earlier.
They did, yeah, and this is a very Team Tough way of fixing the fact that they fought wrong 5 minutes ago.
Team Tough way of fixing things. I like it.
Yes,
Bob the Builder.
It's really quite messy, but you know what? They are roughly back to the same position where the Aegis is out of the enemy hands and they can start playing up again.
Yep, makes sense, makes sense. They have an 8-second BKB on the Sven, a 7-second BKB on the Razor. You can most definitely fight, but the Storm might be needing a BKB as well as he's dealing with that Orchid of the Slaughter.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where as a Storm Spirit you always want to not have to buy a BKB. Nobody wants to do it, but in this game, I mean, you picked your Storm Spirit first. This is what you get for that, and I like that Bob is businesslike about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Bob the businessman.
Exactly. The Geomagnetic Rip plus the Phantom's Embrace just make the Storm unplayable. He has an Arcane Rune and will be using it quite nicely. Nice Cold Embrace just in time. Silence on the Storm. He still wants to continue. Grims will die. Key goes deep onto Carlo. Has the Nature's Attendance. Double attack from the Weaver. Not really doing anything through the Sven Shield. TP out. Dodged on the roll. They do have this crush from the Slaughter to get themselves the kill. That was close for Carlo to bail, actually.
Yeah, that's a buyback spent on Manta. With one of the things that I want to point out that Team Tough has that a lot of teams, even at a very high level, look at this.
Yep,
made possible by the fact that they just backed off out of a bad fight. And now they catch the enemy unawares.
Two amazing kills. The Slaughter might be in trouble as well. Okay, luckily he is in the river, which is his home turf. So he is going to be extra speedy. But there it is. Back to the 6k goal lead. Gohan is going to be found as well. This Weaver is in trouble. He's going to get healed up into an avalanche, into a Stormhammer. He does actually get the time-lapse off Silence of the Slaughter coming out in time. He might die for his sins, but he still did save the Weaver's life.
Yeah, did he?
I think so. Tiny had the toss. I think he didn't have the avalanche. I think he did. That would be toss into dust into Stormhammer.
Yeah, you might be right there. You might be right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's hard to say if Gohan still gets the...
Yeah. You never know. You really never know how they would have played that. If they would have played it properly,
Yeah.
maybe he used up preemptively. Weaver takes it off with the Manta. Actually, you can't take off with the Manta unless you move away from the area and then use it. So, I think it was closer to them getting the kill than not. But versus a hero like a Weaver, you can really never know.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think it's the correct play regardless.
Yep.
And that's what we should really be focusing on here. It's like
Exactly.
you don't know if it's gonna happen. He doesn't know if it's gonna happen, but he shows there because otherwise, you know, he can blame you afterwards.
It's so hard to go through the Solar Crest plus the Warcry shield.
Yeah.
It is insane how Manta cannot get killed. Storm got silenced on the other side of the map and he just doesn't care. He's just silencing everybody by killing them. And even has the regen rune. This is 26 galvanized stacks. What the hell, Bob?
Yeah. Every time you can see a Storm Spirit's mana bar moving without clicking on him, you just look at the hero from top down and you see the mana bar coming back. That's when you know stuff's out of control.
Top tower is
Yeah, you would assume, oh, he has a regen rune. No. That's happening without it.
I mean, he does, but he's sitting on it.
Yep.
Looking real nice and green in that bottle.
Should, as the push is coming,
Manta.
Team Tough. They have the Ghost Strength. Sven is coming in. He also has level 20, so even more armor there from the Warcry.
Yep, and this is starting to become a problem because your Slardar is not actually fat enough to deal with this. You would want to have an Aghanim Scepter up at some point.
Speaking
And
of
he's not even
Slardar,
close to
he
that.
is looking like he is gonna be even squishier, pulled into his death. Does have a buyback. Sven also was baiting on the top lane, but bailed at the exact moment that they came for him, and you even steal the Wisdom Rune. Team Tough, this was a beautiful move.
Yeah, very unexpected, right? Because from everything that Manta knows, it's like, okay, they're setting up on the top lane. We can farm the other two waves. No.
And a
Said you're getting
bonus.
killed mid, and now are you gonna get killed bot as well?
They found
this
the
Weaver
Weaver.
can't die.
Oh, Gohan again. Very low on HP.
And
He's
no,
gone.
he misplayed.
They're just so fast, Gibbs. It might not even be fair to be this fast.
No, and here is, apart from the little slip up in the mid game right here, is the Team Tough that I was so excited about casting all the way through the last two tours.
And if you had watched the Dragon Ball, you would know which character says the most important skill in the battle is the skill of speed, and then he goes in and he fights, but doesn't matter, Kip. So you need to watch it. You need to
who
watch
is
at
it?
least it's Tien. Tien says that. It's not
Tien,
Gohan.
okay,
Gohan
yes.
wasn't even born at that point, but you know, since he was punching his father in the face, maybe somewhere else, it could have had impact. Obviously it didn't, because Gohan is pretty powerful himself. But still, there it is, 13k goal lead, and we're gonna get Kips to watch the best show ever created.
Hey,
at some
I've seen some Dragon Ball, okay, but most of that was them just powering up versus Frieza for 3 episodes.
Awesome. So you basically know Dragon Ball. That's great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Eventually he turns into like a really big monkey. A golden monkey.
Exactly.
And it's the raddest thing if you are a boy and 10. And unfortunately I have been 10, but I've never been a boy, so I just don't feel it, man. It's not in my DNA.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Kip says they will be finding the Slardar once again. Silence Stub doesn't even get the crush off. He cannot finish that BKB for a very long time. Razor even has a refresher. Game is looking close to being over, Kips, but what is the play from Manta? How do they get back?
Well, you have one thing left in your pocket, which is that Winter Wyvern ult. You need this Sven to kill one of his teammates.
Dire's bottom tower.
Okay, so get into there and kind of, you know, divide and conquer. That is a good war tactic. Let's see if it's gonna happen.
It is, and what you need is somebody else to go in and create a reaction that you can then... Oh, but they waited too long.
Sven is gonna be going in. They killed the Grimstroke instantly. No soulbind in this fight, and Bob actually gonna find the Winter Wyvern. You're not gonna be forcing us to fight between each other. Gohan is losing his damage as well as he goes into the Shikuchi. Here comes Ares. The BKB was used by Seimei. He just bought back, and oh no, my illusions are gonna attack me, and nobody cares because they're too weak. The Storm didn't lose his life, however, Kimitsu finishes him off, but Seimei a little bit too strong. He does get marked, losing a lot of armor from both the Swarm and the Crossy Haze. As 4-3, dropping low as well. There is still a refresher on this Razor. Needs to be very careful. Actually goes for Gohan. Everybody else needs to be careful because he's gonna kill him. The BKB from Kimitsu, he finally finished it off. And now the Cold Embrace is there. A little bit of heal was needed on Seimei. None of it came. They did protect their melee Raxis. Tsukimoto rolled upon, and this time around, he's not gonna be the Rock that lived, but it's gonna be the other guy. Still, a buyback from the Weaver is a big cost for that defense.
And a buyback from the Winter Wyvern as well. So even if, yeah, you've dealt with this particular attack right now, but the next time, if you lose any heroes at all, you're not going to be able to respond again. You need to get something else out of this defense right now if you want to turn the needle on how this game has been going. And that might just be Roshan.
Yeah, pretty big. Did you see Sven's armor when he uses the Craggy coat and the Warcry? And that's without his shard. He has 60 armor. Oh no, 60, they reduced 20 of my bad. 60 armor. Nobody cares.
Absolutely no one in the world. Well, I mean, the Storm did care at some point.
Oh, yes. That's gonna be Aegis for Gohan, plus the banner. Banner not that important. I want to say, especially when you're behind, banner pretty much does nothing nowadays.
No, you're saying nowadays like it has done something before?
Before, if you're losing, you put it on one lane and then you're shoving it out passively, right? So it has some merit. Now it's completely useless.
Yeah, it's true.
That's it. They found the Enchantress. Marker. Phantom's Embrace as well. Has a Soul Crest to protect herself, and the Hurricane Pike can get herself to the low ground. Double attack from the Weaver, though, will kill her no matter where she is. No, Sven finds the Earth Spirit. Avalanche Toss are gonna keep him in place, and in the backline, Storm is already hunting for more, finding the Weaver.
Oh, the dodge!
Dodge with the Illusion Rune, no crush on the Storm. Kimitsu pops his 8-second BKB. There's the ulti on the Razor. He's actually moving because of his static link. Unreal, pulling towards the Slardar as the Ares will get destroyed by 4-3. That's a triple kill for the Sven. They only have 3 heroes alive, despite one of them having Aegis Key. No, don't get close to the Sven. His sword is too strong. Gohan will be losing his first life. Still has the time lapse. Manta, not an easy kill, but so many stuns. Kimitsu is going to be coming over. Here comes the Storm as well.
Sven no BKB.
Pulling in the Weaver, he does get taken out. That's gonna be a dieback, even if 4-3 does die.
Oh, the
hammer! Nice Meteor Hammer from the Storm Spirit. Actually, Key standing his ground. He might be winning this one in the end. Seimei finishes him off. Tsukimoto with a TP out. Not gonna be happening. A triple kill for Key as Lars are buying back. He wants Seimei. The illusions are stopping his blink. Now give me your damage. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do it against the Science. And the Razor is taking him. He is not gonna be able to do anything. Oh no, you're 0 damage. It's tickling me, and I'm gonna show you how killing is done. Seimei does finish off the Slaughter. Another dieback for Manta as Grims alone in this world.
Yeah, while Manta is pretty good at making this game messy to the point where Team Tough has trouble playing this one clean. I do enjoy that, but unfortunately Team Tough's still the better players with the better read in the end, like we see on the unfortunate Slaughter decision right there.
Razor still has the refresher.
Yeah, Seimei does not have to carry anymore.
Satanic is coming as well. I don't know how you kill him.
Yeah, I don't think you do, man. I can't believe that happens. I would really wanted to check the damage output from the Earth Spirit in the previous fight. But, you know, I missed the tab completely because I was fascinated by this Slardar walking into his doom.
Look at what this Carl doing. 35 minutes in the game, you're dying to the Tormentor. That's something that you do when you don't care. Good trade. Exactly. Grimm's pulled into his death. Seimei put the leash on the Grimstroke. Got him down easily, goes for the Refresher, uses the Satanic. Doesn't really heal all that much because his Eye of the Storm did most of the killing. And oh, Sven, he really wants to punch the Razor. Nah, it won't be enough. Ares pulled in. They see him clearly. Once this Cold Embrace ends, so will his life.
And this is the result of those earlier buybacks, especially draining Manta dry. They're all out of resources right now.
Weaver runs away. A lot of his damage was drained though, and you cannot fight Seimei. You're gonna lose even with the Slardar and the Earth Spirit coming in. Seimei is still standing his ground. Some bashes will be there. Avalanche also covering for him, using the Satanic again, not healing that much, but there's the pull into a silence. Ki does get himself away. Gohan might actually live himself. Looked like both of them were gonna die for a second, but very nice response. And Manta still not giving up.
Yeah, that is another God Strength ended without many buildings falling, so I guess they get a little bit more space to breathe right now, but it's Team Tough. You know they'll be back as soon as possible.
Not many buildings falling. I don't know, Kips. If somebody would come into my house and like destroy 2/5 of it, I would be pretty mad.
Yeah, I mean, just on the last one, right? Like the last time they just looked around at like your destroyed sofa and all of the
like at least you have
all
where
of the
to
china
sleep.
having fallen out of the cabinet.
Yeah, you have where to sleep and you have a roof over your head. There is a smoke
the
from
smoke.
Manta. This is definitely the last one that they're gonna be going. 4-3 doesn't care. You're just gonna go and push your base. Yeah, you're smoking, killing Carlo. Nobody cares. He kills himself on the Tormentor on his own, and it still doesn't change anything. Avalanche to slow them down, as well as the Mega Creeps have been claimed. So sorry, no more roof, no more sofa. It's just a couple of bricks standing.
Yeah, no use putting any pans under the leaks anymore. Sven TP to the triangle teams.
Why did he
reunited.
Cold Embrace him? Gohan might die because of this. He can get the time-lapse off if he wants to, but he wasn't too healthy earlier. Seimei, there's the Satanic. He's just standing his ground. He was so low. But I've seen it so many times in this tournament. A Razor in the late game popping the Satanic, and you don't even get close to killing him. It just seems that way.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Get that Satanic off, and you can be stunned. It's the same as a Gyrocopter in a Chronosphere, right? As long as you have the Ags, you're going to be life-stealing.
Sven, diving the fountain, he's level 25, doesn't have the God Strength, will get kicked in. You don't have the Aegis.
Deserved.
You don't want to be there. Throne is exposed, and the creeps are going for it, but Manta are defending. They really want to make Team Tough work for this.
I really admire that. And I mean, Team Tough themselves also, like the Sven going into the fountain there, you know that's gonna happen. So,
Yeah,
I just want to play.
Ki is going in. He's level 25 on the Earth Spirit. And needs to force staff himself away as Inkswell is there. Are they going to allow him to go to the high ground? He's going to allow himself to do so. Weaver caught, however. That's going to be a big kill if they can get it. And with the impetus, nobody cares about the Cold Embrace pop. Going on to Ares, there is going to be a Cold Embrace. Still Storm completely fine. Trickster slow Qs actually got taunted for a second. The Seimei, there's the Refresher. Storm goes in with the pull. It is only going to be the Winter Wyvern doesn't get anybody else. They're going to try to kill him now and punish him for his sins. The bashes are there, and as well with the Soul Burn pop, they do finish him off. Buyback from the Storm, buyback from the Sven. They've had enough. They don't want to be looking at this game any longer. No, they just want to punish everybody, even the Winter Wyvern, but in the end, the throne will fall before him.
Yeah, and Storm Spirit ended up not buying a BKB after all, because the way that he reads the game is actually that, okay, if we have the Razor standing in the middle of the fight, I can actually usually work around a couple of these silences. So, in the end, goes for the Shiva's Guard, gets tank gear instead, buys himself some armor versus that Slaughter. And because of the way that their lineup works, he doesn't even have to go for the other form of defense anymore. So, very, very free game for Team Tough. Not in the sense that Manta didn't give them counterplay, because they definitely give them something to chew on. That was not a walkover, as much as we've seen it before. But on the other hand, Team Tough very much still feeling like they've got that flow going.
Yeah, this Sven pick plus his facet plus the Solar Crest of the Enchantress just gave the biggest difference in the game at the most important parts of it for the other guys, for Manta, and then
Yes.
you know, your lineup just falls down the drain, which is weird. Very rarely do we see a late game Slardar not gonna be able to contribute to fights, contribute to the enemy team dying faster, but it is what it is, Gibbs. Going into game 2, do you think Team Tough are definitely the favorites, or do you see some chances of Manta that can win?
What I've seen from Manta is that we can get a closer game like this, but I don't think we can get a win because they seem a little over-eager, especially in the moments where we do see them make good plays. They are too greedy. They immediately want too much out of it. They're chasing for more kills. They're doing more weird things, overextending themselves, and they don't quite respect the fact that Team Tough will hit them back immediately when they can. So the game can be closer, but I don't think I see Team Manta winning at all.
Yeah, I can understand what you mean. Team Manta are like Team Tough, just a little bit lower in tier, and you know, then if Team Tough can beat themselves, so can Manta, and that's why we expect a 2-0, but you never know. That's why we're gonna go to the break and get into game 2.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the Regional Dota 2 series here with the first day of Group B. It's the 6th day in general here in Southeast Asia, number 3, and we got Manta versus Team Tough. Gibbs, for people that are just joining us, who won Game 1?
Team Tough won Game 1, and it was pretty much the standard Team Tough gameplay where after a chill start they get rolling and they start smacking people's faces in. Manta threw a couple of punches back, though, and Team Tough did have to pull some shenanigans in order to make up for one of their own mistakes as well. So it was an action-packed game, but maybe not a very close one. And what I'm hoping is that we get another action-packed game and maybe just a little closer.
Yeah, that would be fun. You know, every game starts with a draft, and that's why we have it on our screens right now. Manta is going to be on the Radiant side, Team Tough on the Dire, and first pick is on Manta, so they get both first pick and Radiant Gibbs, which has been the preference for most of the teams.
It has been, yeah, and for that first pick, I'm just hoping for one thing, and I'm going to just immediately join you in your camp, is not a Storm Spirit, please. Like, we know that Team Tough just got away with it, but I definitely feel like that wasn't getting away with it after a rough start, a rough mid-game as well.
Yeah, very true. They did really annoy our guy Bob quite a lot, but later on he had so many galvanized tags that it was dumb. He's like zip 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 zip, and I zip again and I still have full mana, which is, you know, kind of insane. But who knows, maybe they do pick the Storm Spirit, right? They had a Earth Spirit response to it, so maybe that means they can understand the hero, and Key might be a great Storm Spirit player.
He might just be. I'm just see if I can look that up real quick.
Oops. Yeah, of course, Kips is always on point with the stats. It comes back from, I guess, your coaching days, Kips, that you are very good at looking those up.
It is, yeah. But it's hard to find them right now because they haven't played in our tournament just yet. So it takes a little longer.
Yep.
No, like the amount of like all-nighters I've pulled just compiling, and in that regard, like, it was another time because I did everything manually, and I think most analysts did everything manually in those days, and I think right now if you don't have somebody who's just coding that stuff for you, you're doing it wrong.
Yep, that is very true. But you know, back in the day, it was harder. Being a pioneer in anything, Kips, is tough. You should know about it.
True.
But we survived the worst now.
We did, but at the same time, that also means like the time for innovation and time for really like crazy folks to make it through is also kind of like the Wild West days are over. And some of that is good, like in terms of like normally you get paid now for the work you do, for example, but in some ways that's bad because, you know, we've lost like the eternal envies of this world, that's just a loss. It is.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know, there was something nice about, and it happened even at the highest level, coming to a tournament, like, if you win, you get a pizza, right? Okay, now I'm over exaggerating. Basically, you get a mouse or something, right? And those days are long gone now. Like, what? A $10 million tournament? Boo, right? We want something else. You know, speaking about prize pools, we haven't went through the way our tournaments are composed. So we have 12 tournaments this year, guys. 4 in Southeast Asia, 4 in Latin America, 4 in Europe, and then we're gonna have the LAN in October in Belgrade, in my hometown, where most of us, or all of us probably, are gonna be coming over, and from a studio we're gonna be bringing you the LAN action of 4 teams are gonna be coming from Europe, 2 teams from Latin America, and 2 teams from Southeast Asia. So this is going to be an 8-team LAN, pretty short, pretty fast, pretty exciting, and we are glad to bring you that action. The way it happens is you collect RES points by doing well in these tournaments, and then you qualify for the LAN. Every single tournament of these 12 is a $50,000 prize pool, and we have a $200,000 prize pool for the LAN, meaning that we are pushing $800,000 into the tier 2 scene. So it will not die out, Tips. We will not allow it.
Yes, and I am so grateful for that, and I'm so excited to still be a part of that. Like, I did always, the DPC was very important to me for a number of things, but especially having coached a bunch of up-and-coming players, having worked with a bunch of up-and-coming teams, it's always been, you know, get these people opportunities, and here they are, ripe for the taking. And, you know, if you're Manta Esports, you do get to measure yourself versus Team Tough. If you're Team Tough, you do get to climb from, you know, an upstart underdog to now the winner of the previous tour, and one of the big contenders for the LAN, potentially. Like, that's exactly the kind of thing that we're doing this all for. So I'm just always excited to be a part of this.
Are you excited to see our girl Marcy versus the Phoenix? Because we have seen it a couple times, but most of it, people have been able to keep the Marcy away from the egg. It does open up for some other heroes, though, to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, normally when you see people pick a hero into the Phoenix to take down the egg, we're thinking about Snapfire. We're thinking about, well, Mirana, maybe not anymore, but used to somebody ranged so that you don't actually have to be on top of the egg. And it's very hard to keep you off of it. But Marcy can definitely, like, you know, if you have an Earth Spirit, you can kick her away. You can get stunned by anybody who's in melee vicinity, etc. So there's it's a little harder. And I'm wondering where Team Tough wants to go with this. I do think we've seen Team Tough play, I want to say, offlane Marcy before.
It does feel like Seimei could do it, but I'm still kind of leaning towards the support Marcy, right? Because you picked it to deal with the egg, now you have the Weaver, you're gonna buff him up with the sidekick. It makes sense. It doesn't have to be. Weaver could also be a support, Marcy could be carry, but I'm kind of leaning onto this might even being our safe lane.
Yeah, so most likely just save the sidekick facet as well, and being there for your carry.
I really didn't see anybody take the other facet.
I think it's been done on core Marcy's.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially carry.
But you still get some... Wait, you still get bonus base attack damage and some lifesteal, so...
So Manta Esports coming at us with something completely different this time around. I mean, for example, in a carry-to-carry matchup, yeah, great CK pick here. That's Weaver does not have the damage whatsoever to deal with you. Absolutely impossible for him to chew through your illusions as well, unless he's incredibly far ahead. And then this Manta pick here as well. This is exactly what I was talking about. There's ways to get a melee hero off your egg. Like, Deadshot is a perfect example.
Exactly. So this is most likely going to be a 4 Muerta. We have been seeing it more and more. It looks pretty decent, you know, with the calling facet. Actually, those spirits are quite annoying for a Weaver, especially if you're trying to leave without your Shikuchi. It's going to be a problem. But you need a way to deal with the CK. You know, something like an Ember Spirit comes to mind, because here Manta don't have anything to catch a mobile hero. So Puck, Ember seem like Bob type heroes for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because the offlane sounds like the way that Seimei has been playing this is he's definitely most often a secondary core as opposed to an initiator. So the secondary cores that are available to you right now, I don't think there's any of them in there that deal particularly well with a CK. Unless you'd go towards like a Kunkka or something. I feel like offlane Kunkka, it's been a while since we've seen that as well.
Maybe a Wind Ranger. That's
the
not
same
a
hero.
Bob hero. I think that is that the same A or is this a support?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't taste like Tsukimoto, right? Tsukimoto is like, my reflexes are immediately like, oh, that's a Tusk, that's a Marcy potentially.
Yeah, and even 423 doesn't play much of the Wind Ranger. I think he did play it in the past, but nowadays I'm looking through his games. He actually played quite a lot of games in the last 8 days. More than 10 a day, actually. Actually, 11 a day. So he is... and he likes Razor. Actually played a lot of Veno, which is cool. But we see a Crystal Maiden. That I do like. Now, with the Crystal Clone, you're actually pretty good versus Illusion heroes.
Yeah, that does do pretty well for you. So... we're gonna go for the magic AoE damage here to solve it then. And of course, with the illusions on the board, you do always have extra shackle targets around. So it will be easier to lock down that CK.
3 range heroes plus a Marcy. This egg is gone. I mean, just pick something to defend it. Tidehunter, the Mars. I'm fine with the Centaur as well. You know, any AoE stun will do in this game. It's a necessity.
Yeah, I think so as well. Let's see what Manta Esports are going to bring out here then as well in the form of control, because they most likely have both of their supports on the board here already. Are we going to go towards the Slur? No, that's been banned out.
You know, you could also go heavy magical damage, because Team Tough's heroes are actually quite squishy, to be honest. Other than the Marcy, everybody else is easy to burst down. So I've been longing to see something like a Queen of Pain for a very long period, though I think we probably won't. That's Ember now with the Sleight of Fist facet is actually a burst damage hero.
Yeah, I mean, you used to be able to do that in general if you were just willing to pile enough remnants on top of somebody, right? But this is definitely a lot less high commitment than that. Ember into a Crystal Maiden is always you always feel a little bit bad about that, but yeah, apart from that, I think this is a pretty good Ember game and a pretty good block pick here as well.
I mean, in terms of spirit heroes, Ember is probably the best versus a Crystal Maiden. None of them is good, but at least he can keep his distance with a Sleight of Fist and still be kind of annoying.
Yeah, exactly. And a slide spam game is something where, as an Ember core, you can do that if you have another core who goes into the thick of the team fight for you, and you already have a CK, so
yep,
that seems perfectly fine to me.
So what are the bans? Tide plus Centaur, or Tide plus Mars for Team Tough?
Yeah, Tide ban seems... I was thinking about the Tide as well. That seems like a really good one. And then apart from that... No.
Well, you get rid of the axe. That's actually a solid ban, right? Because you have no saves, and the Weaver would kill himself. It builds Blade Mail, meaning that the Wind Ranger is not good versus it either. I like the ban.
Radiant team ban.
And then the Mars as well, which would definitely... with the amount of ranged heroes that you have on your team, yeah, I can see the one. And they take out the Pango. Interesting. So they aren't actually sure... where, because I've still actually no offline Pango has been pretty dead, hasn't it?
Actually, I mean, ever since the facets came out, you know, ever since the new patch, Pango has been dead in general, but offline Pango got played quite a lot before that. There's the Centaur, so
yeah,
they get the one with the less cooldown, and I like it because Ember, CK, Muerta, they can fight constantly, right? Even the Phoenix without the egg. So if you would go for a Tide, you might be putting yourself in a situation where you're constantly having to wait for that one ulti.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's a reaction to the Winter Wyvern in the previous game, where they realized that we do have one cooldown that we're waiting for, and they have pretty much none. It's possible. Of course, the Winter Wyvern didn't work out regardless. Timber. Well, yeah, 2, 3 strength heroes on the enemy side. Of course, you don't get Phoenix that much usually. But
is Phoenix universal?
Phoenix, Phoenix
Yes,
is universal,
yeah.
actually, you're right. But, you know, the strength, universal, potato, Timber
Exactly.
loves them all.
Yeah, exactly. For a Timber, it makes a minimal difference, actually. So we get Seimei on the offlane Windranger with a 4 Marcy. That's gonna be a pretty cool lane with the 2 ladies. I actually think Manta could be in trouble in that lane in general.
Because they're going to be going up versus... I mean, the attack speed slows would do a lot for you, though. I actually think that Manta does have a very strong lane themselves there as well.
They do.
Just... Like, Tsukimoto could die a lot. And if that starts happening, Seimei might have trouble keeping his farm up in this lane.
Okay, so me and Otomo have been talking about the Phoenix quite a lot because the hero has been very successful. And the dying light facet, he hates it. I'm okay with it. But we have seen the other one, and the Sunray does an abysmal amount of damage. So I kind of want to hear your thoughts on how do you feel about his facets, because I definitely don't share Otomo's hate for the dying light.
I don't really see why you would be hating it either. It synergizes very well with what you're doing. You're often going to have yourself low HP because of the fact that your spells cost HP during the duration of these fights anyway. It's the free radiance in some ways.
Otomo, I don't know. It's just that he hates it because when you use the egg, it doesn't do extra damage, right? So it counts as if you are full HP and it doesn't do anything. So,
Yeah.
But I mean, you go into the fight, people start attacking you, you're spamming the egg before you get it off, they're starting to burn already, and then it's much harder for them to actually stand and focus you down. So I don't know, I like it. The other one does seem OP, but not for every game.
No, exactly. And what I like is that this encourages a Phoenix to, you know, get into the thick of fights and actually wait on these eggs just a little bit, because you get a ton of damage out of it if you're not dead yet. Of course, you're playing with fire, literally.
Yep, exactly.
But
And look at the odds in favor of Team Tough. Not really 3 times, but 2.5 at least. Looking pretty good for them, as we are seeing some words there being written. But guys, if you want to write something, 1xRLG SEA, you get a 130% bonus on your first deposit. The banner is down below just to take you there, because we have everything automated. And there's the double impact. So the Ember Spirit is going to be punching people. And looking at the other side, it is actually not a lot of armor on them. Wait. Do you, when you open this, look at the icons on the heroes? No, is that, or you press Alt and then you see the you press Alt and then you see the facets on the portraits, actually. Pretty cool.
I know, if only the tooltips were only accurate, I would be completely happy. But the fact that you actually do get to see all of them is pretty nice.
Yep. I mean, you know what, Gibbs? The way that some mechanics work in Dota, and the tooltips explaining at least something, considering how many things there is, I actually have to give the props to the developers, writers, or whoever of Dota. This is not easy to make, for sure.
No, it's not, and they keep on making it worse. I thought we'd seen the end of the extra busy work for all of the tooltip people when the neutral items came out, but no, 2 more layers. You're welcome.
Yeah, I think their job just got doubled, at least, with the facets, especially if they're gonna tweak them as often as they tweak the spells in the ladder patches. It's gonna be a nightmare.
Yep. I mean, the thing is that it should not be hard-coded, right? You should have everything. Oh, that was a very cute little dead shot.
A literal dead
On the
shot,
high ground.
though, might not have been. Same, I guess, the extra movement speed, and we'll even be able to go back to the base and actually be ready for the first wave. Maybe lose a creep or 2. So, in general, Manta, again, attempt to first blood, again, are gonna be unsuccessful, but they were more unsuccessful in the previous game.
They were, and this does mean that Seimei has the wind rune for level 1 right now. You have a melee support as well. It's going to be decently hard to secure the last hits on the range creeps.
That's actually a really good point. We'll see if they're gonna be able to do it between the two of them. Seimei going for a TP just before you get full HP. Guys, if you don't know, when you TP, there's a second and a half, maybe 2 more seconds that the fountain is still going to be going, or once you leave the fountain, so you get that extra HP. And Tsukimoto jump in, rebound completely off the mark, and they actually sent Muerta to lane with the CK. Quite interesting.
Yeah, that is quite unusual, isn't it? But I think that has to do with getting yourself a proper, I don't even want to say disable, but like a proper way to force disengages here. Whereas with the Phoenix, if you have the Phoenix in the lane and people go on your CK, there's absolutely nothing you can do except hope your spells and throw your spells and hope you're already good enough.
I don't know how you feel about the Muerta with CK, because CK has a long range stun and Centaur wants people to get close to him, so I kind of see more synergy between the Deadshot and the Hoof Stomp than Deadshot and the CK Blast, so
I think so as well.
Weird.
That's why I think it's defensive and not offensive.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Makes sense. How about the top lane? We have 2 very squishy heroes versus a Centaur who is known to do a lot of damage, but I don't see the Phoenix helping him kill these guys. Maybe the Crystal Maiden if Carlo makes a mistake.
Yeah, maybe the Crystal Maiden. I mean, you get some slows out of the dive, for example, but you gotta be good at the math, right? We all know that Phoenixes don't exactly love to use the dive offensively early on. On the other hand, though, like, as long as you keep the Crystal Maiden out of the Centaur's hair, even a little bit, eventually there's going to be a point where the Weaver has to be so careful.
Oh, like right now where he wasn't?
Yeah.
That'll be fine.
And you're a range hero, but you don't have that long of a range, and you're not that good at clearing creep waves either, so the Centaur is just going to be able to be up in your face a lot.
So the CM actually went for the Frozen Expanse, which is weird. You know, when you have a Weaver on your lane, you would assume that you want to refill his mana constantly. Sure.
Yeah, because the Weaver gets so much out of the extra mana. I mean, I guess if you could say like, dude, I already got the Arcane Aura. What more do you want of me? This is for me, okay? I don't get to have anything for me.
And we're having a little bit of a problem here on VMix, as everything is everything froze. We have been having some problems with the observer, you know, and him getting pushed out. Seems that the servers in South Asia are not working the greatest, but we can make a radio cast. There might be a first blood happening with Tsukimoto punching Grim. Seimei misses on the power shot. We're talking about the bottom lane. Now we're gonna be seeing the mid lane where people are low as well. Bottom, fast. I mean, fast, scan the QR code, and fast, let's see the first blood as well. Gohan gets himself the first kill, but at the cost of a lot of his HP. Speaking of, Bob almost dead.
Yeah, and that comes after a kill attempt that Bob made onto Key. So we saw the clever use of a placed tree there for Bob in the mid lane, but did not in fact do enough damage to actually take off the Flame Guard.
Got his bottle refilled. Tsukimoto rotating. Has the rebound, decides not to go for it. It would be an easy dodge for Key to get himself out with this light.
Yep. But this was the level 3 moment where you have the damage and the utility. So you have the 1-1-1 on Gohan, and you have the 2 points in the Deadshot for Grims. And they start laying into that Marcy, and this is the point where the lane just gets quite hard if you're team tough.
Yep, because the right clicks of the CK are so strong, and it's so hard to last hit with a Wind Ranger versus that, and we're seeing it, right? Wind Ranger is the only core that is actually struggling in terms of CS. Everybody else is kind of even.
Yep, and that puts a lot of reliance onto your power shot, but if you use power shot, you're pushing the wave, and that is a long time for a CK and a Muerta to chase you down and lay damage into you if they wanna.
Did you see what he did? He just cut down the tree that the timber saw was supposed to timber chain to, and because of that he probably lived. I think Bob would have been getting that kill 100%.
Bob does have the the Twisted Chakram as well. I don't know why Timber just got an extra spell.
I
don't know.
Stronger earlier, weaker ultra late game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Like, being strong early was his problem.
Yeah, he was very weak in the early game, exactly. They both get
anyway,
this is 6. No, actually, it's only Bob. There's the Twisted Chakra, but we'll be coming back. Oh, that's why they gave it to him, so that Bob can win his lane so easily. There's another Chakra, and he just came back.
That is such a killer move. The fact that you get so much slow on heroes that are already low is brutal.
Nice hoof stomp from Kimitsu, but he still does get clipped by the Shikuchi on the top lane, thus losing his life. So 2 cores die in quick succession on Manta, and just like that, Team Tough are the ones controlling the game.
Yep, they are in business, and it's very important for them to win those 2 lanes as well, because of course Seimei will need a bit of time to recover on this lane, I imagine.
And, you know, now when we look at the net worth, he's kind of at the same point as the Centaur, who has been farming quite nicely. So, kills, they definitely matter in this game.
Definitely do. Here...
Getting punched. Bye.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Grims is supposed to do here right now, because he's sneaking all the way around to secure the Wisdom Rune, but that does mean that his CK is just getting dove right now.
Yeah, if you get the Wisdom Rune though, it's usually worth it. Yeah, the CK is very much dead, especially with the rotation of Carlo. Frostbite into Power Shot, and that's gonna be both 7-minute Wisdom Runes again for Manta.
Definitely one of their calling cards then, but yeah, you have to consciously make that decision as a team that you are going to sacrifice your safe lane core for that.
I guess your supports do benefit from level 6. Ares especially, you know, Pierce the Veil here and there, not that important early on, but the egg definitely is. Again, they were diving the CK, this time around not successfully, as Grims was ready with a calling to just push them away.
Yep, a good demonstration of the amount of damage that they have on this bot lane here as well. That was 2 versus 3, and really there's nothing that Team Tough can do there.
They did do a lot of damage to the bottom tier 1. That's a big deal. Okay, Gohan, they know where he is. Doesn't have the ulti, not even close to it. But guess who does? The Centaur, still Seimei from afar, snipes him again through the Frostbite. It just looks easy for Team Tough sometimes.
It really does. And these fast rotations, I think they're still one of the fastest teams to bring in the carry from the other side of the map. Nobody does it quite as early as 423 does, because we've seen him do this kind of stuff on level 4. Kind of nuts. This is only, I don't want to say this is late by his standards, but this is certainly like just average.
He does play like that quite a lot, and he plays these types of heroes that can do it. It has been like that for a very long time. Also, I saw that he plays a lot of Brood nowadays, which people are saying is not that great, so I'm kind of hoping to see it. Bob, his usage of the chakrams has been so bad, and he just used the blood grenade to kill a creep in the woods. That's how mad he got.
Farming blood grenade.
That's Bob for
That's
you.
That's fantastic. Yeah. It is, man. No, but just like that, all 3 of Team Tough's lanes actually look really good. The fact that they've already pushed back the CK so far. When you do it this early and you end the laning on one side, the one that it hits the hardest usually is the support who is on that lane. Now, luckily for Grims, he is level 6, but sometimes you literally end up with not a place to be and not the levels to make any rotations.
Kimitsu's in trouble. Okay, not any longer. It might be the Weaver that's in some problems. Tsukimoto, we're fine for now. Phoenix loses life on the other side. No change. There is a dead shot to stop the TP. 423 might come over to try to avenge his buddy, but not gonna be happening. He has the TP back, so I don't know if that kill is worth it for the Ember when you just have to go back to base.
Yeah, especially not when your mid tower is falling at the same time. Then again, like, you would need multiple heroes to get Bob off your mid tower regardless. So if you're not going to bring anybody mid and you'd rather favor tempo over on the other side of the map, it doesn't matter if he's taking your mid tower or not.
Yeah, and Bob didn't focus all that much on killing it. I guess he wants the Ember to come back so he can try to finish him off again. Does find the Invis rune. There's the deny on the tower, so Key is actually gonna be quite happy. Is it Key or Kwai? You know, because if you are a Star Wars fan, it's Qui-Gon Jinn, right? So, and this is how his name is. So maybe maybe our admin can tell us.
Yeah. I mean, I reflexively go to the French.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He's not very French. Je parle un petit peu de français, oui.
Ah, yeah, cool. Kimitsu goes for the Stampede, gets frozen, and is very much going to die every single time he gets that hoof stomp off before he loses his life. Grims does have Pierce the Veil, 12-1 charges. Nothing that's gonna help versus the Bob Timbersaw, who is already dominating.
Yep, and this is one of the problems with a Timbersaw versus cores that have stuns, and specifically if it's your strength cores that have the stuns. Like, you don't want to get close enough to the Timbersaw to stun him, because he's usually already done a ton of damage to you. And this is what makes it a very good Timbersaw game. He's going to take huge chunks out of their HP regardless. It's going to be very hard to stop him off without doing that. It's really just all down to whether or not you can get a decent dead shot on him. And that's not that long of a disable either.
And also for people that don't speak French, what Kip said was, I do speak a little bit of French. So she just said it in a super fast way. That's how French people speak. So even if you know a little bit of their words and then they start speaking, you can't understand them. I don't know. It happens so many times.
The trick to make you think that I speak more than a little bit of French is to be really good at that sentence.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. And then nobody is even gonna go up against you, right?
Exactly.
Like, I wouldn't be able to say that fast, and then I'm screwed. I actually learned English in school for a very long time, and in elementary school I actually could speak some of it. And then in middle school somehow I just stopped. I don't know what happened. As that's gonna be a dead Grims. Just a matter of time before he loses his life. Actually uses the Pierce the Veil, has the Healing Lotus, making them work for it, right? Muerta, she knows just how painful death can be, has experienced it multiple times, so wants to delay it, but in the end it's gonna happen.
Yeah, a lot of time bought though. A lot of attention dragged from 2 cores there as well. You'll take what you can get in that case. It's definitely like your Ember Spirit is still farming stacks, working on that Mage Slayer. Is not going to get involved in anything before he finishes that up.
Oh, there's the Unleash. First time used. Not versus the Egg, but there is a Centaur that has felt the Marcy's punches. Phoenix is level 6, close to level 7, so this is a big deal. Especially now with the Unleash being on cooldown. So I want Manta to make a move now.
The question is though, are they going to get the time to do that? Because their waves are quite far in. Bot wave, CK is clearing it at the tower. Ember Spirit's gonna have to show mid now as well. And that just means that, yeah, top.
They got Ares. There's gonna be a nice double hoof stomp. Maybe they can get these kills to Kimono.
I got Bob in a really good position.
Bob is pretty unhappy of where he is. And that's gonna be 560 gold into the pockets of Grims. 1,000 in general for Manta. A dive, not worth it.
No. And this is exactly what I was sort of setting up for, is like, you can't make, you can't decide to make the move because all your waves are in, but on the other hand, you do have vision over every single hero of Team Tough, because one of them showing bot, one of them showing mid, when 3 of them show up top, you know that that's all there is. And you get to make a very neat response like that.
Wisdom Rune's coming. One has already been picked up by Manta. I don't think they're going to be stealing Toughs this time around because, well, you don't have any tier 1 towers. It's not the ones that actually count. Shackle shot,
Gohan.
minus armor. Gohan will go down. There's 2 Maelstroms there on Team Tough. They're going to be doing the damage as Bob is dropping low in the mid lane. Not again, Bob, but Carlo will be using his ulti. And no, Bob came close. So that's going to be Kwai getting a double kill as the Egg was on the high ground as well. Bob doing his thing, just allowing the enemies to have a bit of hope.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta, you know, take your foot off their neck for a little bit. before you put it back on, right? I do also think that right now they're entering this awkward phase of the game where you've taken down all of the outer towers, but you haven't built any blink daggers yet. So you're walking everywhere. And walking just takes longer. You're showing up far up front. That means that you can't actually TP in to support heroes on other lanes that are also very far up front. Because you simply don't cross the distance that well. And that means that now if you show on several lanes at once, it happened at the top fight, it happened there in mid there again. It means that the enemy actually can do something with that information. And they don't have to walk as far because you're on their side of the map. So they get to make faster moves than you do if you don't have the movement speed items, which they don't.
Okay, usually we see a Gleipnir on the Weaver. He got a Mjolnir. That's actually interesting. I want to see how much damage he's going to be doing to make this worth it. Kwai has the Remnant back. Decided not to go for him. There's the Hoof Stomp. A double Hoof Stomp with the Stampede. Same and Carlo in so much trouble. Carlo will actually leave for a second, but will die. And now that calling is really big. Bob standing his ground. Doesn't want to die 3 times in a row. This is the worst time in the game for a Timbersaw to be chain feeding. As a move from Manta pays off immensely for them, grants them a tower as well.
Huge. Grims has been playing a phenomenal game so far. Every single dead shot at all of his patience for where he puts down the calling as well has looked really, really very good. And most of the mobility and the damage on the side of Team Tough depends on their spells. So well-placed silences from the calling absolutely ruin their ability to play in a very large area.
That's a Team Tough lead completely gone. Is the Weaver that's topping the network chart, but the other core is Bob, who was 5-0, 6-0 maybe, is now not looking that great, but he has his downsides every game. Okay, this is too many downsides going through the calling, being silenced over and over again, and his spirit has been claimed as well. This Ember is now threatening even the Weaver with the amount of farm that he has.
Yeah, he finished up the Mage Slayer, got these 2 fights, and now immediately has the Blade Mail on top, and everybody on Team Tough, apart from the Timbersaw, is so fragile while also having high damage output. This is the ideal Blade Mail game. I really love this pickup from Key.
They pinged up where Same is. They know what he wants to do, but Same he can smell them. Like, yeah. Tell me this is not just happen. Beautiful.
A lot of radiating damage. But yeah, here we have the problem that when you have nobody for a Weaver to work around, somebody who can stand in the middle of the fight, take up a lot of attention while the Weaver goes here, there, everywhere, kills off the supports, scooters through, etc., then you've got yourself a problem. And right now the Timbersaw, until he finishes off the Eternal Shroud, is not in a position to actually fulfill that job. And that means Team Tough can't fight. We're going to see them dodge until the finish of that Shroud.
This time around they are going to be finding somebody. Stampede into a Hoof Stomp, dead shot as well, and Grims continues to do well with the spell usage. I really like that you brought it up. He has been on point for the entirety of the game. Even starting at the laning stage, he very clearly knows where he wants to be, what he wants to do, the limits. I think Muerta is a hero that requires a lot of patience in order to play well, because your cooldowns are decently hefty, especially on the calling, right? 30 whole seconds? That's nothing to sneeze at. Nope, definitely not. This has both of his 2 spells maxed, has the talent as well. There's the Gunslinger as well, as Muerta does finish off the mech, and Team Tough have been having some issues killing people. They have some burst, but then if you count the mech and all of the 1 charges that people are gonna have, you don't get that burst. And then the turnaround is quite possible, because AoE damage of Manta is insane. Yep, it is. Between the Phoenix and the Ember Spirit alone, the fact that these heroes will just, as long as they're alive, they're going to be dealing damage. So Team Tough is definitely on... They're on a timer in these fights, trying to take down the heroes that just deal passive damage before they can even get to, say, a Disabling Centaur or a CK, both of which are very tanky. Team Tough are getting closer to their BKBs on the Weaver and on the Windranger, but there is already an Orchid on the CK, so you have to be careful. Dust used, 43 running away, Unleash is there, pulled in by the Reality Ray of Deadshot, and 43 does escape, so Tsukimoto's sacrifice wasn't actually in vain.
No, and this is, I think, the third time that we've seen Tsukimoto die for a core on that top lane. And I think that Team Tough have decided that they are going to drag for even longer. Because, yeah, we have the Eternal Shroud up on the Timber right now, but now he's working on the Blink Dagger as well. And they're really focusing on split pushing the other two lanes out right now.
12 to 12, a completely even game in terms of net worth, in terms of kills, in terms of experience. Yeah, it's quite close as well, with Team Tough having a slight advantage. But with the tier 2 being taken, Manta, in terms of map control, they're the bosses.
Absolutely. And I'm curious to see, there will be a BKB up on Seimei right now. I'm pretty sure that that's not go time for them just yet, but maybe they'll get forced into it.
It is one of those situations where maybe with the Wind Ranger you can focus somebody down. The thing is, who do you actually focus down? CK too tanky, Centaur too tanky. The Phoenix uses the egg, then you're useless. The Pierce the Veil of this Muerta is gonna protect her, and really Ember Spirit. How do you catch him? Well, this is how you catch him, with the Frost, by trying to finish him off, and he does get taken out. Why? Gone.
Nice. Very nice. But yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of hard targets on this enemy team. And I was going to say, well, the one you want is the Ember Spirit, but that just requires Carlo to have the perfect Frostbite. And well, that's exactly what happens here. I usually only get that once, and the Ember is going to be more careful next time, because your casting range on that Crystal Maiden is, of course, nothing to write home about.
Well, you know, with the facet that she has, maybe she can. Now he has the 100 cast range bonus. If she gets a cast range neutral item, it's not going to be anything to laugh at, though.
No, that's true. And I do think that that is the reason for the facet pickup here as well. Like, you're up versus that Ember, you want to get as many chances at disabling him as possible. And of course, that Ember himself would like as many chances at not having to buy a BKB as possible. So...
maybe he can get away with a Manta, but first Gleipnir is gonna be his item of choice. Has the Athos already. He's actually quite farmed for an Ember Spirit. Sometimes we see them fall behind.
No, that acceleration that he had in the mid-game, he's been falling through on it beautifully. And yeah, we're going to see the Gleipnir, which between the Wind Ranger and the Weaver, can you imagine getting the Gleip on both of them? It's gonna be a massacre.
And you're probably going to get it because the AoE is so big. The no, I still... The facet that he took on the Ember doesn't go hand in hand with the with his item choices. That's just how I think the chains, with the way that he's trying to play, would have synergized better than the double impact.
We've got a Radiant Ward watching everything here. Team Tough, if they want to fight, they need to take that down. Do they even have any sentries on them right now? They do not. Just ops of their own.
Smoke action, Ember showing. They've shown already they can burst him down. Maybe not when the rest of his team is behind. He's baiting. It is used. CM going forward, gets destroyed, but the Ember Spirit dying as well. Does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin the fight. Rebound forward. They found the Muerta, kill her before the Pierce the Veil, before the mech was used. Egg was popped, but the fight is already being lost. These BKBs of Seimei and 4-3 winning the fights. Gohan might be in trouble as well. He gets the TP out towards the top lane. He sees that the fight is lost, as you've lost 4 heroes. Crystal Maiden, that is not even a kill worth going for in general. Manta, they get nothing.
No, and that right there is the power of the Crystal Maiden versus that Ember Spirit. You lock him down for so long, you get to throw all of your damage at it. And of course, with a double BKB, if you're determined to bring somebody down right now, there is no way to stop 2 BKB heroes from hitting your Ember Spirit. So, beautiful opening. And after that, they also get to reposition the fight away from the egg. So the Phoenix is not even that much of a threat. This is a really good choice by Team Tough to make sure that they fight outside of the pit before they're locked into an area where that Phoenix is going to really mess with them.
I'm seeing kind of a pattern here, Kips, right? It's the same as in the previous game. Game is going kind of even, you know, Manta are getting some kills, blah, blah, blah. One fight, big setup, and it's Team Tough all the way with them getting literally everything.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is due to Team Tough being very good at discussing and understanding who they need to go on for the fights to go well.
Oh, what a nice dodge from Gohan there with this, with the Phantasm.
That's a lot of illusions.
Yep, I think he got lucky with both the Manta and the Phantasm, right? I think so.
Yeah.
If the rebound had
well.
connected on him, I think the CK actually dies to two supports, which is a disaster.
Oh, that is just the BKB forced in mid. Very close on connecting with the dead shot there, but I think the BKB got off just a little too early and then the shot does not connect.
Yep. So, nice response from 4 to 3. Still, it's an 8-second BKB down the drain, so small victories for Manta. They need them at the moment, especially versus the Aegis. You cannot hope to come in and win a big fight. That's probably not gonna happen.
I mean, that depends, right? You still have, I think, the better damage in the longer fights. You just really need to not lose your Ember Spirit first. So it's all up to, can the CK survive the start/middle of the engagement. And I guess with the Orchid build-up, that is one of the things about Orchid. It is very much a go in and blow somebody up kind of item, as opposed to a I'm tanky, I stand in the middle of the fight kind of item. So
yeah, and Manta might
perhaps
need
not
I'm
suited to
tanky,
it.
I'm standing in the middle kind of fight
Yes.
hero, you know? I guess Stampede can maybe allow you to dodge spells, but with the Gleipnir being available and then the Frostbite, that's gonna be a problem in general.
You know what I'd love to see? I actually really want to see the center build a Crimson Guard.
I wouldn't mind.
I think that's a really good item this game. To range scores with a lot of separate damage instances. And I think regardless, you're going to get so tanky anyway. You already have 3.5k health on that center right now. The percentage-based damage reduction that you get is kind of ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah, and his armor is not a problem. That's something that Centaur kind of struggles with sometimes, but you have Blade Mail plus Shiva, so you are you're okay in that regard as well. So
See if he's
okay, we have a pause. Okay, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Team Tough have pretty much not gotten anything out of it. How do they force things out? Do they even want to force things out?
I think that they're realizing that in order to win a fight, they still need to meet the exact same condition as the previous time, which is they need to find the Ember Spirit first. And the Ember Spirit has just not been in Vision whatsoever anymore. I think he probably learned something from the previous engagement. Like, he now also knows that he is the, you know, the #1 target. So he's over on the side right now, and if they start any fight, they would have to start it on a Centaur, on a CK. And I don't think Team Tough actually want to do that, because if they don't burst that target down fast enough, then the Ember comes in over the top, and you're right back into that mid-game situation where you were losing heroes in fights because you couldn't do anything about the massive amount of damage over time.
Okay, that actually makes sense. So, but Ember is not going for a BKB, so he kind of thinks that positioning is the right way to approach this game,
Yes.
or is Gleipnir just that good?
I mean, I think it's the same case as with the Storm Spirit in the previous game, right? I think you can do without a BKB if your other heroes are ready to frontline for you and can stand in that front line for a couple of seconds before you even have to show yourself. Because the enemy need to be fully engaged onto your other heroes and not have any spells or attention to spare for you anymore. Not have to, you know, swivel on a dime and be like, oh, now the Ember is here and now we change.
Okay, that actually does make a lot of sense. Looking at the later portions of the game, do you have a favorite in this one? Like, I'm talking 40 minutes, right? Because 35 minutes is pretty close. So around 40 minutes. Any is that the timing for Manta? Can they turn it around?
I'm trying to think about the ways that these different heroes skill, and I do think that a lot of it is down to the itemization. Like, certainly Team Tough gets a lot better again as the BKBs get lower. I'm not entirely sure if it matters the same way for Manta. That's usually one of the things that I look at. I think in general a lot of this is going to come down to the kind of terrain where you take the fights and who gets the initiations and on who. And I know that sounds like a little bit of a cop-out, but this game could stay up in the air for a very long time. There's heroes on both sides that can die.
But it can also blow up in somebody's face in a second, right?
Yes.
Just like what happened in the bottom lane in the Roche fight. Go on.
Oh.
Not even close.
Yeah, no, my toes were curled up all the way to my heels, I swear.
I'm just now trying to do it, and I don't believe you.
that's correct. You shouldn't.
As that will be a Phoenix dead. So Bob is starting to do that insane burst damage with the Timber Saw that we all know and love, and once the Shivas is ready, it's gonna be even tougher to survive that.
Okay. I'm not sure if Gohan's going to get out again. He does not have a BKB.
This time around he got caught. A couple of hits there from Tsukimoto, even rebound connects, that's the way they get it. Stampede was used, so there's nowhere to run, and we talked about it. And also Team Tough are good at it. They can just change the game in an instant.
Yeah, they can. I'm looking at this courier here for Gohan right now. It's like, please, you just got ganked right there. Take the courier out of vision. Don't have it hover in the shop like this. It's getting ganked pretty hard right now.
I would like to know what's happening. Pinoz and Sieri Sarui. I have no idea how that is pronounced. I have no idea what that means. So hopefully our
yeah, there we go.
Hopefully our polyglot admin will be able to tell us.
You just keep on throwing things in different languages. I have enough experience with Pinoy swearing to tell you that there was no bad words in there as far as I can tell.
Okay, that's cool. Or maybe there's some really bad words.
Ask that that they never even told me. Not for my delicate ears. No.
Exactly.
No, you should probably ask that before you start saying it out loud. Just saying.
Yeah, sure. Makes sense. You know, they baited me a couple of times when I was casting some Southeast Asia tournaments. Yo, Harry, you don't pronounce the name of this player like this. You pronounce it like this, and then I say it. And then the whole chat laughs and stuff like that. So I don't trust Southeast Asians any
Excellent.
longer.
They're all trolls.
Okay, there will be a swarm used. Weaver caught. He does have a BKB. That's gonna be a Timber in a lot of trouble. Sunray as well. He needs help. He needs help now. And he will be able to survive. Not for long. Quite comes in. Gets the kill. 4-3, however, backlines. He is starting to annihilate everybody. Gets the triple. He just walks through the calling, not caring about the signs. They get the slow with the power shot. Nice dodge on the rebound. Now you're gonna be caught in the frostbite. The flames will be extinguished. As 4-3 gets 4 heroes down. And I see now what you meant with the Ember Spirit doing his constant amount of damage, but I think at this point this Weaver is a little bit too strong.
Yeah, the surprise for me is that they're fighting before the CK has his heart, and he of course just died before finishing it off. But I don't think that if you don't have a BKB, you actually get to be at the center of the fight here. And now immediately it means that everybody else is going to get focused down as well, because you only need to chew through one target before the fight falls apart, right? And
exactly.
all that needs to happen for Manta is for the first target to not fall before you've already made the fight too hard to play.
Exactly, and it's so hard versus the we're doing something like that versus the Weaver, because he can go around and do whatever the hell he wants. So it kind of looks to me that Manta need to focus on the Weaver, who now has a Lincoln Sphere. BKB Manta, you don't really die easily.
No, you absolutely. You don't want to have to do that. You don't want to give, for example, their other squishies all this space.
Speaking of squishy, Tsukimoto really didn't look squishy there. Stampede now forward, they want more. Running in, slide of his chains onto the CM. Already used the Guardian Grease, but here comes the help. Kimitsu Look at that. The Phoenix already died in the backlines. Weaver is starting to murder everybody. Didn't even get the Shaka shot. Who's gonna save your carry? Actually, Weaver doesn't have the BKB. Dodges that. Another side of his chains will connect. He got silenced up there with the stun. No amount of Lincoln Spheres, BKBs, and Mantas will protect you from these guys. The same still going strong onto Grims. Nice pierce the veil, but here comes Bob with the Ogre Steel Totem and the Willing Death to get the kill. Kwai still does have a lot of mana, though. There's a tree behind him that he's gonna be getting caught on. Side of his chains, the Gleipnir as well, trying to get the kill. Not gonna be happening. Same looks him in the eye and then gets an arrow right through it to finish this fight.
Yep, and you can see there how important it is for the CK to survive the start of the fight while some of the other heroes die already. That is the reason why we see Manta get something approaching an equal fight here. But of course, at this point, the difference in damage especially is getting really very noticeable.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Like you can see it here as well in the damage numbers. Like that is just more straight up damage done for the side of Manta. They just don't get to choose who they deal it to because a lot more of it is spread out, a lot more of it is AoE. And that gives them trouble with focus firing, whereas, you know, a lineup with a Wind Ranger does not have any trouble bringing down one singular target.
Look at how fast Tsukimoto is. Just doing that Naruto run, getting himself out. Does have the Basher as well as the Nemesis Curse. And the damage output of this Marcy is actually insane with level 18 being available as well.
Yep, and that's the other thing that's really starting to become a problem here, right? We have Grims has had a really good game, but this is a position 5 Muerta. We have not seen her scale into anything resembling a core, which is something that you see in a lot of other Muerta games and with a lot of other Muerta players. So yeah, it's nice to have the extra AoE armor and the heal of those Guardian Greaves up. But once again, that's another hero that you could have been using to focus fire with, and it's not something that the Muerta does right now. She's just there to empower your cores, and these cores do need to be alive.
Speaking of being alive, CK does get the heart. You wanted him to stay alive for a little bit longer. That item definitely helps. But Team Tough, I still think they have enough, more than enough to go through him, and now going for a smoke Kips. This could be the last fight of the series.
It could be. And the CK is big and he deals a lot of damage, but the armor is lacking now. Bob just went in.
And can they kill Bob? There's the dead shot. The Gleipnir as well has the BKB. Just turns around. They're going for Gohan. He pops the egg as well, and not gonna be happening. Nice Gleipnir, making sure that his illusions are not moving. And look at what 4-3 is doing. Just getting into the face of the CK, destroying him. The Ember Spirit will be the last one to fall as Grims. Yeah, he might be dead as well. Tsukimoto did get taken down there by Kwai post-mortem, but again, it's Team Tough winning the fight. Manta, admirably, again, not calling it.
No more games, says Grims. Well, then call it. That's the way to not have a game anymore, Grims.
Yep. Oh, he got him.
Here's Bob.
Yeah, he forgot who he was playing against. Tumba. That feels like Zumba, you know, like a dance. But, I have no idea what they meant. I did get info on what the wording meant last time, Kips, but I don't know if I should say it, so I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, it was impolite after all.
Yeah, impolite-ish, you know. If they're good friends, I can be okay
I see.
with
yes. No, like I see now why I did not see any swear words in there.
Yeah.
It's just funny but not proper.
Yeah. Carlo gets out. No, there's gonna be a Gleipnir on. He already used his Guardian Greaves. Unleash has been used, but Tsukimoto, his soul will get unleashed from his body. The same as BKB is dropping low. He's not the one standing his ground versus Kwai. Can't get the kill, but guess who can? 4-3, who's already been murdering everybody. Nice remnant onto high ground. Weaver getting low. Lincoln's broken. Still has the Aegis even if he dies, but he's looking for
Ember does not have any remnants.
Nice dodge on the Ember. He doesn't have remnants. Bob is coming. Gleipnir to keep them him at bay, but ultimately he will fall. That shot on the Weaver, scaring him for a second. There's gonna be a stun onto the Wind Ranger. I thought the Lincolns was gonna come out there. They're now put onto Seimei just to protect him. Bob dropping low. He just turns around. He's getting a lot of damage and has this BKB and gets out with the Timber Chain, still alive and kicking. 43 decides to run away with his BKB, so they're gonna leave Bob alone with the swarm being used just to give them extra vision. And again, Manta are holding.
It's funny how much this is like the previous game, right? So yeah, we're gonna use some buybacks right now. We're going to punish you for oversteer and welcome here, but it's not actually going to move. Gonna move the needle.
Not really. The Bob is really having fun. Imagine if they lose this game. It is gonna be hella funny. Most likely not gonna be happening.
yeah.
Bob now gets a flamethrower as well, as there is a hex on the Phoenix. Okay, that does allow you a little more lockdown to go for that first burst kill, which could change the fight in Manta's favor.
It could, yeah. And we also saw in that previous fight that if Seimei does not actually pick the CK to focus fire, but rather goes for the Ember Spirit, for example, it actually becomes pretty hard to take down the CK, and the Ember Spirit can, of course, evade you for a very long time. So these fights can split up, and Manta can do things to your other heroes when that happens. So the targeting very much still does matter for Team Tough as well.
Also, I haven't been really paying attention. We haven't seen it on the screen that much, but the level 25 for the Timbersaw, his Timber Chain now is going to be faster. Marcy Cod has the BKB, goes for the Unleash, stands her ground versus the center. Let's go, you and me. Oh, you're running away, Kimitsu. Well, that's what I thought. There is pretty low, will get healed up there by the Guardian Greaves, and Kimitsu turns around as soon as that BKB does get taken out. Seimei, 6-second BKB, gonna be in trouble.
No
His
focus
Lincoln's
fire?
already is there. Nice Lincoln usage of the Weaver, but he puts himself in a bad position, and there it is, Manta. They get 3 hero kills, none of them have buybacks. It's pushing time, baby.
Oh, hell yeah. This is definitely where you... I'd say you want to take a Rax here, and then you have pretty much equalized out at least the map situation of the game. It's not going to be quite the same for your gold diff, but this is exactly one of the things that could always happen, where if you don't focus fire your targets down well enough on the side of Team Tough, the enemy is going to outlast you.
Can they get 2 lanes of Rax, maybe? Is it possible? Because there's not going to be any refreshes.
There's not enough time.
70 seconds.
No, and look, this creep wave here actually,
if they get a couple of more kills,
so far up,
especially on this Timber. He got hexed up, that's what we talked about. The dead shot was perfect. What a usage of it, Bob. He needs to run away, will be able to, but no BKB. Might give them the opportunity to go for more.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't have BKB anymore and that he isn't currently clearing out that creep wave are both potential problems. This range creep here might live.
But there's a creeper on the top lane as well, so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
even
yes,
if he died, it would have been fine. They found him now, Bob. This time around, you don't have the BKB. He has to have a 4-step from the CM. Letting it go, but silenced up immediately. Does have a buyback on Bob. This is huge.
Tough. He has bought a metric ton of time though, so you will lose 1 Rax here and a BKB pop for the Marcy here as well, but no double set to be gone, I'm pretty sure.
They feel crazy to me, Kips, you know, so I don't...
I mean, yes, Manta has... They're gonna go for this, of course they are, because that's exactly the way that they've been playing this so far. I'm just not sure it's a good idea anymore.
Yeah, Blade Mail was used by the Centaur. Seimei doesn't seem to care. He's still getting a billion arrows into him. Buyback from Bob. It's time to go in. Weaver dropping low. Have to be very much careful. 4-3 uses the time lapse, but they're losing heroes. And Team Tough, they need to buy back even more. At least bringing down the Centaur. That is a huge deal. He has so much HP. And then with the shard, it would get even worse. Eris, no egg. No chance to survive. Team Tough, they keep their second lane alive. Kwai, that's gonna be another one going down without any remnants. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Gets bashed up and kicked in the face to end his life, dead for 110.
Yeah, so I like that we both had exactly the correct read. Like, yes, Manta's gonna go for it. No, it's not gonna end well for them.
I mean,
did cost buybacks on Team Tough though.
It's kind of obvious. You know what though? There was a second in that fight where I thought, Team Tough, you might just lose the game at this point, but it was just for a second.
The fact that Bob dies again there is one of the big issues, definitely. He's Currently learning that without his BKB, he's absolutely nobody.
Yep, and that has been the case for Team Tough for the majority of this game, right? And with their BKBs being down 6 seconds and Manta getting super tanky, I mean, they have 2 hearts on their lineup. It's making a difference.
Absolutely. I wish we got to see a Crimson Guard on that center. I think the amount of time that you would buy with that is absolutely insane. It's really all that they need right now. Grim's risking it.
Go on going in, so Kimoto will get stunned up, has the BKB still. And the banner if he wants to use it. There's the Stampede. Bob pops the BKB.
They're ignoring
only 6
Bob.
seconds though. Frostbite onto Kimitsu. They're actually going for a push. Weaver with his level 25 talent, he can get the mega creeps.
Oh, don't ignore it anymore.
Bob is died back though. He was not getting out of this one alive. No, maybe with the temperature, he's out. He survives.
That's
Carlo saves him for a second and the mega creeps are there. Bob gets the extra movement speed as well. Runs out, blinks away. Team Tough, they got what they came for.
And that's Team Tough for you. They say, alright, fine, we don't actually need to win this fight. All we need is for them to go for... And that kill is irresistible, right? Because you know that that's a dieback on Bob. You know that if you get to kill him, you might be able to actually end the game going the other way around. So, of course, Manta takes that. And of course, Bob offers himself up very nicely. You know, whether that is Bob's understanding of the fact that he needs to dangle, or because it's just Bob being Bob, doesn't even matter at this point in time. Yep. It's exactly what needed to happen, and now the mega creeps are there.
You know what? Aggressive players' understanding of their limit is much better than the ones that tend to play a bit more defensively, because they've died so many times. Sure, you get pulled into it a couple of times, but your team is also aware of it, and you know. Usually, as a Crystal Maiden, you don't buy a 4-staff to save your Timber Saw, but Carlo did do it anyways, and it's working out.
Yeah. Very, very good pickup there. And that is one of the things also why I think that Team Tough works so well, is because they have 4 players that have been... they've trained themselves to play a very specific kind of playstyle, and they're very methodical, they're very... You know, they've got very good theoretical understandings of the game. And then there's Bob, who flies by the seat of his pants every single time.
Yep.
And
exactly.
that's just really good chemistry. That is exactly, this is the kind of team that Bob needs, and Bob is the kind of player this team needs.
So there it was, Kimitsu dropping some of his HP, but with the heart he'll be right back into it. Roche will be spawning in 1:20, and I'm guessing Team Tough are waiting for that, and it's gonna be a dire side Roche, so the scepter will be there.
Who even wants a scepter at
Timber.
this point?
Right?
Probably
no Yules
Timber?
on the other side. There's only Yules on the Phoenix, and if you don't purge it off, it's quite big. The other one I'm seeing is a Wind Ranger. I doubt the Weaver is gonna take it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Weaver at all. I was gonna argue for the Wind Ranger myself. The physical damage reduction is absolutely huge.
Oh, refresher on the Weaver. Okay, now maybe it's a bit better. Get the axe. Would be cool.
Yeah, that is better, but it does give him another job to do. That, like the refresher is there just for the BKB, right?
You think that Weaver cannot get another job done, Kips? You don't trust in 423?
I mean, I trust in 423, all right. I just think that if you can also just get a Timber Saw that doesn't die,
exactly, makes
you don't have to lapse him back.
It's better.
Or a Wind Ranger that doesn't die.
Exactly, you're 100% right, Kips, but you don't trust in 423? I'm kidding. He has been doing a good job at using the Lincoln Spheres on his allies mid-fight, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes to the detriment of himself, and that's one of those things where it's like, as a carry player, sometimes you need to not have those extra considerations.
Blink out by Bob, pops the BKB to dodge the Chaos Bolt, gets the Chakram out, even the Phoenix came out. They wanted the follow-up with the Hex, and will be turning him into a Piggy. Let's see if he's gonna be a fried Piggy. Here comes Kimoto. Oh, an egg, thank you. That is exactly what I wanted to punch to death. And that's gonna be a lot of protein there for Team Tough, though. Timber is dead. Tsukimoto gets a double kill. And look at Carlo letting it go. He's doing so much damage to him. This might allow for 4-3 to run everybody down. Seimei is hella low and still running forward, not afraid of anything. 2 buybacks on the Manta supports as well. Still, they cannot rejoin. Mega creeps are coming in.
It's a real shame that they don't actually get to continue that fight there or even take the Roshan, because the fact that Seimei gets shoved out of the fight completely is why it starts off so well for Team Tough in the first place. Seimei did not BKB, ended up getting hit by a dead shot, ran, I think was even wind running away from the fight, so he was miles away before he could rejoin, and super low, which gives them all of that time to bring down the Timber. Just, you know, once Seimei does rejoin, your Ember Spirit goes down pretty much immediately, and that's... The Ember Spirit has been the key of Manta's game so far, and you can see here that he still is.
This is insane. When Ranger got the axe, they gave it to her, understanding in that previous fight that she almost died. You don't want that to repeat. And, okay, they're at least gonna kill this Weaver illusion.
Ganked it real good.
We're approaching the 50-minute mark, Kips. The tier 4 items are now gonna be coming out. Oh no, wait, they're at 37. I'm crazy, right? 7, 17, 27, 37. Yeah, I'm crazy.
Yes. No, we're in. I was a little like, huh? No, because you're waiting for the big ones.
Yep. You have to wait for a very long time.
And Team Tough have an interesting situation to solve here, because they're going to have to play up into the base if they want to get a fight versus Manta, but that's actually going to be a pretty defined battlefield, and that is exactly the kind of place where fighting into a Phoenix is a lot harder than out in the open.
Mega Creep still coming in. Ember Spirit is level 25, so double slight is there, especially with the fast set. It is not going to be easy to go up against. You have the Aegis cheese and you have Mega Creeps, and you are still unable to end this game. Goes to show how annoying this Manta lineup is. There's the Gleipnir, Blade Mail used, Gale Force as well. Ember gets himself out, Hoof Stomp, Dead Shot, nothing too much, just a bit of pokes, but that is not a poke, that is a lot of damage. He gets himself up in the air, goes for the egg, and now they're gonna finish it off. 100 seconds without buyback. Look at Tsukimoto running himself out. They do have the Stampede running in. Don't want to allow the Marcy to get herself away. Buyback wants to rejoin the fight. The cheese is on her. Seimei dropping low. It's gonna be fine, but 4-3. Going for Kimitsu. They want the tanky one. Got him. Has the buyback. Centaur, you're gonna have to kill the fat guy again. Nice Gale Force usage. Centaur has to blink out to get to a safe position on the map. Tier 4 is also taking some decent damage. Ember? No, you can't be there. He does have a buyback though, so can rejoin. Remnant was left too.
Oh goodness. That's
a gracious, Papa Boy.
Problem. Oh yes.
Double Hoof Stomp. There's gonna be a Frostbite instantly. Pike as well. Marcy loses her life. There's gonna be a dieback. Bop is next on the menu. Go on, destroying him, but the Meteor Hammer was insane. Gale Force as well. Now gonna be taking them away from the base. And once Kimitsu dies, you don't have your fat guy any longer to protect you. Yoseimei will be losing his life. Does have a buyback. An ultra kill for Gohan. He's still holding the buybacks from Team Tough, thinking they can end the game, but it's not gonna be allowed just yet.
No, and this is precisely why I was wondering if they should really go for the pushes here, because they were a little low on the buybacks on the side of Team Tough. Manta still had several of them up, and now you're in a position where if that fight went any worse for you as Team Tough, you would have been waking up to see heroes at your throne.
It's a 30k gold lead. An Aegis, a Mega Creeps, and you get pushed out again, Kips. What do they need to do to win? I mean, at some point these fights will make the throne fall, but Manta are doing a good job fighting around it.
They are, yeah, and they still have a tier 4 tower up as well. The big deal here, though, is I do think the fact that the Ember Spirit now doesn't have buyback is the problem. That mistake from Key jumping out of the base right there is most likely going to cost them the game. But, you know, I would rather that isn't true. We have 6.5 more minutes to find out if it is or not.
There's a Gohan loses a
Get
career.
on the courier.
That would have been huge. I actually think Team Tough might need to go. That Axe can change the game completely. Those strong illusions are nothing to laugh at.
Absolutely not. This is an opening for sure. And we're seeing the TP in forward already to the outpost. Arlo coming in. And there comes the Marcy. They're gonna force it right now.
Going for it. There's Lincoln's broken. Double Lincoln's broken.
Roasted him.
But Glyph was used. That is a big deal. Centaur coming back to life. No more buybacks on Manta. That is the big part. 2 buybacks ready on Team Tough. Bob has his as well, but for some reason doesn't have the money. Stomp. Centaur going in. Leipnir connecting the Phoenix. What a shackle shot. It literally wins them the fight. Without the egg, how do you hope to win? Kimitsu going in. He wants those double edge stacks. Buyback from the Weaver rejoining the fight. Losing him at the start. This could be dangerous. 4-3. He doesn't have his ulti. There is still a cheese on the Marcy. Can be giving away. Gohan in a lot of trouble. They don't have vision. Invincibility on him. Turns around on 4-3.
Nobody's
Can't
dead
do
now.
much. Will get frozen. 3 heroes without buybacks at this point. We all know what is gonna be the result. It will be Team Tough that finally prevails. Their toughness unmatched. Manta couldn't win the game even though they gave it their all.
Yeah, this is exactly the game that I was hoping to see from Manta here. Them once again putting up a really strong fight, keeping that game in the balance for a very long time, and you can see there that the differences that are being made are really mostly in the execution of the fights, and not down to anything particular like, oh man, you know, you made really big individual mistakes or anything like that. It's just who do we target, who do we show, who's more aware of the enemy's cooldowns, etc.
You know what though, Manta, I think they have potential, right? Because a team that has a similar playstyle to Team Tough, and then the only thing that really made a difference is that communication in a team fight that you mentioned. If they stick together, they could get to this level, Kips. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Like, their individual skill looks really good, and I mean that's very. I'm just gonna say it, like, it's a Philippines team. Of course they're individually really good. Like, that's what these guys excel at. But the lessons that they need to learn from games like this are on a team level and on a communication level. And what I'm always worried about with these Philippine teams, because I've worked with them as well, is that they're going to all look at themselves individually and be like, oh, but if I would have pressed my buttons better here. And that's not where you should be going with this. If you read the game better, then you understand that your Ember Spirit is going to be Team Tough's target, and then you can play these mid-game teamfights differently, or you can look at the itemization. You can say, okay, but what if I buy Crimson Guard on this Centaur instead of the Shivas? Maybe it doesn't matter that they focus down my Ember Spirit because he lives too long anyway, etc. There's a lot of things to improve here that you should not look specifically at yourself for, which is, if they can learn those lessons, then hell yeah, the skill is there, the style is there. I like these guys. Before we end your and mine cast for the day, Kips, and send it to a break. The next match, you said it's gonna be the most exciting one. Talon versus Elite Esports. Who's winning? Quick. Talon. Okay, Talon 2-0. We'll see if that's gonna be the case. We are gonna be giving our mics over to Rob and Bowie, who are gonna be taking you through the rest two best of twos of the day. So best of luck, everybody, and see you some other day.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everyone, to the second series of the day. Excuse me. It's going to be me. It's going to be Bowie joining you here for the rest of the day. And, Bowie, looking at these series coming up, you know, saying in the break, you think of this one here is going to be the best series of the day, best series of the event here, Bleed versus Talon. So what are your thoughts on these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really excited series. Looking at the teams, like if you just look at the names, this is probably the two more exciting names that we have, right? Bleed has been in the scene for a while. Talon don't really need any introduction. They are two teams that failed to qualify to Rehab, but they got pretty close. They are arguably the strongest teams in Group B. I think this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, and we'll be able to get into it. It is a two-game series, so there is the chance of that draw here. Nobody getting the advantage of. But I want to see a win for either side. I do want to see a win coming into this one particularly. Yeah, we should be able to take a look at the teams as well and see how those teams are going to stack up. So Bleed, to start us off, Jackie, Emo, Zeal, Paulson, and SE. SE? I never know with that name.
I usually call him Seth, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, looking at this one, they were in the first series, the first season of the regional leagues here for Southeast Asia. They didn't do too well, so they are looking to make a bounce back here in Season 3. Try and claim those points, get themselves into that land position coming through at the end of the year, around about October, November-ish time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Talon, you know, they've played a little bit more. We've got Akashi, Makoto, WS, Chokam, and Ponyo. And yeah, looking at these two teams, are you giving an edge to either team? You know, have you got a favourite here coming into this one? Or are you just thinking these are going to clash and it's going to be whoever plays best on the day?
I would assume Talon is the slight favorites. I'm very curious to see how the odds are looking, but I would say, yeah, you know, they are a bit better, at least results-wise recently. They've been looking pretty good. But you know how these tournaments are. Whoever wakes up in a good mood. We also had a patch. There's still a lot of things to unfold and to learn. So anything could happen. But yeah, usually I would assume Talon to be the slightly better.
Okay, and we're going to be able to get ourselves straight into the draft. It has only been going on for a few seconds already. We've got 4 bans on the board because teams, they know what they don't want to be playing up against. You know, these first few bans are easy. The TA, the Phoenix, Witch Doctor, Dark Willow, Clockwork, all being taken away. You might get the Venomancer in there, the Weaver in there as well. Just be taken out so early on. So we'll see what they actually want to be picking up here and what is actually going to get through the draft. Shadow Fiend in there as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that being banned out. And yeah, looking at it, everything is on track for now. Do you think there's going to be any surprises in here, or do you think we'll see the standard Southeast Asian Dota that we've been seeing the past few days?
Yeah, probably. A lot of Morph lane. They're going to try and pick Naga, even though the hero doesn't really look that good. What else is very Southeast Asian? Maybe some Meepo? That would be pretty hype. You get to see some Meepo, right? We're seeing a lot of second phase Meepo bans even in this region.
5 seconds
Oh, apparently my camera froze. Just give me 1 second to reset that. Yeah, the Meepos have been coming through. I mean, the Meepos were getting ban out. It was against Neon. We saw it the once, and then every single draft after that, it was just straight up ban. So we'll see if that Meepo does actually get through here.
Yeah, as I said though, Shadow Fiend did not get banned. Vipers, the hero that actually Talon eliminates, which means both Storm and Shadow Fiend are available. We'll see if either side here has any preference. Well, they actually get the tiny bleed. Okay, that's interesting.
And we've been seeing this tiny run everywhere from the position 5 to the position 1. You know, I think we've seen a couple 2s, a 3 in there as well. 4s is the most common role. So you look at this hero, obviously it means that you don't have to commit to anything. You can flex it about. But if you look at this now, what does that then signal to Talon? You know, is there any heroes? Because obviously, you know, it does go well against the puck. It does well against, you know, certain mids if you want to run it like that. But is there anything that you think this tiny should be scared of? You know, is there anything you want to draft into this one now as Talon?
I think you probably don't worry about the tiny yet. Like as you said, this tiny is so flexible that if you try to draft a specific direction this early on, it might just be shooting yourself in the foot. So I like that they get the Willow, you know, one of the supports that were left that are, you know, the really good ones. Phoenix being eliminated, as well as Witch Doctor Clock, though those are definitely the better ones. I'm surprised that Marcy's seen a lot of play. In the last series, Marcy was also being played, and he actually won with no IO. It felt like that hero, at least in the patch, you know, before 736, was only playable with that little ball. So that's pretty fun. I want to see more Marcy. I think the hero is cool, and especially core is quite nice, but it seems like support has been her role for a while.
I was going to say that, yeah. Was it the core pickup here in the last game that
I think
they ran it?
Wasn't. I think they had like a Timber Windranger Centaur, I want to say, but I'm not sure.
It was a Weaver. No, yeah, it's just whether that Weaver was the carry or who was it? Team Turf. Yeah, so it was a position 4 Marcy. I mean, it was still a really farm position 4 Marcy. Chrysalis, Skullbasher, Blink Dagger, BKB, Phase Boots coming out there. You know, I know the game went on for a while, but yeah, that was the pickup. So even, like you say, as that support, you know, it's still a scary hero.
Yeah, definitely a hero that also has very unique facets. They did introduce that new one. But yeah, they take away the brew here. Very common ban these days in second phase. Meepo is still going through, mind you. And Talon now, what is it that you want to take away? I wouldn't mind seeing a Lifestealer ban, you know, if you're running this Dark Willow. I think it's very good against Carry Tiny and Support Tiny, and it's also amazing against the Willow, as they will take the Naga because it is Southeast Asia. So just spend the Naga whenever you can.
Yeah, and the Morphlin, right? That's the two big bans that take away. Oh, the Bane.
Huh.
I don't think we've seen this so far, at least when me and you've been casting. You know, I don't think I've seen a Bane game so far in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, looking in our tournament, it has literally 0 games. A hero that was uncontested, neither picked or banned. Very interesting here from Talon. I mean, it's a strong laner. I guess if the Tiny is going to be 4, you can punish him pretty well. And you can also, I think what they're doing here is, if you dare playing support Tiny, we will not let you drag the creeps around, because now we have this Bane to nightmare you. And now you need to draft a strong offlaner, or we're going to freaking crush you. I think that's the approach that they're going for. I do like DSF, though. That hero can be their carry, can be their mid. Very strong hero overall.
Do you think there's a reason that Talon didn't pick this one up after seeing the Tiny? Does the Tiny, if that's going to be a mid versus mid matchup, does the Tiny win that up against the Shadow Fiend?
What do you mean?
Well, Talon had the choice there to pick up the Shadow Fiend, you know, twice, effectively.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing. They can always flex this time. I feel like basically just get more value out of nullifying the support Tiny, because now they might have to play it as a carry, and if you do that, you can just, like, you're still gonna have 24 on Talon, right? Which means you're gonna have a really good response for the carry.
Okay, and Talon, I wonder, would they go for the Mars still here, do you think, with that Dark Willow being picked up? Is that something that you'd like to see them run in their offlane?
I like it. I think it's very strong. We're seeing a lot of Magic Shadow Fiend, which means It takes a while for him to get BKB. A lot of the builds are super greedy. You go like Use, Blink, Yashakaya. I really like Mars here. They have Squishy plugin as well, but they will grab a Pango. Interesting.
Okay. And yeah, we'll see if they want to run that offlaner here. Like I say, they're not sure what the lanes are going to be, so maybe they can save that carry for a later pick. So they have a little bit more knowledge on the lanes that are going to be run. But the Pangolier, you hated this, right? Initially, you didn't like it. You thought, obviously, with the Diffusal Blade being dead. We've seen the Echo Saber build coming in. Do you like this pickup here, if it is going to be the Echo build coming into the Shadow Fiend mid?
It is definitely not about whether I like it or not. It's about whether Ice Frog likes it. And Pango cannot be nerfed for more than 4 days without Ice Frog deciding, like, nah, I don't like seeing this hero lose. So he just made a new build for this hero, and he looks really good. And when you pair that with the Slaughter, you're going to have so much minus armor. We're talking about this Tiny kind of being forced into the carry role. And I think they already have everything they need to address it. You have minus 18 armor on Slaughter, minus 14 on Pango. Tiny is now a 0 armor hero, and Pugna is a minus 34 armor hero. So I think they have their bases covered here.
Yeah, and it's even going to be able to get the Shadow Fiend, right? Even though being able to build up that way if he wants to. Like I say, if it is the magic build, it's going to take him a while to get something protective. Being able to get right on top, blow that Shadow Fiend up might be really nice here. As the Chaos Knight does come out for bleed. Chaos Knight seems to be the carry that the Southeast Asian teams are going for first. Seems to be the more popular one. So yeah, being able to get in, maybe get to the backline, dragging that Bane if you want Night Mode or the Dark Will, or get a quick kill there, take out one of the supports without even having to dive behind enemy lines. You'll get to those backlines, you drag those backlines to you. Could be some quick blow-ups coming through, and stands up to a lot of pressure as well. So I don't mind this pick here for bleed. But Talon, they already have the Slaughter on board, so he knows what he's going to be fighting into. Do you like this CK pick up against the Slaughter? Do you think it's going to be able to outlast it in the lane?
It's definitely good for the lane. I think the downside is your off lane is going to be in shambles. They're going to need to find a really good pairing here for this Tiny, whether it's going to be off lane Tiny or core Tiny or support. To me, that is the biggest question mark of Bleed's draft right now, because this Bane already prevents the Tiny from pulling, and Talon has 24 picks, so you're going to have a better matchup for the game and a better matchup for the lane. They're going to take Beastmaster Enigma. I like this. Enigma is definitely one you take away. Could allow them to just win the lane by attrition. And Bleed, what are you scared of? Tro is definitely very strong. Ursa is one... I think Ursa is probably the best man here. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, I know they've already banned the Troll, and I was going to ask that. Do you think they need something with a bit of cleave here coming up against the CK? Because they don't really have too many of those multi-target hitting heroes. It's a lot of single-target focus, apart from the Swashbuckle coming out on the Pango, your Shield Crash there as well. There's not a lot that cleans up illusions, it feels like. So do you think that is something that Talon need to aim for in their carry pick?
I don't think so. Like, you could go that route, but you're going to have Lardar Shard, so that's just a lot of damage and minus armor AoE with the Pango minus armor AoE as well. The illusions, they're gonna melt, honestly. Like, once Lardar has Shard and Pangolier is level 15, it is very hard, even for the CK illusions to tank up, which is why Pango is really good right now. It's just way too much minus armor as bleed. What is the offlane that you pick here? Range Boy. That is strong dispatch. I guess you could try and go like Darks here if you want to. Like, that's the best way to maybe enable the Tiny. But it's still going to be a double melee into Bane plus whatever his talent wants.
Would you maybe consider then something like the Oh no, the Viper's ban out. Never mind. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. What else is left?
Yeah, you can go Razor, but I really fear for that lane as well. I think Razor needs a better pairing to work. And yeah, Darks here. It's the best option they could find. Is it good enough? It's going to be on Talon here to decide. They can pick what? Ursa is decent, even though he gets a little bit kited. Morphling could be pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
They ban out the Sven, so they're taking out this big damage. Like I say, the big damage cleave coming out. TA's already been banned out. Lifestealer is still there. You could go for that Radiance rundown kind of build.
Do they play Meep on Talon?
That's a
because
good
it's
question.
not a strong lane, but if you can gank this Shadow Fiend with the Meepo, if you can just like net the CKs, I feel like CK just doesn't have the burst damage to kill the Meepos, and once you have Mega Boy, you just win the lanes. You win the game because they don't have enough burst on Bleed, I would say. And Darkseer is notoriously bad against Meepo as well, because Mega Meepo doesn't care about having an illusion.
Let's see. Talon, I mean, they've got a lot of time to think about this here as well, what they want to be going towards. We've seen a couple of the Terrorblade picks as well over the past couple of days. I wonder if they go for something a little bit... I mean, Gyrocopter is still there as well. Wouldn't be too bad, I don't think.
Gyro's okay. Weaver is alright. They don't really have a lot of lockdown until Tiny has Blink.
Yeah.
Morphling is more Southeast Asia. Meepo is more Southeast Asia. They're just making sure they get the right one. But I think they have like lots of options. I don't think that the fact that they're taking this long to pick means anything. Yeah, we'll see here what they want to pick.
Oh, Monkey King.
Okay.
Radio. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you have a lot of control in terms of brambles. You've got the crush to come out there as well. You're going to have the lockdown from the Bane. So there is some good control for inside the Wukong's command. It's a nice hero to come up against both the melee, Zeal and Paulison in the soft lane as well. So
yeah, I like that he got the facet as well, the Wukong's Faithful. So now even if he gets, I think in the past Darkseer was really good against Monkey King in the mid game because he would vacuum you out of your Wukongs, but now it doesn't get cancelled instantly, right? So
is it like a 3-second window that he gets where he can be outside of it? Yeah.
Exactly. CK is the same thing. He could drag you, especially if the Precinct BKB Talon, right, at 20. Now you still have a way to just get on top of it, get your armor back. I wonder if you still get the armor when you're out of the Wukongs, or if it's just like you don't lose the duration, like where it was formed, or you lose the armor when you're out, because that definitely can change things against a hero like CK.
Yeah, it might be a buff in terms of, while the spell is running, you do still have that. It's not something I've looked into yet. So, I mean, I guess we'll find out in this game. You'll see if that is something that's going to be a problem for Akashi, or if he is going to keep that armor coming into these team fights.
That said, I just feel like Talon should be the slight favorites. I'd like their draft a bit more. Bleed, they really need this Tiny to get a fast Blink Dagger. I feel like if Paulison somehow gets a good game, that could be how, alongside his Darkseer, alongside his SF, you just snowball this game. But if the lanes are even, I just feel like Talon's going to have a field day.
Yeah. If they don't get it quickly, like you say, Bleed Esports could really dramatically fall behind. I think they've got a really good lineup themselves. They're picking up some great strong heroes in the current meta. Again, maybe it's going to be down to how quick this Tiny is going to be able to get impactful around the map. But I think Jackie's going to be able to get involved fairly quickly, while Akashi's still farming up either in the Maelstrom, in the jungle, or going for that the Battle Fury, Shadow Fiend as well. Not averse to fighting early on. So I think if Bleed make a good start, can get aggressive, and Talon have to respond. It's whether Talon are going to be able to respond to the aggression coming out here from Bleed.
Yeah. Surprisingly, this Bane actually picked up the Dreamstalker build. I think it's a very similar case to Wyvern, where like the support facet is so bad. No, sorry. The carry facet is so good that you still pick it even if you're playing support. It's an interesting phenomena. Just getting that one when you're support 5.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works out. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was just on the screen, or use the banner below the stream to get yourself over to the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. And that is available on both the app and the website. As we get ourselves into this first game of the second series, we'll see how this one is going to break down. And I've been promised by my co-caster Barry that this one's going to be an absolute banger, so we are going to hold him to his word.
All right, yeah, let's hope I don't jinx this, but yeah, it should be an exciting one. We have some cool heroes, right? I don't think I've cast a single Monkey Key game this patch, so already have a new thing to look up towards as the Bane finds Paulison, but just going to be staring at each other.
Nothing skilled up for either hero though, so yeah, like you said, they are just going to stare at each other, give each other the evil eye, and then walk away from each other, not getting super aggressive. Meanwhile, the top part of the river, we might see a little bit of aggression coming out here. What are they going to try and do? As he steps up here, Jackie's going to be doing the same. He will be able to take this bounty in, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Posturing works out for Bleed here. They don't get intimidated into losing one of their bounties. And yeah, odds on the screen, Bleed, they have a slight disadvantage here, but between the two teams, not a massive gap between the two of them, and like you say, could be going either way.
Yeah, I think the lane to watch is definitely bottom. Whether this Tiny Darks here is going to be able to survive the first levels will really change how good of a game they're going to have. So yeah, Ponyo with this Bane. This is a really strong lane against 2 melee. So we'll see what Bleed exactly intends to do to survive this.
And if you're playing this lane with the Monkey King here up against the Darks here, you know, you've got ways of dealing with the Iron Shell. Is that why we're seeing Zeal just cast it on himself? Is that kind of Zeal has to put himself in it, on the line to get these Iron Shell damage off?
I think, yeah, you could see that. Like, they were just attacking the creeps to, like, quickly eliminate. They're totally ignoring the heroes, even though, you know, here, like, Monkey King usually actually wants to hit heroes rather than creeps. And then he quickly realizes that's like, okay, if I want to push this lane, I need Iron Shell on me. But getting close to do the damage is the real problem here.
Yeah, well, we'll see just how much damage he's going to be able to do here. And Bane, it looks like he's even going to be able to get a bit of aggressive. You're moving away from the Monkey King, just trying to do what he can in this lane. And Paulson, you know, he's not even going to be able to get any harass off because he is that melee hero coming up against the Bane. And the Bane might be able to stop him in his tracks when that level 2 comes out.
He actually is 8 and 2 in this lane. He literally has perfect CS. And when you look at this Darks here, 4 CS, and once you get level 2, level 3, it gets much harder.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, how hard is it? I mean, early on, I suppose if you're not being aggressed on by the two heroes, being able to get this, like you say, the perfect farm out, it is going to be a really nice start for the Monkey King, and we'll see how the rest of the heroes are going to be able to match up, because even going to be able to get a little bit aggressive here onto Zeal. But mid lane, well, how's this looking here? Emo's actually going to be coming up to the high ground, won't be able to get the finishing blow into Makoto. Makoto has that bottle going, but yeah, Emo definitely staking his claim here in the mid lane, putting that damage out onto Makoto anytime he comes forward.
Yeah, this is definitely the hardest lane for, I guess, the best lane for Bleed. This is the lane where obviously the Shadow Fiend should dominate. But as we all know, Pango is an invasive species that really haunts the entirety of the Dota 2 landscape. This hero can survive anywhere, and that's why it was brought by the Valve headquarters here to our pubs and our games. There's not much we can really do about it.
No. Do you think we'll ever see a meta without the Pangolier being popular, or is the kit just too broken, do you think, for the hero to be ever out of favor?
I mean, the hero can be nerfed, but as soon as they did, they're like, nah, actually, I like seeing Pango in my games, you know. Maybe whoever takes care of design here was like, nah, I was getting way more MMR of the old Pango, so might as well buff the hero back to where he was. I mean, honestly, this is actually better than the old Pango. Just this new carry, I think, like, just scales so much better.
I wish Sun King got the same treatment, you know.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, my offlane hero that I've been playing. I was saying to Otomo, I've been playing that hero since like the Dota beta first came out 14 years ago. You know, that was always my go-to in the offlane. And for the past 4 or 5 years, it's just been absolutely, you know, it doesn't really do anything. It's actually a grief to pick it up in my ranked games.
Yeah, it really is a doo-doo hero. It's just so bad. By the way, perfect CS. Still on the Monkey King here. Oh, never mind. He actually, yeah, he's 3 CS off. Perfect. But the CK is also having a perfect game with the both offlaners actually struggling slightly, but equally.
Well, as we watch the Jackie miss, you know, our last hit there, and another one, you've put the curse on him there, Bowie, and making him mess up his last hits.
Unacceptable. This is a pro game. Should have perfect CS every game.
Jokam's going to be in a little bit of danger here. Has to move himself away. Shadow Realm will be coming out just to make sure he doesn't get fully aggressed on. But yeah, you see that's going to be all of his mana now. He does have that healing Lotus as well as some one charges, so kind of get some of it back. But I'm surprised to see, I mean, nearly 5 minutes in, we don't even have a first blood on the board here. It feels like lanes are trying, but just not quite able to get that kill over the line.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty important for both sides. I feel like there was more potential for Talon to exploit the Bleed offlane, but at the end of the day, Bleed didn't even try to like drag creeps too much. They just got experience. Once you get level 2 Iron Shell, it's much harder to deal with the creeps before the creep wave is dead anyways. And Bleed can now, like, you're actually to a point where this Monkey King can't really pressure as much. Look at that rotation, the toss back.
Yeah,
oh,
going to be coming in here. SC comes onto Akashi. Akashi, is he going to be able to get himself away? The vacuum comes out. He's going to be blood grenaded now as well. But SC, he gets the kill. I think it was the Nether Ward that did the last little bit of damage there, thanks to the Boundless Strike. Yeah, it looks like that was what ticked him out. And the Monkey King, well, that is going to be our first blood, just as I was speaking about it. Asking you will receive. And the Monkey King, that is going to be a bit of a painful one. While there is a rotation into the mid lane, Jokum helps get the kill onto Emo, after Emo had such a good start up against Mikoto here in the mid lane.
And that was a pristine rotation, 5-minute rotation with the catapult wave. If they wanted, they could even pressure the tower a bit more. At least they get this trade-off of the Shadow Fiend dying, as you said, level 6 on Mikoto. They didn't even use Rolling Thunder, though, so ideally, you can try and pressure the Shadow Fiend, maybe kill him again. The problem is the Rune actually ended up going to the Tiny, so no resources for Mikoto. At least, I guess he could. He does have a Clarity, and I guess he used his Wand. But no supports nearby to try and force Emo out.
Yeah, and he's going to be keeping that clarity going. Meanwhile, on the top lane here, you can see a little bit of damage coming through onto the Slardar. Slardar going to be able to step up once again after he's healed up a little bit from these tangos, but he's going to put Jokum under pressure again. Tiny did rotate here. Essie's going to be as well. Brambles comes through Mikoto. He just wants to go for the Rolling Thunder. They want this kill onto Essie, and Essie surely can't get himself away from this one. Damage will be stacking up. Yeah, one more bounce. He will be able to get at Mikoto, but this does leave the lane free for the Shadow Fiend just for the next half a minute or so after that TP comes in, and they didn't even put pressure onto Jackie. Jackie easily able to move in. He's got a stack as well above this tier 1 tower, which he might be able to get a quad stack off on this. Was it out in time? It wasn't. It looks like they're going to have to just settle for the triple stack here on the CK, but still a really nice little bit of pocket of farm here for the CK.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent rotation for the Pango, but you definitely would have liked a better target. The CK is the big one. Honestly, killing the Shadow Fiend twice to me even feels better, but we already see what Ponyo is doing. He's getting some vision so that they can try and figure out where the Shadow Fiend is going to be. Because, that's what SFs do. It is the most brain-dead Dota gameplay ever. You literally, double raise the wave, run to a creep, farm the jungle, come back, and repeat, and get your use scepter. And it's just very scripted, let's say.
Yeah.
And yeah, we already have the 2 supports here. Ideally, Wonder Rune, but if the Shadow Fiend missteps his position, you could even get that kill.
Are you surprised to see that the Shadow Fiends aren't going for mana boots with the way they spend mana in the lane like this? You're going for those power treads instead here on Emo. In fact, the Nightmare's going to come out. Mikoto, does he want to try and make a move? Doesn't have the Rolling Thunder for another 4 seconds, though. So it looks like Emo maybe just a little bit mistiming on the Nightmare to come out from the Bane, and he won't be able to go any further on that.
I think it could definitely happen, like a world where the Arcane Boots gets used. It's just that you get so much damage from the souls, right? That it's tough to argue against attack speed on him as well. It's that weird, like, I guess you can trick yourself into maybe I can still like double down physical, right? Like maybe I get Use Scepter. I realize this is a terrible magical damage game, and I still have treads to go back to right click. But yeah, I don't think it's bad, honestly. Like Arcane's definitely okay.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's just, I mean, he's going to be going towards the Dragonland, so it looks like we might actually be getting the physical build coming out here for Emo, so it's not going to be that Yule Scepter first here. WS got the pull through now as well. Emo could be in trouble, though. It's a level 7 on the Slardar. Jokam rotating in now as well. Do they have the controls? It's going to be the crush coming through. Emo going to try and do what he can, but he gets to bash again before the Requiem comes out, so that fear not going to take effect. WS will be able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend, and Emo desperately trying to get the Requiem off just to try and get that fear going. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Paulison. Rolling Thunder's going to come through, though. Pangoli has that AD rune going as well, so he's going to be able to bounce off that Tiny, and he's going to reduce him to rubble. It looks like one more right click. Yeah, Mikoto, he gets the AD rune still going, so he's going to be able to clean up the creep wave and do some damage to maybe this tier 1 tower as well.
Man, that's huge for Talon. You kill the Shadow Fiend. Now it is double damage, amplify damage, pressure the tier 1 tower mid. And the other heroes aren't really ready to respond. As Darkseid really wants to have Mac if he wants to join a fight, and CK. No, I guess he's actually pretty close to an armlet. He is the highest CS by just a little bit. Net worth is very even between the Monkey King and the CK. But I think CK is a hero that can join fights earlier anyways. Just once you get the armlet, you're a threat already.
Okay, well, meanwhile, in the river, we might see another fight breaking out here. Paulson's going to be able to get the toss back, though.
Oh, no.
So if you get the damage out, there is going to be the fear here, but the stuns come through, and there's not going to be any follow-up. Mikoto will be able to get himself away. And yeah, the Tiny just wasn't able to help his teammates to get a kill, though, with that toss back. The Requiem was nice, but the stuns came out from a little bit afterwards, just for that control here from the Bane, you know, and as well as the Curse Crown from Jokum was enough to get his teammates out alive.
You know, this is a game where I'm totally fine with Shadow Fiend going physical because you have Bash, you have so many disables on like your cast points for magical, but it also feels like a terrible physical damage Shadow Fiend. Like they have a lot of gap close. You're gonna have Bash on the Pango, you have the Bash on the Slaughter, you have Fiend's Grip. It's very easy to control the ESF, even if he gets an early BKB after this Dragonlance, which I think he actually needs to do. So. Yeah. Very scared for Emo in this game. Like, whatever build he goes, I don't see an easy path taking fights.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of the Shadow Fiends. They become the centerpiece to the fights, you know, and the rest of the team. Obviously, we've got a CK in here as well. So CK should be able to get himself in, do a lot of damage as well.
Being watched. This Shadow Fiend. You know where he is.
Get himself away from this one. Smoke coming through. Ponyo is going to connect here as well. Oh, Smoke. Did that wear off? I think it did. It just wore off there. So WS, they're waiting for maybe him to come back to lane or somebody to find this tier 1 tower, but looks like nobody rotates in. Moving through the jungle, though, even the Monkey King going to get involved here. Maybe not feeling too safe without a tier 1 tower in his bottom lane. Looking to get the damage off. Can they get on top of the Shadow Fiend? The Brambles come through into the Rolling Thunder here. Emo, he is going to take a lot of damage from this one. The Rolling Thunder once again connecting out, and Emo, he still doesn't have his Requiem as well. One more right click, and it will be Ponyo that gets the kill onto Emo.
Yeah, they don't even attempt to protect the guy. And yeah, two very aggressive wards here, locating exactly, you know, the normal positions a Shadow Fiend would farm. They have a sentry on the triangle, but it doesn't really cover the exact location they place the Talon ward. Yeah, this is a nightmare for Emo. 0 and 3 in a game where even if you were having a good time, it will still be hard. So he's really gonna rely on the CK and Darks here to pick up the pace, and honestly I think they need, like, Zio has been way too passive. Like, he already has this mech, he had a TP to assist. I feel like it is time that the rest of Bleed just get her up.
Yeah, Zeal, I mean, they took this tier 1 tower about 3 or 4 minutes ago, I think it was, and Zeal hasn't rotated off the lane just yet. I'm surprised that he didn't start to make a rotation, you know, with this wall, like you say, with the mechanisms as well. Give the lane over to the Tiny so the Tiny can get a quicker blink, but yeah, it looks like the Tiny not even going to be able to go in straight for the blink. Wants to go for the phase boots first, maybe for that early gap close here, then be able to rush that blink straight up.
Exactly. This is... Alright, so Paulson, he actually... Okay, Paulson is actually getting a full phase boots. His blink dagger is going to be so late. God damn. It's just... I wonder why he decided to get the phase... I mean, it's decent versus the Slaughter, but I can't help but feel like this is going to totally disrupt the timings they need for Bleed.
Yeah, maybe it is just thanks to that Mindstorm, or maybe, you know, the relying on the Vacuum back in, you know, the CK Reality Rift back in, that he doesn't feel like he needs to get that blink straight away. He can go for this more defensive in this case, thanks to the extra armor coming out kind of move. Oh, WS actually might be in danger here. The Avalanche, though, it doesn't connect. Wall will be dropped. WS toss comes forward, and Seals is like, no, I do not want any part of that. Just immediately turns and runs away from WS there.
All right. No value was lost besides time, and time is a very important asset this game. Bleed is running out of it. You know, CK is still very strong, don't get me wrong, and he's gonna get, you know, his Orchid timing and everything, but can't help but feel like this Shadow Fiend, it's gonna be tough for him to come back into this game. Just looking at especially when you have a Darks here, this is not a hero that can necessarily enable the SF that much. You know, if this was an Ember, if this was any other melee hero, maybe the chances here for Shadow Fiend, even if he's against really bad matchups. Oh,
Wukong's come in. They're going to be able to go into Zeal. Zeal can he get himself away from this one again? The Rolling Thunder will be here from Makoto, though. So it looks like there is going to be a response from Bleed. Maybe going to try and fight this one out as the Wukong's commander will be ending out shortly now. Chased down. Ponyo, is he going to be able to get himself away? Drops the Nightmare onto the creep so he couldn't get the vision here. But Ponyo through the trees, he might just be the sacrificial lamb. And even if he is, he's going to waste, what, a good 15, 20 seconds there of Bleed's time. And that's all they're going to get for a 3-4-man rotation on the side of Bleed. In fact, I think that was all 5 heroes here from Bleed rotating to defend that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that's a good defense. They get the Bane down, and yeah, don't really lose anything for it. Akashi though, oh, okay. Ends up missing the Boundless, unfortunately.
Yeah, back to the Shadow Fiend here. Oh, actually, Zeals might be coming in onto Akashi. No, backs himself away. Yeah, back to the Shadow Fiend. You're saying about how your 0-3 and Paulison's going to go down as well. Is this kind of thing, because all the Shadow Fiends we've seen, it's like the Storm Spirit kind of thing. The Snowball, they rotate early, they get the kills as soon as that 6 comes out. Do you think he was just pinned back in his lane a little bit too much and without support to be able to make those rotations?
They were rotating into the Shadow Fiend, so at the end of the day, it's either on Bleed to be the first one making moves so that those rotations are actually like reactive rather than first. Or you need to make sure like those aggressive wars were taken care of. I think those wars were up for way too long, despite the fact Emo was being hunted in the jungle with not a lot of movement. It felt like Blade is like, yeah, okay, you're gonna be killed, but we want to enable the other heroes, and they did accomplish that. But now you kind of have to use the all of the power they gained to try and turn things around. Yeah, I know I'm saying things as if Bleed is like super far behind. They're not.
Yeah.
Like their timings are just very late. This Tiny, look at him. Like he's still like 1200 gold away from a Blink Dagger. I honestly don't know when this Shadow Fiend can take a fight, and if they can just keep farming, maybe that's fine. But as you can see, Talon, they are already rushing. Like they will bring the fight to Bleed, and I think it's gonna be pretty soon.
Yeah, I can see why the Shadow Fiend is going towards that Manta style. Maybe that's made helping him out with the that's made the choice for him to go the physical build, to try and deal with the early corrosive armor coming out for WS. But yeah, like you say, that it just feels like he hasn't really had that impact. He might be able to take a tier 2 tower here, but it looks like there might be a backstab coming through from Talon as he do take this Twin Gate after getting the Aegis. So we'll see how this fight's going to break down. Makoto is going to be in a little bit too early. The rest of his team, that's going to be an Aegis, and maybe just signals for the rest to Bleed. Oh, the Requiem comes through. Do they get the damage out?
Oh
they do!
My god, holy shit!
SC follows it up now. The Wukong's command comes out, but Akashi dives himself in. Is he about to clean up from this one? He doesn't go down. Really nice 3 hero kills coming through. Akashi on the double kill here will be able to get himself away on fully low health, but that initial blow up there from Bleed, getting 2 big cores, but after that they had spent everything, and now the Fiends comes out onto, I think he'll be able to get the kill onto the Pugner as well. It looks like they might be able to now. The Drain, it's not enough, and it will be that brain sap from Ponyo that gets the kill onto SE.
That's crazy. Like, they were so confident in the connection with the smoke that Talon was going to take the fight regardless. But as this Larder blinks in, instant Orchid from the CK. So he doesn't get, not only he doesn't get the crush off, he actually just dies to the to the Requiem of the Shadow Fiend. That was very nicely played. By,
I mean, he was mid-crush animation when that silence came out there as well. So you can see that they pop the Aegis, you see, as Emo, he comes through, he times that perfectly, like I say, crush animation, but the control coming through, and SE just finishes them both off. And after that, though, they do get a good 3 kills coming through. Ponyo even getting involved there, thanks to the toss back from the Tiny. And yeah, they do clean up, again, all 3 cores on the side of Bleed. But was that a mistake on the Pangolese part, just going on that, that second or 2 a little bit early on, do you think?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too early. It's tough because you want to defend the tower, right? If you don't TP early, the tower maybe just falls and you don't get the connection. Yeah, maybe. I think his TP might have actually been correct, and it was more on the Slardar to get a different angle. Because he went from the low ground in a place where they had vision, so they could actually react to his initiation. If maybe he got a better angle, maybe things would have turned around a bit better for Talon. Because at the end of the day, like they got the Aegis, you wasted instantly whilst the enemy team gets a tier 2 tower. Bleed bought a lot of time with that aggressive move. I think that was very nicely done, as they will find this Bane that dies.
Okay, and I mean the Monkey King's going to rotate in, Scan still here, and WS rotates in now as well, but maybe it's actually going to be Bleed that get aggressive as well. Paulson, he does have that Blink Dagger now, jumps himself in, but the Monkey King was already away, and yeah, you see the Slide Eye as well, using that TP to get out of danger.
Yeah, Monkey King, there was Corrosive Haze on Paulson, so it's very easy for him to react, but they're going to smoke again. They really want to utilize this Blink Dagger, and if you find the Pango, ooh, they were even baiting this shield
Brambles, yeah, do come through. In fact, Bleed now have the odds in their favor in this series, and we'll see if they're going to be able to capitalize on the the little bit of momentum they got after that last fight. Okay, they did lose 3, but Poplin and Aegis getting 2 kills after that themselves, so 3 for 3, 3 for 4 trades, excuse me, because the Pugnan did go down, but then so did the Dark Willow, so 4 for 4, I think.
Yeah, I think that was about it. Now they're gonna get a Tormentor here on the Radiant side. Oh, that's a good one. That's the best shard you could have gotten. I think I was jinxing the Shadow Fiend, but then you kind of have to remember it's Shadow Fiend in 736B. This hero, is an actual beast, so maybe regardless of the 1 and 4, this hero can still scale. He is getting a lot of time, already level 15 with the Presence Aura talent, and once you get 20, that's when this hero really starts hurting.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to take their own Tormentor here now as well, with the protection, the Shadow Fiend. Pavis as well as that Shield Rune, so he's not going to take too much damage from this one, as it does get whittled down at sea. Not actually draining life, he just draining the barrier there, so he does take a lot of damage, but won't kill himself. Paulson's going to be the one that, again, great for a core Tiny, but not so great for a support Tiny. You will at least have that tree for as long as he wants it here in the next few fights.
Yeah, at least you get to farm a little bit faster as a support,
yeah.
But it's definitely not great for... Doesn't really change a fight, as they are looking for Ponyo, and they will find... Boy.
Yeah, he does get that Nightmare off onto the Tiny here, so the Tiny not going to be able to get in range to get a toss out. Well, he's going to toss forward onto the Illusion, and he will claim that kill. Really nice ward on the cliff, which I think just is about to get... It did just get dewarded, so he saw when the smoke broke, but he just wasn't able to get himself away from danger, because, yeah, there was Paulson blocking off his path back there. So, yeah, fairly nice kill to come through for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Looking photo, he's just going for the eggs after his Mage Slayer. Oh, Emo, if they could find this one, and they find him. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Illusion Rune, but I don't think it's enough.
Jump comes on. They are going to have this Wukong man coming over the top as well. Yosefton will be used. Is he going to be able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend just straight up drops. And now that Boundless Strike onto Paulson. Paulson will be the next one to fall. Really good pickup here on the side of town. Can they go for more? Sounds comes out onto Mikoto from the CK. CK is going to be spun up in the air once again, but no follow-up here. And yeah, Mikoto, he'd already used that Rolling Thunder. There is going to be the Brambles trapping down the Chaos Knight, actually, with the second Brambles as well. He tries to get himself out of this one, but the Manta Star, the second Brambles comes through. Another Boundless Strike. Are they going to be able to get the damage coming through here? Life Drain now as well. Mikoto's going to be able to get that roll-up, and Jackie tries to get himself away. The chase down, though, coming through from the Monkey King. In fact, with this drive back as well, Slardar, he might just be able to, will be able to get the kill, Monkey King, and Jackie just couldn't escape from it, and now Akashi wants to go for more. They have that Boundless Strike as well onto the high ground, gets onto SE, so he wasn't able to get off the Decrepify straight away. Vacuum into the wall, but Zeal will still fall here, and it's only going to be the Pugno left alive, caught in the brambles in his base. But still, really good fight coming out from the side of Talon. They only lose, I think, 1. Yeah, no buybacks, and they do take 4 heroes down. So great trade right back.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of talked about, the Shadow Fiend being forced into rushing a BKB. I can see how he farms faster with the Manta. Manta's a great item, but Talon, they realize that they need to hit a strong timing. They see the Shadow Fiend anywhere. You just run him with a smoke, and there's literally nothing he can do. Once he has a Hurricane Pike, maybe he can survive, but it's just way too hard. If Talon is committed, the only defensive spell they have is Decrepify. Surge is not really gonna de-stun the Shadow Fiend. It's not really gonna allow him to walk through brambles. It is very hard for the Shadow Fiend to maneuver the fights if he doesn't have BKB, and he pays again 1, 5, and 5.
Yeah, and he at least does have the Hurricane Pike up now, and then I would expect out of all of this, all the items, the BKB 2 next here for Emo, because like I say, he does feel like he's just being controlled a little bit too much. But if we take a look now, in fact, Pangli is going to be going towards the Acceptor, so it's not going to be an early basher for him. Monkey King, what's he got? He's got his BKB down to 8 seconds now, going towards a Skadi, then into a Nullifier here for the Monkey King.
Yeah, Nullify is really good, right? You take away the Surge, take away the Crap, you take away a lot of debuffs that are annoying for the Monkey King to deal with. As they are just setting up here for Roshan. It is going to be a nighttime Rosh, and Ponyo already has some wards. I feel like that's probably what Talon has to do. If you can control the next Roshan and you don't fight recklessly the first time, they are in a really good position this game.
Yeah, and we'll see just if Bleed are going to contest this one. How fast is the Roshan respawn going to be? It's going to be just over a minute here, so yeah, this is a perfect time to fight around it. If you can, you know, connect around about the 40-second respawn time for Roshan and win this fight, you are going to have the advantage here. In fact, they're going to be able to find Essie on the backlines now. So the crap fight comes out. Life Drain's going to be here now as well. But Akashi gets involved. Makoto's going to be here as well. And Akashi gets the credit for the kill. So 32 seconds without your Pugna. He is going to respawn just before Roshan respawns. But we'll see if Bleed, I don't think they want to hang around here. Already get themselves through the Twin Gate. Might just be giving this Roshan control up already.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. Also, I really like the ward that they place away. Usually you just see teams placing the ward in the Twin Gates even when they're not decisively controlling the area. And so it's very easy for, you know, a support to go there and take it away. But if you place this ward, much harder to take out. And even if Bleed gets control of the area, you can smoke through the ward and just use that ward to your advantage once the fight starts. I think that's a very thoughtful one as, oh, they're going to get Vision of Emo. And, well, Emo's going for a butterfly. So that BKB we're talking about, it's just not going to happen, it looks like.
No, not anytime soon. The smoke will be coming out. They did scan, thinking maybe someone's inside the Rosh pit, which the Dark Willow was, but only waiting for that Roshan respawn. It looks like it might be checked as well, so they might know it's up here on the side of town, but still playing away. Looking to win that fight first, maybe looking for a smoke re-engage here on the side of town. Just need to wait for maybe some reveal as the CK. If they want to check this Roshan pit, they might know now that Roshan is back up, but again, both teams grouping up, just waiting for this fight to start.
Position from Bleed, but as we said, because Talon has this ward, once the smoke breaks, they will realize exactly where Bleed is, so they can be patient here. They know Rosh has not been taken away, and they will smoke around, utilizing that ward vision we talked about. They're also going to see the courier. They know what's going to happen here. This is a bad fight for Bleed.
Oh, Mimo's already preemptively popped that Manta style now. He's all going to walk it down with the smoke. Doesn't break here. Akashi holds on to that.
Look at the angle. They find the CK.
Good jump in. What damage are they going to be able to do onto this one as well? The Yule Scepter comes out and Slardar, he doesn't get blown up here by the Requiem. Whoever used that Yule Scepter, great timing, or maybe bad timing actually. Is it actually WS's? It is. He kept himself alive. They blow up the Pugna now as well. Ponyo is gone. Jackie gets the kill into that one. Backlines. They take down both supports. Jokum. What can they do from this? Wukong's command is still up. Jackie walks himself through it. They might want to try and go for the chase, but Mikoto's going to go for the TP away. They don't have that gap closed. 3 heroes dead on the side of Talon. This will open up the pit for Bleed.
That was such an interesting fight because Bleed, you know, they held the high ground. Obviously, they had a ward, so their position is good. But it felt like Talon was going to totally break the backlines, but instead they committed on the Pugna that got the Decrepify off, and he just bought so much time with that 1D Crep that they were just out of gas. The BKB on the Monkey King once it's down, you know, I don't really blame Akashi from disengaging. And the other 2 heroes don't have BKB, so it's very hard for them to also commit. This Shadow Fiend, when the fight is long, doesn't get punished by his own lack of BKB because Talon's cores also don't have any.
Yeah. And Ponyo did get separated by the Fear. They like I say, they do get the blow, but after decrepifying, committing that Wukong's command for that, just for a support kill, while Jackie's still a massive powerhouse, yeah, it does mean that they can corner them out one by one by one. Makoto lucky to get away, but 3 big blow-ups here from Bleed, and now they're going to be able to step down, take a tier 2 tower, and maybe even start to put some pressure on the enemy high ground now as well.
Zork is just a big problem, and, you know, they have a new scepter on the Slaughter, which is okay, I guess, but at the end of the day, but the Pangolier, we were seeing so many Mantas on Pango that I'm surprised Mikoto decided not to get one this game. You know, it's pretty good against a lot of what Bleed has. But, yeah, maybe if he had X that fight, he could have done more damage. He could have be more useful. But unfortunately, he didn't have it. I guess, did he buy his own gem? He did, I think. So that's why he was maybe liking the gold.
Gem.
Oh, you're right. It is Ponyo's. Okay. Well, unfortunate.
Yeah, he was just I mean, I don't think he was that close when that Roshan fight was starting gold-wise to getting the Ag Scepter out, and maybe it was just a little bit too early here for Talon to be fighting through. Noah fight is up for the Monkey King. He's going to go for the Skadi next. He did change his mind in terms of which order he wanted to buy those, which it is going to be nice when you see the Decrepifiers come out, but again, it didn't help him in that last fight because he was an item away here, the Monkey King, and again, maybe just an item too soon around that Roche fight, but Bleed were forcing the issue, so they were forced to engage on the side of Talon or just give that Aegis up for free.
Exactly. They ended up giving the Aegis in some kills, and in return here, Bleed are actually, slowly turning this game around when I was actually pretty scared for them. Very surprised that, I guess the auras and the Darkseer are really one of the problems that they have. This Darkseer eggs, especially if you can create a Pengu illusion. The Pengu illusion is probably the most valuable one they have, right? Because he's just going to be applying Lucky Shot, and that's just everything you need.
Yeah, and it is being able to get your own managed armor out on the right clicks, like you say, when that's going to be coming through. We've seen a good couple of walls as well from Zeal here, so it's not like you say, it's not like Talon, they were running away from it before that last Roshan fight. Bleed were putting in the effort, trading fairly even in a couple of fights here as well, as we might see another smoke come out from the side of Bleed. Maybe look for a fight as Emo, he does get the bottle out on the Haste Rune. Not going to be too far away from his Butterfly now as well, only about 1200 gold here with the Shadow Fiend, which is going to be a really nice pickup, especially against the Monkey King, Slardar, Pango without his spells. So, yeah, we'll see how impactful that is going to be in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, the big timing here is going to be this Butterfly with Aegis on Shadow Fiend. I think if he didn't actually get the Aegis, you could just lose the game out of going Butterfly. But now, because you have the Aegis, you can even pressure high ground. Shadow Fiend is just such a nasty hero. If you're 20 with Butterfly and his physical talents, it's just like you just melt buildings. It's not even fun. Wow, it's fun for you, not for the enemy team.
Well, yeah, I would say the Shadow Fiend would be having plenty of fun here.
Oh yeah.
And with these ancient stacks here as well, this is going to get him really close to having that Butterfly up. And do you think that's what they're going to be doing once that Butterfly's up? Looking to, because you've still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis here as well. Do you want to be taking a fight to the Talon high ground with that, or are you kind of waiting out? Are you happy to be farming up the next set of items here on the side of Bleed?
I think you definitely can. I'm curious to see if they will, but I feel like you definitely can, as they will get a Tormentor as well. Ideally, Pugna gets it, but Darkseer doesn't hate having his eggs as well. Oh, they're taking a lot of damage. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Not a great shard for the Pugna, but it's all right.
Yeah, I mean, you still get the group life drain right coming through from the Netherward.
Yep.
So if you get that in a good position, you can do a lot of damage that way. Maybe thinking your life's over, you're just going to get blown up anyway. You can throw that out, get that life drain coming through, and being able to cast spells while channeling now. Oh, they find Ponyo. This might be a fairly nice, because he doesn't have a buyback now. Dead for 40 seconds, and not to say that they're going to be able to walk up and just rax them, but might open up that tier 2 tower in the mid lane here for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go to side lane, to be completely honest, but they're going to be very, let's say, careful here. Yeah, you're going to get one tier 2 tower. Maybe you can poke high ground, but you already lost some duration here in your Aegis. With a Glyph, I believe Talon can hold until the Bane is back.
Yeah, and look at this, the distance here. The Emo's being able to right-click down onto the tier 3 tower. He's got a really good buffer there between himself and the high ground. We'll be able to take down this tier 3 tower.
Actually, I have no Glyph.
Oh, the Balance didn't connect there either. He's just going to be able to go into the racks, and this is going to be the melee racks taking a lot of pressure. Curse Crown will come out, but he does have that Manta style if he wants to pop it. Just going to take it, try and walk himself away. Brambles will be here. Crush comes in now as well, but he's going to be 4-staff out. Has his own 4-staff with the Hurricane Pike, and now pops the Manta style just to use his illusions to push this wave back in.
Yeah, that was close. 10 seconds on the Aegis. Maybe they could have tried to force that. The lack of Glyph here really being a problem for Talon, and they lose one set of barracks. So yeah, Bleed somehow was able to squeeze. I don't think many other mid heroes would allow you to get like barracks this fast. It all goes back to Shadow Fiend being absolutely broken once you hit this timing. Like, you had 40 seconds of Aegis, you start hitting tier 2, and somehow you actually get full set of barracks just because of like this, you're doing an absurd amount of damage. Just Talon will smoke, knowing there's no Aegis. Good scan, but they're slightly off the mark.
And yeah, like you say, that level 20 really is going to help because it's what, an extra 42 damage per right click here with that 2+ damage, +2 damage per souls on the Shadow Fiend. Oh, they catch out the CK. CK's got his BKB going now as well. Going to be able to get himself out of the Wukong's command. Is he going to be able to try and fight this a little bit longer? Rolling Thunder's going to come through. Have the Fiend's Grip on the Tiny now as well. That Wukong's command, though, it should be wearing off sometime soon. And with the Requiem going as well, Akashi had the BKB. Ponyo has no BKB. Jokum neither. It looks like Akashi's BKB will be wearing off. Can they get Makoto on the backlines, though? Drag back in by the Reality Rift. They are going to be able to stack up around him, and Jackie gets that kill. So it is going to be 3 kills going the way of Talon. If they need it, they can give that cheese over to the CK now as well. Just continue the march up to the second lane here. Second tier 3 tower as the mid lane is pushing in. They are going to lose a lane of racks on the side of Talon. In fact, it might be 2 with the pressure that Bleed are about to be able to apply.
I honestly don't understand why this Pango has a Mage Layer. I look at Bleed. You have 2 physical damage dealing heroes. Why would you go Mage Layer? Like, who's doing spell damage? Like, the Dark Skill? Like, are you scared of Iron Shell? I honestly, if he has Manta, so many of these fights where he was picked off were infinitely easier. Like, you just Manta out of the Orchid, and you take a fight. This game, like, the Slaughter is forced to initiate one hero because the Pango is gonna die if you just let the CK hit the Pango. Just... I honestly have no idea why he built Mage Layer in this game. This just makes no sense to me.
No, and we'll see if that's... I mean, like I said, they've lost 2 lanes of racks. We'll see if he's going to be able to come back here. Maybe for, like, the Pugna, if he felt like he couldn't get away from it. Maybe just trying to get on top of the Pugna, get that early kill. But, yeah, like you say, for the most part, it doesn't really seem to have worked here. And not having too much luck being able to dive those back lines as well. And Roshan, it might be a 23-second respawn here. Could be a really quick one, which would lead it to be a nighttime respawn. I think it's going to be... Well, either way, it would be that nighttime respawn. But being 2 lanes of racks down, again, Talon, they would have to be extremely clinical with their execution if they want to go for this Roshan take, if it is a quick Roshan respawn.
Yeah, and the thing is, their lanes are... They already struggle with deep pushing lanes because Bleed is much better, right? You have Iron Shell, you have CK and Shadow Fiend Illusions. So for Talon to sneak this Roshan, it's really tough, especially against a good team. You know, they will be aware of the lanes just being totally unaccounted for. You have the Slaughter, you have the Pango. In a normal game, you should be able to sneak it, but with 2 lanes of barracks down, it's definitely much harder.
Yeah, it is going to be a long Roshan respawn time as well. I think the full time was about 2 minutes 39 seconds, something like that, 2 minutes 30 seconds. So it is going to be the one of the longer Roshan respawns here. And they're not going to be... I mean, they might check the pit anyway, but they're not going to be able to push around this because, like you say, the lanes, they do push in fairly darn quickly on the side of Bleed. And Bleed might just take the advantage on that to, you know, force pressure onto tier 4s if they see Talon not defending these lanes, which they're not going to see too much of because this bottom lane has pushed in. Pango going to be a little bit far behind. So are they going to try and go for the backstab here? Maybe seeing what is going on and trying to make a move without the Pango. 4v5 fight comes out. They're going to be able to catch out onto WS. This might be... No! He gets that blink away. Fiend's Grip comes out here onto Paulson. What are they going to be able to do onto this one? Silence onto Ponyo. It's a lot of damage. They take down Ponyo. Even loses his Korean now as well. Wukong's command comes out from Akashi. Akashi needs to be able to do the damage here because everybody moves himself out of it. And it looks like they might be able to fight this one through. And now the Pangolier is going to join the fight. Rolling Thunder going to come through. He's going to be able to get a really nice couple of shield crashes out now as well. I think he'll be able to get the damage on WS though. WS is going to try and do his best, but the damage is going to be way too much. And he has to force that leave out here, so he will be able to get that TP away, but couldn't stand up to the pressure coming through from the side of Bleed. So
the biggest problem in this fight is that they struggle to like have these Wukongs going at the same time that they have lockdown happening. Like so many of the Wukongs in this game have been like, I don't want to say solo, but even when he's hitting multiple heroes, there's no one else stunning other heroes. So, like, they just walk out of it, right? There's no Scotty on this Monkey King. There's no Basher. He doesn't really keep anyone inside the Wukongs for long enough. And it's just... The fights are just not great for Talon. The ones they were able to force, like that one smoke we saw in the mid lane, like, they have some good ones. But overall, it feels like whenever Bleed is the one taking the lead and going for a fight, Talon's reaction just doesn't seem to be strong enough. This Bane, I don't know. I'm very disappointed by this Bane. It didn't really win the lane as hard as it should have. And after that, obviously, Bane feels like a weaker hero.
Yeah.
But we barely got to see this hero like looking impactful.
Yeah, it does feel like I get the idea that they are trying to use this Bane for the multiple hero lockdown, like you say, for Wukong's command going, but the Bane is being targeted every single time here by Bleed. They're making him the first target in the fight no matter what to get these blow-ups. And Akashi, yeah, they just don't have the lockdown after that one because BKBs get popped, they work themselves out of the Cursed Crown, out of the Brambles, because they don't pierce debuff immunity. And yeah, there just is no heavy lockdown here. Jokam's going to be spotted out. Is there going to be any follow-up here? There's not, because the rest of Bleed, it was only an illusion here onto Jokam. The rest of Bleed moving through the bottom part of the map, maybe looking to try and catch out onto Talon here, who aren't going to be expecting them to come through the base. They're expecting them to fight on this lane, and they're not actually going to be finding anyone now.
Look at that.
The jump in. Yeah, the silence comes through. They're going to... They get the blow up, no buyback on the Slardar. And he really wasn't expecting that. He was looking to push out that lane, then rejoin the rest of his team. But really sneaky play here from Bleed, able to get that quick pick. And this might just be Megas here, thanks to that Slardar going down.
Oh, Bleed read that so well. Goddamn, like they realize, yeah, they're just deep pushing for the high ground there. They want us to walk into them. And they just wrap all the way around. They know they have the creep advantage, so eventually someone has to go back. They get the pick off. Slaughter no buy, which means this might just be Barracks unless Talon gets some clinical defense going on. And I don't know how that's going to happen. It has to be a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Akeshi jumps himself in now as well, but again, there's going to be 4 staffs, there's going to be the protection, there's going to be the Aegis here onto the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, he is going to go down once. He have the Brambles up now, but, well, he doesn't have a BKB. He's already used that Manta style. The jump is going to come in, and he's got that Ag Scepter now as well, so he's going to have that pullback on the Requiem as he looks like they want to step up. They're taking the tier 3 tower, and yeah, this is kind of like, what do Talon do now? They've used that Rolling Thunder, they've used the Wukong's command, they've got no Bedlam. They do have a Fiend's Grip up, but it just doesn't feel like enough to push back Bleed, and Bleed are just going to step in with all these illusions coming through, all the damage that they can put out here. They don't even need to step the heroes in. They can just use these CK's illusions to keep the creep wave pinned into the base.
I think Bleed was very smart about how they were patient, but at the same time, I feel like Talon, they had some blunders this game, right? They wasted the first Aegis, which was supposed to be a big timing for them. They never pressure, like this Shadow Fiend was absolutely decimated. He's still 2 and 5, and they just struggle to pressure past taking the tier 1 towers. I guess part of that is lack of Aegis, of course, but it's also no hero that can really hit towers.
Yeah.
Monkey King is, all right. Hango and Slaughter are awful. So, yeah, you do have a lot of this minus armor, but you need to be getting constant pickoffs. And at the end of the day, Bane isn't as good of a pickoff hero than other heroes. They just needed to have won the lanes harder, I think, and they didn't.
Yeah, and this might be where, I mean, the Aegis has gone down, but they have double cheese. Shadow Fiend as well as Jackie, they have a cheese each. They're going to be able to get the pullback in now as well. The BKB comes out from Akashi. Akashi's going to try and throw that Wukong's command out. Jackie, can he walk himself away from this one? It's big damage onto the Tiny though, so the Tiny will be blown up. He has that buyback available, but no quick way back into the fight here. SE going to be taking a lot of damage to the back lines now as well. Rolling Thunder comes through onto Jackie. What can they do from this one? Because again, that's all the big ultimates down. Wall gets dropped, but Akashi jumps himself away from this one. Jokam going to be going the other way. Mikoto TPing himself back to base now as well. They won't be able to get this catch out now as well. They still have the damage to come through as Paulson is back in this fight. Requiem got used 50 seconds on cooldown, and we'll see just how they're going to be able to defend this one, Team Talon, because they are going to be losing their tier 4s. Brambles comes through. There is going to be that Manta style up in the next 9 seconds here for Shadow Fiend. WS trying to do what he can to just try and push back, but great vacuum. No, Heal Scepter comes out. Tiny's going to be okay here now to get the jump in, but look at this one, Akashi. He just gets straight up blown up. They're going to be able to move on to WS now as well. They take him down. 2 buybacks come out here from the side of Talon, and Bleed haven't expended anything apart from that tiny buyback. They might lose Jackie. Jackie needs the cheese. He's going to be able to get off the Phantasm. The damage coming through. WS, he has to run for his life. That's the death of Akashi. That is the dieback here on the Monkey King. And look at all of these illusions coming through. Jackie, he's ready to end this one. And yet, GG is going to be called by Makoto.
All right, Bleed. Very, very impactful in the game. This Shadow Fiend hero. We just got a little bit of a peek on why it's banned so often, on why it's considered to be, one of the best heroes of the patch. I feel like he could have definitely struggled more. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Talon, past the mid game, they lost control of the situation. But yeah, kudos to Bleed. I think they were more patient than I think they had to be. They were so late to some of those timings, but they were really smart. I think especially that way they used the less ages to wrap around the bottom side rather than taking Talon head on. That was really smart, really really cool to watch. And yeah, game 2. Who knows who's gonna take it? I still feel like Talon should have a decent edge, but yeah, Bleed doing really well this time.
Yeah, I was just looking at the net worth graph here coming through. The net worth never really skewed too far. In fact, Bleed were in control pretty much all the way through the match. It looks like there was a brief bump up around the 30-minute mark, but it wasn't even by about 1,000 gold here. So Talon, even though they were finding these pickoffs early on, were never able to take away the net worth advantage from Bleed. So they were able to lock that one in, it looks like. So yeah, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back with the second game right after this to see if it's going to be Talon taking a 1-1 or Bleed. We'll be able to lock it in 2-0. We'll find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back into the RES Regional League in Southeast Asia. We're going to start here with the second game of the second series of the day. Talon and Bleed are going to be our teams as we come into this one. Bleed in that last game, it wasn't a great start for the Shadow Fiend. In fact, I don't think it was a great middle and end either kill-wise, but still, they were able to rock it out. So, Bowie, in the second game now, Talon, do you just straight up ban that Shadow Fiend, or with this first pick, are you looking to lock it in yourself?
I mean, Shadow Fiend is... Shadow Fiend is a really scary hero, but I think they had most of the groundwork to beating it. I don't think the Shadow Fiend was the reason they lost. I think it was a reason why they got punished after they were complacent and like did a couple of oopsies during the game. To me, I think their Bane looked very underwhelming, so I would actually change that part of their draft. And that's probably it. Like, maybe pick the Shadow Fiend for yourself if you have the chance. Yeah, banning it's fine. I just don't feel like it's why they lost. I feel like some itemization issues with Tango, and also the Bane felt pretty flat.
Okay, well, we'll see just how it's going to go. Getting some different bans coming into this one now. So the Clockwork, the Witch Doctor, the Dark Willow, all going to be let through here as we do get the Ench ban. Viper being taken away. Okay, Talon, they want to go for the Witch Doctor, take away the Clockwork and Bleed. They've taken away the Tiny, the Weaver, TA, and the Phoenix. So we do see this Witch Doctor who is running menace through these current pro games here with that Voodoo Festeration into... I've seen the build, you know, Voodoo Festeration into the Holy Locket into the Greaves is what a lot of players are running, and apparently they did fix Voodoo Festeration, so you only heal yourself, but you do get that big boost from the Greaves thanks to that Holy Locket.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty strong. You get the HP Talon at 10, and this hero just becomes such a menace. It feels like your Centaur walking into people. And they go for the DK here, Bleed. I think it was banned, as you said, the Enchanter's being taken away. That's an odd ban. To me, it kind of screams we're going Darkseer or we're going Ember, because it's not a hero I'm seeing played that much. So to me, like, it has to be something related to the Dispel mechanic.
Yeah, it's not a hero that I'm seeing played at all, even when I'm watching, you know, the high-level pubs to see just what's going on. In fact, what's the win rate here if I pro tracker that, just to see how it's been playing? Because
I think it's like 50. I don't think it's like low, but it's definitely not high.
Yeah, it's just... Oh, it's the other way. Yeah, no, like I say, it's just... It's a hero, maybe it's a specialized in 46%, 46.3% in high-level pubs is the win rate. So yeah, it's not even a super great win rate, though.
Yeah, like, Bleed played one this month. I mean, granted, they didn't play that many games, but... yeah, pretty interesting ban, I would say. Now, looking here for Bleed, you have this DK. Maybe you want to ban Storm. Maybe you want to ban Shadow Fiend. I feel like DK did get nerfed laning stage wise, so yeah, they're pretty much saying this is going to be mid DK, and they take away the hardest matchup. I think that's a totally fine approach.
Okay, gonna go for the Mirana as well.
I like this.
Okay. I suppose it synergizes well with the Dragon Tail if you are going to be looking for those mid rotations for kills. But speak to me about the Mirana. Why do you like it? What is it that's speaking to you about this pickup?
I like Solar Flare. I feel like Solar Flare is really strong, and people just underestimate that ability. Just having the attack speed, especially depending on the types of cores that you draft. Can get some Ursa, can get some Monkey King. There's definitely a lot of they do go for the Darkseer, so the enchant was all about preventing the Darkseer from being destroyed in lane. Okay, so now you can pretty much draft your safe lane here if you want. Like, you want something that can address this Darkseer SB.
What springs to mind? Is there anything that you think hero-wise we should be looking at here for... would you go for something like the Ursa that might take some damage from the Iron Shell, but you are going to be able to rip them apart, being those kind of melee heroes? Or are you looking at something that's going to play away like that Morphlin that's going to have a little bit of distance between the two of them?
I feel like Ursa is a bait pick this game. Even though it's like... It should be good against Darkseer in lane. The Seer gets kited. I've seen a couple of games. Like, I think I believed in this hero a lot, but I'm not sure. I think Ursa needs to be 18 or 24 to really feel strong. They're gonna go for it. I like that there's an Oracle, so Iron Shell is gonna be taken care of. I feel like this Ursa cannot face a Breaker Darkseer with double Iron Shell, but Oracle might be that difference maker in that regard. The question is how Oracle can't leave the lane. If Oracle leaves the lane, Ursa has to be jungling, or else he's just gonna be destroyed.
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? That we are seeing the carries go into that jungle a little bit later, a little bit earlier on. Excuse me. So around level 7, level 8, he might not be too shy about getting involved in that jungle. He's going to get the stacks underneath that tier 1 tower as well in the safe lane. So I don't think that's going to be a major issue. This tier 1 tower in the safe lane usually just gets left. You either give it over to a support, or it just gets left as a dead lane. About 10 minutes, 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think this is a fine CK game here for Talon. Like, it's a good matchup. It's a little troll.
Okay. I've been impressed with the troll players recently, the past few days. Maybe it has turned a corner.
Repeat that again. What did you say?
I've been impressed with the players. The players playing the hero
with Tro. Is that what you said?
It doesn't seem to be maybe not bottom 1 hero going into the meta at the minute. It does seem to be in a good position. So,
okay, nice.
Let's put it like lower mid tier, shall we? It's not fully out on the the high tier for me, but it's not losing every single game I'm watching either.
That's true. I mean, the hero looks pretty solid. The mischance is definitely great against the Ursa. I do fear for throwing to DK though. I feel like the minus attack percentage is pretty annoying, but this is probably just going to be a Maelstrom build on this throw. I feel like just go either Gleipnir or Mjolnir, and should be all right. Now Blade banning Razor. So they need a mid hero that destroys DK. Honestly, to me, this smells like either a Puck or Oracle game here for Talon, because if you can isolate this Oracle, then Mirana is such an easy kill. Ursa just can be controlled, like even through the Enrage, just having... Sure, he has status resistance against the Breaker, but the pushback is really the problem. And this Ursa can still be taken out of position and killed.
Would you run that Puck then up against the Dragon Knight? Because the Dragon Knight usually wins that lane, right? That's not something that we see all too often come out in Puck's favor.
Yeah, Puck kind of like loses almost all lanes. I feel like he's just pretty weak. But it's so good this game, that I think it's worth it. Like, DK might be weaker in lane now, and take away the Storm. I still feel like Puck is good enough. I wonder if there's like something that if you pick Puck, Blade plays DK off lane, and you get like a counter in the mid lane. I don't think the hero really exists though.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, we'll
yeah.
see what it is going to be here, because, yeah, Talon, they've got this last ban. Taking away the Mars. Bleed, they've revealed the Troll. Is there a hero... Again, they want to... Let me just take a look at what's left hero-wise for the offlane. So, coming up against that Troll Warlord, are you looking for something like the Centaur here that's still available? You're going to get that initiation out. It might suffer a little bit in the lane against the Troll, but you are going to be able to make that jump happen. Or do you want something like the Doom up against the Troll to stop that ultimate from really being effective?
I like Axe, actually, for Bleed. I think just having the initiation on the Troll, just drag around, get the arrow. I feel like Axe is just a more reliable initiation than the Centaur, and I feel like both are going to struggle in lane, but Axe might just have more value later on. Because if you're going to be charged and Nether Strike, Stampede not going to save you. It's just not that good of a save. Maybe helps Oracle to get closer to someone. Maybe that there's an argument there. But overall, I just want to see more aggressive potential, and I feel like when you're a Centaur, you're just not going to be that good setup for the Mirana like in next camp. It's just too easy to react to Centaur, basically. Like in the mid-game fights, once there's BKBs, you just don't really get to kill anyone.
Okay. They go for the Timber Saw. Is this going to be the mid-Timber then, up against the DK? Which...
Yeah, I think so.
Not a bad pickup. You are going to have to worry about the Corrosive Breath coming out here for the Dragon Knight. But being able to step up, you're going to have the extra damage coming out the wall in Death as well. It's going to be able to deal with the Dragon Knight in the melee range. But yeah, I just wasn't expecting that myself. I didn't think that was going to be something that they would have angled for here to Talon.
Yeah. What could they pick? Can you Viper into this Timber? I guess you can, but
span out.
I still just lose the lane. Oh, yeah, you're
Talon's
right.
first ban, yeah.
Huh. I mean, they really set this draft nicely. You bend the Ench, you bend the Viper. Like, they're not really taking away meta heroes more than they were. Like, this considering you have 23, this was really thought out.
Yeah,
like such a beautiful draft.
They banned the Storm Spirit out themselves. Where OD and Necrophos aren't seeing a lot of play. Could you go for something like the Lina here then mid, or the Invoker?
I think it's too garbage against Spirit Breaker. Like you're just gonna be jumped at. So they go Enigma instead. Okay.
So yeah, still putting that Dragon Knight mid then. Yeah, they are going to put it up against that Timbersaw. Let it just go as it is, as the dice falls, I guess, in that lane. You're looking at the Enigma pickup again against the Troll with Paulson on the Murano as well. I don't mind this. Obviously, you are going to be playing away. You shouldn't be too bad. But if you do get charged on here, and the Will and Axes come out, Zeal, he doesn't really have that way of escaping. He just kind of has to, go as fast as his little legs will take him here. So Zeal really has to be careful, I think, about that positioning in the offlane.
Yeah, once again, I look at Talon's draft. It feels so much better to me. But they're going to have to play at the level their draft entails. I feel like in game one, they dropped the ball, some itemization mistakes. To me, like, if they play at the same level, Talon should easily take this one, this Enigma. He is a strong hero dispatch, but he has the same problems he always had, which is he can be... his lane is very important to the state of the game, and even though they're 24ing this Enigma, his lane is not easy. Like, this is a Troll plus Witch Doctor. Your Eidolons can easily die. And on top of that, this is a game where you have Nether Strike. This is a game where you have multiple other ways to cancel Black Hole. Troll can just ult before Black Hole sometimes and don't even get kills on him. I really feel like this is a much easier draft to play here if you're Talon.
Well, we'll see if they are going to be able to even it up here, Talon, get that 1-1 on the board for their first series in Group B, or if Bleed are they going to be able to step up and get themselves too close to the top of the table. In fact, if not top of the table here, because it will be their first series as well. Take a look at the facets. We are going to get the Moonlight Shadow coming out for Mirana. Grudgebearer here for the Ursa. Anything else standing out? Twisted Chakram as well for the Timbersaw. So, you like, what was it, the Solar Flare here for the Mirana? How much do you like that over what Paulson's taken?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the heroes that they picked, I guess Ursa does benefit a little bit from that, but this is the Moonlight Shadow is just a way to enable the black holes from Enigma, right? So now you have like free smokes, let's say, as you go for fights. And it's also a way to disengage from the breaker. He always needs to carry a smoke now. His Timbersaw might not be able to just run rampant in the mid-game fights because he's not going to have sentries and dust all the time. It's more of a defensive style, which is it's the old Mirana. It's what he used to do. It's not revolutionary, but I think it's okay this game.
Okay, well, we will be able to get ourselves into the second game of the series. Don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was on the screen. Use the app, use the banner below the website here, below the stream, to get yourself over to the website. Use the promo code 1XRLGSEA. The promo code's in the chat as well. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, either on the app or on the website, available on both platforms here. As we do get ourselves in, we are going to see some fairly offensive vision coming out from Bleed on the other side of the river, just to the north of where that tier 1 tower in the mid lane is. So yeah, going to be some really nice protection as well for rotations coming through on this Dragon Knight, and we'll see just how that one's going to play out. But early on, we'll see if there's going to be any aggression in the river, because again, on the other side, Talent have that river rune coming through on the Radiant side of the map, so WS might just give up this rune and go for a 2-for-2 in terms of those rune pickups.
Nothing really major going on. Zeal surprisingly has Eidolons on cooldown. Usually you would see that being used to block the top lane, so interesting that you just commit the Eidolons not for that.
I guess it's like the old wolves, the way the Nature's Prophet uses the traits as well. We use them to scout the rune sites, just to see what information you can get out of them when you can cast them from the fountain.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. It is true. But at the end of the day, the Enigma is super reliant on the lane position. And as we already established, this is a lane where if the lane is pushed, these Eidolons are just going to be food. And as you can see, those babies get quickly taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, Ponyo's got that Voodoo Restoration. He's actually going to be taking a lot of damage here. Is this going to be the first blood coming out? One more right click. He's going to try and use a Fairy Fire. And Paulson, he doesn't have the other arrow, but Zeal, he will still get that first blood on the board. Able to do the damage there. Taking down the Witch Doctor. Wasn't able to walk himself away. Voodoo Restoration not doing enough to keep himself healthy on that walk away there either.
All right, that's honestly huge here. The Enigma getting first blood. That hero loves to get some early advantage in the lane. It's very easy to snowball that type of thing. And, I mean, considering that he doesn't block the creeps, loses the entire Eidolon wave, getting first blood's kind of bonkers. Like, that just shouldn't happen.
No, maybe just a little bit too far of a step up here on Ponyo, and he will pay the price for that. And it shouldn't be, I mean, Akashi shouldn't be too impacted, I don't think, on that one. It's nice for Zeal, but yeah, the Troll Wallet should still be okay in this lane here. In fact, going to try and put some pressure. Paulson level 1 here, the Voodoo Restoration to run him down now as well. Malefice comes out onto Akashi. Arrow's going to connect as well. He might have a lot of damage onto the Troll Wallet just after I was saying how well this lane's going to go for him, but he's still going to be taking a little bit of pressure coming out. Got to be really careful here, Paulson, though. Can't be connected on by those whirling axes or stand the Voodoo Restoration for too long with Mirana. Will be taking a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's gonna be alright here. The Enigma only 4 CS, but still top of the net worth because of that first blood, so it should be alright.
And meanwhile, how's Emo looking here in the mid lane? We'll be able to get that water rune up. And yeah, just be able to keep him trying to stay in here, because Timbersaw actually went for the second point in the reactive armor, not into the Whirling Death to try and hurt Emo here. Is that purely defensively because of the point and the breathe fire, the damage that can do over time here to Makoto?
That is, yeah, I don't know. I really don't think that's necessary. Very interesting. I guess that maybe I haven't played that much against the Corrosive Dragon. Maybe the DOT is annoying enough that you feel like that's necessary. But yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then this DK is gonna have a much better time than I thought, right? They first faced this DK, they 23 picked the Timber, and the DK still feels really impactful regardless.
Yeah, and Makoto, I mean, we've seen a couple of lanes the Dragon Knight didn't used to win here, as they are going to be able to get the kill into WS in the bottom lane. Do they get the chase back down here? It's only going to be Jokan that's left here, though, so he's not going to get super aggressive, especially not onto Ursa, it feels like here, as, yeah, he's hanging around, he's trying to get this XP while there is going to be the Darkseer missing, but for the most part, it's not something that Jokan can punish, though.
Yeah. Fortunately, it was not Jackie that picked up the kill, but usually it's always the Oracle that gets those early game kills. Just way too much burst damage on that guy. But yeah, the Timber, is recovering. Pretty much has the same CS as the DK. Tro and Ursa having similar games, and honestly, everyone's tied. This is a very tight game, but the kills... Oh, good arrow.
One more right click. It might not have been there, though.
Damage.
Jackie's going to live, yeah. Meanwhile, in the mid lane here, Makoto will fall. Chase down, really well played. We'll go... Oh, I'll go back to the bottom lane to see what Jackie can do. Jackie's going to be healed up coming through from that Oracle here. And it looks like Jackie, he's going to get most of his life back. SE taking a big amount of punishment, though. Charge comes through from Jokum. I think we have to get the kill onto SE as well as this Ursa. SE trying to run himself away. WSE doesn't have that charge on the board, so he's not going to be able to surge himself down. Meanwhile, Ursa, he's going to be taking a lot of damage. But again, back underneath that tier 1 tower, we'll see SE. He's just trying to drag WS away. Does he have the better movement speed? They both have even movement speed here. And WS, he's never really going to be able to catch up to SE. SE's just taking him on a merry journey around. And even the charge coming through, though, the neutrals, he's going to be able to get it here. Thanks to those... the dinosaurs that spit damage. Who would have thought a Thunderhide, effectively a Triceratops or a Quadceratops. Quadceratops would do spit damage.
Dude, I am baffled by how well the Oracle
Top lane
played there. Okay, there you go. That's gonna be a dead enigma. Very necessary. Set was holding his fortunes in for so long, and then once the Darkseer's like, all right, I'm gonna cast Iron Shell on me, he instantly dispels it, and he buys like 35 seconds of time as both heroes have to chase him down and Jackie gets to farm. This is really impactful by Seth, and now he is actually walking to the mid lane, trying to assist the DK and also fight for the runes.
There's going to be a charge coming in, but there's going to be... Oh, I mean, looks like both supports here from both sides going to converge onto this one. Emo is going to be able to get himself away from this one. Turns around on the Breathe Fire onto Jokum. Jokum taking a lot of damage. Ponyo is here. Drops the Maledict as well as that Voodoo Festeration. But Paulson has that leap away. And it feels... I mean, look at this. 43-5 here against a Timbersaw. This Dragonite is winning the lane. Not only is he winning the lane, he's winning it handily. Thanks to that rotation from the Marana that got that kill onto the Timbersaw. But before that, Emo wasn't even struggling with this one. Do you think this is a shift now? Does Dragonite win this lane now?
I mean, he was winning lanes against Razor, so yes, but I thought that the nerf was going to be good enough. So it's 2 HP region, level 1. It is impactful. I can't help but feel like, maybe if Mikoto actually gets Whirling Death level 2, there's a chance you can pressure the DK. But I don't know. Like, I don't play this matchup. I really don't play Timber, so it's kind of hard to read. But you would just expect Timber to win that matchup, right? Like, if you just think about it very naturally, it just feels that it should be that way, but apparently it's not the case.
Ponyo turning on the Voodoo Festeration doesn't heal up against, doesn't heal Akashi anymore, not against Akashi, but it doesn't heal Akashi anymore. So just putting that one as a bit more of a deterrent than trying to get health back here for the Troll Warlord as Paulson and Zeal move themselves away. Jackie is going to be charged on the bottom lane though, and SE comes right back through the Twin Gate, so might be able to help out his carry. In fact, look at this one, Jackie's going to be able to get right on top, and Jokum going to be ripped apart. Jackie doesn't even want to go for more, not a lot of mana left here, but WS does turn for one more right click, and it looks like Darkseer, if he gets into too much trouble, does now have that point into Surge, so we'll be able to get himself away.
Alright, so yeah, Zersa finally getting online here, even though the Tro has a little bit more CS. It is an overall pretty even game. Mid lane though, they're looking for maybe a narrow with Poloson, but okay, I think they just gave up. They just want to control the runes.
And we'll see now. Troll Warlord's even going to make a move here to try and help out on this rune grab. Paulison's got to be close. He does have 2 charges in the leap. What's he going to try and do? Emo's going to be... Yeah, they see the Troll Warlord, immediately just disengage from that one. Get lucky as well, because that shield rune does spawn bottom and not top. So that rotation for the Troll, all it's going to do is waste a bit of his time here as Zeal just continues to farm up.
I mean, that's an interesting rotation, because this Troll, if he's in the lane with Enigma and he gets 6, you can actually die. So, if the rotation works out and they get the rune, it's nice, the Troll's helping. And at the same time, he reduces the chance that he would die alone, which is, I think, the only way he dies. So, honestly, I don't mind the rotation. But yeah, once Zeo's level 6, now I kind of have to jungle. Feels like Akashi, maybe you can defend under tower, but besides that, it is very scary to stay here.
And have you seen this, how Prognosticate works on the
No.
Oracle top lane? The charge is going to come in. Can he get the counter Paulson?
arrow.
Paulson trying to run himself away. Voodoo Festeration, Blood Grenade. It's a lot of damage coming through. The black hole, though, it's going to stop him in his tracks, and they're going to be able to turn this around. Ponyo will go down. Can they get the damage here? Jokum's going to run himself away. They might try and change targets onto the Troll Warlord, but Akashi close enough to that tier 1 tower. Paulson lives. He's got the heals coming through from SE now as well.
A bit underwhelming. I think he felt like he was going to get 2 heroes on that black hole. If you only kill a support, now you actually allow this Troll to stay in lane much longer, as the charge will find Paulson. Mikoto finds Paulson.
Well, yeah, eventually out of position there onto Paulson, so he will finally fall. The Spirit Breaker, though, he could be in a little bit of danger. He's waiting for that charge, but there is a Dragon Knight rotating over. He doesn't have the mana for the charge just yet, but has that healing Lotus, so he's going to be pinned down here. Do they want to go for this one? Dragon Knight's going to be close. Dragon Tail comes through, and with the Breathe Fire, Emo will be able to get the kill.
Alright, so 2k gold lead here for Bleed. Very necessary, as yeah, I mean, Emo and Jackie are just having amazing games. And if this Mage Slayer, now this is a much better Mage Slayer game than the one we saw Pango building. This Darkseer, it's only, I think, the Troll that doesn't really get affected by the Mage Slayer.
Yeah, it is, like you say, going to have effect across the board. Taking a look at the odds on the screen here, Bleed 1.4 to the 2.69 of Talon. So they are favourites so far in this match. And yeah, as we were showing out before though as well, that I didn't know how that Prognosticate worked, but it looks like, I thought it was like, oh, you had to be close on the rune spawn, but they don't even need to guess on the rune stack to that Oracle.
Oh, yeah.
Just ping it out. And yeah, they've got pretty much every single one that spawned after the water runes here at the first few minutes.
They're definitely... I mean, that's probably another reason why the Troll rotates, right? You're just like kind of trying to brute force. That even if he has the information, he's not going to be able to use that because there's too many heroes for you to fight. But at the end of the day, that one rotation specifically wasn't in the right side. Enigma with drums.
Yeah. And, I mean, Jackie's going to be spotted here. They could go for the charge from the Spirit Breaker if they want to go into Jackie. Jackie is level 8 now. Going towards the battlefield. The charges are going to be coming in. Rolling Axis now as well. 4 heroes grouping up. Jackie. Maledict goes down. What damage can they do? Jackie, though, he's going to be able to walk himself away. The Enrage gets popped. No, the Vacuum. Back into the wall. Jackie trying to get himself away from this one. That Maledict's still going to last. They get the kill to Essie now as well. And Jackie will fall after that. And with 5 heroes down here committed, you'd think they'd take this tier 1 tower too.
And that TP was wishful thinking at best. Like, there's no, you're level 5. There's no way you're saving this Ursa. So,
yeah,
in a way, a little bit of a mistake there from Bleed as they try to
Jokum.
Those Eidolons, bro, with the drums, they hurt.
That damage stack up, yeah. Jokum went from 100 to like 5% health there in the space of a good 5-10 seconds, but it looks like they are going to be able to trade off for the Ursa. They're going to trade off a tier 1 in the mid lane, maybe even be able to take this tier 1 tower in the top lane here as well, with the heroes on the side of Bleed not rotating into this one. So well worth it, do you think, especially as it took 5 heroes to commit to get the kill onto the Ursa?
Yeah, I think so. You get mid, as I said, top now falls, and they are rotating Akashi here. Can they kill this Oracle?
Looks like... No, the Whirling Death comes out. Yeah, the Chakram damage there as well. Mikoto will be able to pick up the kill onto Essie. Essie, I mean, with that Moonlight Shadow, it was touch and go there, thanks to the AoE damage here. Mikoto had that cooldown just in time to be able to pick up the kill.
Both carriers going for Battle Fury here. Overall, they're pretty close, I think. Yeah, they're literally the same distance away from the Battle Fury, and they are 20 gold apart. So, actually, when you click the inventories, they are very similar as well. Like,
yeah,
it is pretty much dead even. It's just that one went for the broadsword first, and the other one got the claymore. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be mirror times on the Battle Fury.
And how are the stacks looking here? There's no stacks. Oh, okay, there's one ancient stack in the Dire Triangle. So that's going to be quite
Radiant
nice.
as well.
Oh,
the DK's farming.
Dragon Knight. Yeah, I thought they were going to leave those for the Usurper, but yeah, they're going to give them up to the Dragon Knight, it looks like. I guess a quick Blink Dagger will be, a good thing for the Dragon Knight to be able to get involved with us as a team. Now that tier 1 tower in the mid is down. It is going to open up the map here for Bleed to try and get a little bit more aggressive, maybe even find a pickoff on the Troll just after he gets his Battle Fury up.
Oh, yeah. In fact, the Battle Fury is up for the Ursa. Just 150 gold away for the Troll. So, yeah, pretty normal game. And surprisingly here, the Enigma going for Greaves, it looks like. Greaves and Shard rather than the BKB. He probably feels like there's not enough burst damage to take him down. So if he just has Greaves and pops it off, like most of it's going to be like an Iron Shell charging Spirit Breaker or a Timber. If he can hold his own, get the Greaves down, Black Hole so that his team connects, he feels like he can survive that way rather than going for like a Blink Initiation type build where the Spirit Breaker can always just cancel Black Hole.
Yeah, and it is going to help his teammates as well. Like you say, that if the Ursa can outlive with the Enrage, he's going to be healed up by that by the Greaves. The Dragon Knight as well being that big tanky boy. So just having those heals on top really may make it a pain for Talon to try and fight into this one. But Zeal, for the minute, isn't going to be leaving this top lane. He's just trying to use these Eidolons to farm out. WS moving through the jungle here. Got to be careful though. Ursa's going to be able to go on top of him. Immediate surge comes out. WS going to be able to run himself away. Even steals the bounty ring, but it is going to be traded right back. Essie takes it. The Moonlight Shadow does come through. They're going to try and get on top of Makoto. Makoto, though, behind that tier 2 tower. Do they want to get aggressive? Dragon Knight, does he have that Blink Dagger up? I think he does. So they are looking for Makoto here in that Moonlight Shadow. Might just be able to vision. Ooh, moves himself away. Does he move himself back into vision here, though?
Really good positioning for Makoto. Just being very patient, not really hitting the creeps.
Yeah, dive comes in now. Zeal. It looks like Makoto wants to go, but look at the bounce out. Zeal, he's going to be able to heal himself. He's going to be able to get the false promise out. Yeah, the heal comes out as well from him. And he's going to try and get damage out, but was that...
Yes, it was a black hole.
Too much.
It was a black hole. I mean, they killed the Timber Saw, so I guess it doesn't matter, but it does matter a little bit. As they're going to find WS.
Arrow's going to be off the mark, though. The last second or so of the surge gets WS out of range of the arrow. Charge onto Jackie. Jackie, though, he's still got that Enrage. While this is going on, Zeal is Eidolons as well as the 2 supports. And the Creep Wave. It has Catapult Creep Wave coming out as well. Looking to put some pressure onto this tier 2 tower. So we'll see if Talon want to defend this one, or if even Bleed. Yeah, it looks like Bleed. They're just going to try and do it damage they can with the Eidolons, but not really commit to this tier 2 as Jackie TPs himself away.
Yeah, I mean, they already used their Black Hole, so they're more than happy with everything. You waste your Black Hole, but you can still disengage. So, yeah, just chill. Farm for the next 2 minutes, and then you should be, ready to take another engagement. Your Ursa actually pretty much has Blink Dagger. That's huge for Jackie.
Yeah, and straight into the BKB after that one. So he knows he could be controlled. So wants to get that engage in. He's not going to go for anything fancy. He just... Is this, signaling that Ursa just wants to get in these fights, as soon as possible?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of times, I think that's the proper build for Ursa. Like, unless you need a Linken's, which some players, would build in a game like this. Like, besides the Breaker, there's not a lot of other stuns. It's like Cask and Vacuum, all pretty mediocre stuns, let's say. But BKB is the more, reliable, more, I actually want to win this game instead of being super greedy. It's the type of build that, if like Arteezy's doing it, everyone's like, oh yeah, this is so smart. Arteezy knows. Maybe Arteezy's not even the best example because he's not having the greatest results recently. But
if
basically, Talon,
exactly.
As Talon actually just gets free Roche here. Interesting, since Ursa
is on the map. Emo, they're going to be coming through the Twin Gate, though. Are they going to be able to try and break this one? The wall goes down immediately now as well. Look at this Death Ward ripping Emo apart. Emo, do they have enough to save his life here? He's going to be taking a lot of damage from this one as well. Essie will go down, and it looks like they might be able to get this Dragon Knight here as well. That false promise, it will be wearing off. They get 2 and an Aegis. Just real bad timing on Bleed coming through that gate. Yeah, like you say, because it is on their side, and both teams have a way to take down Roshan fairly quickly, that Talon decide they should take it while it is on their side of the map.
I mean, I love this proactiveness from Talon. Just pretty sure they could have done that with the Ursa earlier on, but they needed to be passive. And Talon, that's what they needed to have done in game 1. And I love the fact that they're so aggressive here. They also take a tower. Nakashi already contributing a lot to this game.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this now, we'll see just how they're going to respond. So charge comes in. Do they get the full kill onto Paulson? The Paulson, he's dropped that Moonlight Shadow, but they do have the reveal, so they will be able to get it. And the wacky Chakram comes out the... No, Twisted Chakram, excuse me. But, you know, able to get... It's like a figure of 8 that it throws through, right?
Yeah, it's an 8. Yeah, that starts on the left side and finishes on the right side. Yeah, I mean... Look how Talon are playing aggressive. They actually just charge Ursa. Like, they don't want to get this kill necessarily as much as you want to push away Jackie. Yeah, there you go. You don't get the Ursa kill, but you just push him away. And you get a support on top of it.
Yeah. The vacuum back, WS is going to be the one to finish off that kill. And now, with this Aegis, I mean, the creep wave, it isn't here just yet. And Jokum's charging himself away. Where's he going? Is he just trying to get on top of the... It's on the creep wave. It's not even onto the Enigma itself here as the Spirit Breaker charges up to the high ground. But just trying to push this pressure away. Excuse me, try and say that 5 times fast. To away from the tier 2 tower in the top lane. So, meanwhile, Akashi is going to be able to stack up with the further stacks as well onto the tier 2 tower in the bottom. You know, do a lot of damage to this tier 2, but doesn't fully completely take it down as Bleed looking to respond inside the... Is that the Moonlight Shadow? Is that smoke? It's inside the smoke.
Okay. Yeah, BKB's still not ready here for this Ursa. I think it's very reckless of Bleed to try and fight into the Aegis. They push back Talon, which is nice. I'm not sure you have to force this too much. Just give Jackie the best chance at fully utilizing the good game he had. You know, he's 0, 1, and 2. Didn't really influence the game too much, but once he has BKB, I'm sure he can.
Yeah. And is that, I mean, that's going to be a perfect lineup timing as well to the Aegis expiring if he carries on this path, because he's already got himself one of the Mithril Hammers. You know, Basha queued up after that one, but oh, Spirit Breaker, top lane. Jokum's going to hide away from the vision here, so he's not going to be engaged on. But yeah, it feels like what's the Aegis got? 2 minutes left, so Ursa shouldn't be too far past that to get his BKB up, so it should be a good timing here for the side of Bleed if they want to try and fight once that BKB is up here for Jackie.
Yeah, exactly. Still needs a fair amount of gold, so we probably have to give away the tier 2s that Talon pressures, which was the bottom one. We'll see how much more they're going to try and seize here as Talon. Yeah, overall, very active game from Talon. Maybe not in kills, but just they got the Aegis. First of all, I don't think that Troll was ready to, like, that Roshan took a while, but they just forced that Roche, and then they, knowing Black Hole was with Kuno at the time, and then they force literally every single tier 1, every single tier 2. This is way more how I wanted them to play game 1, and kind of how I expected Talon to play in general.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to keep up this pace here, because net worth-wise, they've still not completely taken away after 21 minutes out of Bleed's hands here. It's only a 2k net worth lead, and yeah, Charge, can they get the damage out onto this one? They are going to be able to. Makoto helps out here, and the Dragonite will be slain between Jokum and Makoto. Makoto getting the credit, so he's going to be dead for the next 40 seconds or so, but no real major objectives. You know, okay, he gave the kill, that's bad, but it shouldn't be really too much for
tier
Talon
2
to
though.
take
Tier
from
2
this.
top falls.
Is he going for it? Oh, he did. I didn't think he'd go for that solo.
Yeah, I mean, without the DK, they can't really get any initiation going. If you use Black Hole on these Aegis expiring, it's just super bad.
Yeah. Your Scepter, Spirit Breaker going to be stopped mid-charge here. Do they want to try and fight this one out here? Because it looks like Jokum wants to chase. Creeps does get popped. But they want to go onto this now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? Zeal, he's got a lot of damage coming through. WS is going to try and go for the vacuum into the wall. Charge comes through once again. They do have the damage. And they take down both heroes. Okay, I was wrong on that Dragonite. They're just absolutely running riot here on the side of Talon.
I mean, this game kind of feels over. You're going to need an absurd Black Hole to turn this one around. One Aegis loses you every single tier 2. You go from like 2k gold lead to 7. This throw is absolutely massive with a Sanji and Yasha already. That's tough. Jackie though finally finishes the BKB as the Aegis expires.
Yeah, Enigma is going to be about, what, 400 gold away from being able to finish off his Blink Dagger, so using the Eidolons to follow out, maybe that's where they turn it around. If they can get a good 3-4-man Black Hole with the Ursa getting involved here as well, the Dragonite, they might just be able to turn it. But yeah, like if you say, it feels like Talon do apply this pressure, and at the minute, Bleed don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, they smoke behind Jackie here, trying to utilize this timing. But at the same time, the Enigma is showing top, so it's some sort of big brain play here to, I guess, disguise the fact that they're smoked. The rep, I mean, this is a really good smoke. Like, you show the Enigma top, you go from one side of the map to the other, so it just increases the chance that you find someone. But yeah, Talon, they were not there. They are all on opposite sides.
And that's going to be the Blink Dagger coming out now for the Enigma. So timing-wise, you know, we've got the BKB out for the Ursa. We've got the Blink Dagger out for the Enigma. We've still got drum charges left here as well. Surely this is where they're going to have to make something happen. You know, they have to try and take a fight here, or maybe, you know, even just trying to get a couple of pickoffs on the side of Talon, because Bleed, you know, they've got a bit of catching up to do now after losing those 3 heroes and losing all of those tier 2 towers.
Exactly, and I mean, smoke-wise, it feels like they're out of smokes on Bleed. It's not going to be easy to use that Blink Dagger unless you react to what Talon is going to be doing, but then you need to have really good position around the map. We'll see if they're going to be able to do as well as they did in Game 1. Bleed was definitely very smart with how they position.
Yeah, and there is going to be the AD rune coming in onto the Timber Source, so maybe they are looking to get aggressive. Wind Waker here as well for the Timber, and that's something that the Enigma has to worry about here. That there is so many ways to interrupt now. This the Black Hole, you know, he doesn't have the BKB. He is starting to queue it up, but if he's going to go for it, he needs to catch out 2, 3, maybe even 4 heroes to be massively effective with that one. And Talon, yeah, they're going to be, you know, experienced to know how to play the space and to make sure they don't all get caught out. Make sure they don't get caught out any little alleys as well. And for the minute, yeah, they're not even getting too aggressive as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Talon knows all they need to do is secure Roshan, and Roshan's gonna be on the dire side. So it's Bleed that needs to be active here and look for those fights. Unfortunately, though, as we said, they don't have any smokes left, so you kind of have to commit on Moonlight Shadow, which is not as reliable. This game took a big turn. Bleed just backs against the wall here.
We do get the pause, so, you know, hopefully it's not going to be too far away before we get ourselves back into the game. What was the 2 minutes 23 seconds? It's a long Roshan respawn here, so maybe there could be a couple of fights that go our way, or come our way, before we do get ourselves another Roche take. But if you're Talon, are you just looking to control that part of the map? It's nighttime now. Roshan's going to be up in 2.5 minutes. Is that time you can sacrifice to be able to control the pit? Or are you looking to maybe try and force Bleed back to defend the high ground?
You can do both. I think they are ahead enough where they don't care if they have to sit in the pit there for like a minute or two. But you can definitely also try and enforce a couple of people back. You just got to be careful about Black Hole, because I think, let's say, like, this Timber is the one hitting the tower. If you Black Hole and kill this Timber as Roshan spawning, and then you can force a buyback, even if you don't get the second Aegis, it could still be a way for Bleach to take like a good fight once they try to go high ground or something, and you kill the Timber again. Obviously, though, Troll is really the hero you would like to kill and force a buyback, because if he gets the Aegis, there you go. He's already going high ground. At least he pokes, but Bleed, they didn't really take the bait.
Yeah, Marona at least could be able to deal with that seed creep there thanks to the arrow, just that one-hit shot that takes it away. But Akashi, he's just going to go back to farming now, and again, it's going to be just under 2 minutes for that Roshan respawn, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do as Bleed moving down with the Oracle and the Dragonite through this bottom lane, maybe looking to catch someone out that's going to try and defend this bottom tower, because it's, well, the creeps are pushing in, but underneath the tower, and this might just be where they feel the most comfortable farming. And yeah, Emo, how is he looking item-wise? He's still going towards this Dragonlance into the Hurricane Pike. Got the 4-staff up here for the Dragonite. I suppose that's just a get-off-me button. You know, if the Troll Waller does get on top of him, tries to get the net down on him. But yeah, for the most part, it looks like Talon, they're going to be happy just to defend this Roshan pit and maybe let that tier 1 tower go, or take a little bit more damage.
Yeah, definitely. You can also cancel charge with 4-staff, so if there's like a Spirit Breaker coming at you, you can 4-staff him, cancel the charge, which can be impactful sometimes. Yeah, Roche still a minute away. Very patient moves here from Talon. They were very aggressive when they had to be, and now they are cheating, as they will get vision of Joe Cam. They have, I'm not sure they have the damage. Like, this DK is 1 level ahead of Breaker. I guess with the Ursa, if you can connect, that's how you get the skill.
Yeah, he's going to walk up into the Breathe Fire, into the Rain of Destiny now as well. So they do have the extra damage needed. And I really do like that as a shard, the Rain of Destiny coming through, just as that AoE raining down here. And yeah, okay, they're going to be able to get it and even get Jackie the tower as well. So a little bit of a boost of gold, maybe a bit of an opening here as well. Roshan will respawn in 28 seconds, though I don't know if Bleed are even looking to try and contest this. They might just try and look to take this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane on their own. Dragon Knight, yeah, he's looking with that dragon form just to try and be a bit of a menace here and maybe force out a defense of the tier 2.
Yeah, I feel like it's just too hard. Like, you need to have at least BKB on the Enigma, and it's still not going to be easy to get a good black hole. So I like that, you know, Bleed. They definitely tried to force a fight with the Blink, but you just need to understand that if the enemy team is ahead, they can afford to dodge you, and that's pretty much what happened in the last couple of minutes. So Bleed at least maintaining the gold advantage. Actually, even equalized a little bit, right? I think we were at 9k, now we're back to 7 overall.
Yeah, it was like an 8 and 9k lead. But the big thing is that the Troll Warlord is just maintained above this Ursa. The Ursa's finding free farm here, not really being super contested, but because he has to be aware of the lack of vision and the fact that Talon, you know, if they get on top of him, will be able to blow him up, even with his BKB. He's just being a little bit more careful where he chooses to farm here, so it is affecting his farm. And Troll straight into the Roche pit. The Roche Roar is going to come through, but I don't think Bleed are going to be able to contest this in time.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up, which is probably the right move. Basher, though, is available here for Jackie. Very scary to fight into this Ursa now. He can probably kill the Witch Doctor, although there is a Crimson Guard. Not the best item against Ursa, but kind of a cute pick anyways. Very curious to see how it's going to pan out. I guess against the Eidolons is very strong. Like, they're literally going to do 0 damage.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Witch Doctor build this before. Like, you know, like say it's some variation of Greaves, or if you have the gold for the Gris, you go into the Ag Scepter, or Crimson Guard. Okay, health 3 gen coming out for him here as well, for the Witch Doctor. See how he works.
I mean, he gets tanky, right? But I think if you were playing into the Troll, Crimson Guard, very, very nice value. Against Ursa, where it's kind of an exponential type damage, you don't benefit that much from it.
I do like the Nemesis Curse on the Troll Warlord as well. Obviously, because you're going to be popping that Battle Trance, you're getting yourself in. It doesn't really matter how much damage you take, and you might be able to get an extra kill from this one while that Battle Trance is going, just purely from the extra damage you're going to do from the Glassify.
Yeah, very, very good. And it looks like Talon, are they waiting for any particular timings here? The Timber Vise is very far. Darkseer still needs a lot to finish his Shivas. So, technically speaking, maybe what they're waiting for is a pickoff, which they haven't really gotten. Oh, as I literally say that, Miranda dies.
Yeah, it looks like Essie's going to be able to TP himself away, but Paulson will be going down here. Makoto has that haste rune now as well. Joining up with the rest of his teammates, Dragon Tail comes through. Are they going to get the damage? No! 3-man vacuum, more that black hole comes out. Where's the follow-up damage though? Can they get the troll twice here? It looks like that black hole, it's going to be enough to pop the Aegis. Death Ward comes through, they're going to be able to walk themselves away from them. Charge coming through onto Zeal, but Zeal, he's back inside the base, so Jokam, he gives up the ghost on that charge, and it looks like they do break the Aegis. Can they go again here? Wall's been dropped. They've got a whole load out of it, but they did commit a whole load themselves just to get that Aegis kill.
I mean, that's pretty interesting. They realized the Talon had heroes on the top side because they got the Mirana kill, and they just go for the black hole. Very bold. But yeah, I mean, Talon, they can go high ground, but it's definitely a bit more scary. Ursa didn't have to use his BKB, and because he has this BKB OT, he can kill this troll. You can definitely, like, if you got a good Dragon Tail, there's no save, right? On the side of Talon, it's just the defensive items. It's the Crimson Guard and the Greaves on the Darks here.
Well, we'll see as Akechi's going to be able to walk up with a cheese here onto that tier 3 tower and just be able to whittle this down. I can't even say slowly. Dragon Tail comes out onto the Troll Warlord. There's going to be a jump in now.
It's the arrow.
3 heroes and the damage. They have to get themselves out of this one. Now, the strike doesn't actually connect onto Emo. It looks like it was cancelled off by the distance here. But that's a big jump in. They do get the Oracle, so there's going to be no false promise unless he buys back for this next bit of siege coming through here from Talon. And Talon, they want to be going on to this tier 3 tower. They've already whittled it down to 744 health. And you're just going to play the troll at a distance here. Let him do what he can with those ranged axes. Crimson Guard will be wearing off shortly. But
I think that was
do they
the
just want to wait
status
this out?
resistance. Like, he missed it because he didn't account for the Sunjin Yasha on the troll. That was
Okay.
why the Oracle dies, and they're gonna go again.
Yeah, BKB comes out from Jackie now, so this is going to be a big commit coming out from the Ursa, but he's going to be kicked back by that Nether Strike and bounced around now as well. What damage can they do? Akechi, the wall gets dropped again, and again they catch two hitting it. Paulson's going to go down. So is the Enigma. The Death Ward doing a lot of damage there as well. Still no Black Hole for 50 seconds, so it will be up when he respawns. But what is the state of the base going to be when he does respawn? Because this is going to be a tier 3 tower. It's going to be a lane of racks, it looks like. And it looks like they might just give up a little bit more from this one. Yeah, jump comes in. Ursa Bird's going to be hexed up. Can he get himself away from this one? Damage coming through from the Timbersaw as now they go into a second tier 3 fortification will be used. But what can they protect here from this fortification? Because Akechi, yeah, he's just going to stand his ground here. Do the damage onto the tier 3 charge comes in. Going to be a really nice vacuum, but the force staff comes out from Emo. Like I say, breaking that charge onto Jokum, so he takes a lot of damage from this Dragon Knight here. Bleed. They're going to be able to defend this one. They lose another melee Rax, and that's going to be 2 half lanes of Rax and 2 tier 3 towers going down.
Yeah, it was very nicely done from Talon. Clinical when they need to, patient when they can afford it, and I think it was just a weird defense from Bleed. Like, the Enigma jumps forward without having Black Hole. He should have just chilled from behind, you know, cast Guardian Greaves, cast the spells. Just what they wanted to do there is buy time. You cannot commit if they have cheese on Troll and you don't have Black Hole. So I think Bleed just not fully, you know, on the plan there. Which was delay. Hopefully, if we're all alive, they're not going to be as fast taking away the barracks. And unfortunately, once you lose the Enigma, it just opens up the gates. Finally, they have Black Hole BKB, but, you know, damage is already done.
Yeah, and that's it won't stop the bash at range from the Troll Warlord if he doesn't get caught in it, or a Nether Strike. You know, there are ways to deal with this Black Hole still. And so, yeah, the targets, they have to catch out. Speaking of another strike, it comes out in Emo. He's going to be hexed up again. Can they get the damage to get the kill into this Dragon Knight? Dragon Knight trying to run himself away, but he doesn't have a BKB of his own. He opted out for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn, and he's dead now. 65 seconds. No buyback on this Dragon. They might be able to get another lane from this one. In fact, Ursaba, he might be in danger now as well. Yulsef to spin it up in the air. He's still got that enrage, but is he going to be able to pop it here? The damage coming through. He does pop it now as well. Right clicks, but again, he just gets controlled through this one and killed off. He does have a buyback though, but Bleed, they are in a really bad position coming through onto this one, and Talon, they might just look to make it Megas.
Oh, wrap around here. They're trying to wrap around, but Timbersaw has really good position. Not anymore.
What damage do they have though with the Dragon Knight and the Ursa?
You have to buy back the Ursa as you engage. That's the only move you have. But they're very spread out. There's no possible Black Hole here.
Well, yeah, they say they are going to be able to play it as a really nice split between the heroes. The distance coming through. Charge now onto the Enigma. He tries to blink away, but that doesn't disjoint the charge. Now the strike, it's going to connect. It bounces him into the wall, and now he's going to be that wee little piggy coming through here. Can he get the kill onto Zeal? Zeal, he's going to try and do what he can. Pops those Greaves. He has no charges left in his drums, and he's got no life left in his health bar either. He is going to be dead 48 seconds, and it looks like, yeah, Talon, they are going to be taking complete control of this Radiant base. Jackie going to be charged onto. No Nether Strike for 9 seconds now. Evo jumps himself forward, but the Hex again. No BKB for the Dragon Knight, so he's vulnerable to all sorts of control here. And Emo, well, what are they going to be able to do? He's still going to try and come forward, just push back the creeps. But Akashi moving through to that last range Rax now will be able to take it down, and that will be Megas, it looks like.
Yeah, very clean game here from Talon. They, honestly, from beginning to end, just being very aggressive. The Timbersaw struggled a bit more than we expected, but honestly, it didn't matter. We really failed to see this DK Mirana shine. I think a big problem with that is the Oracle. Oh, wait a second here.
Charge him, backlines going on to that Oracle now as well. Emo might be in a little bit of danger. Do they have the control to take him down? Yulscepter comes out, and it looks like the damage comes through. They might be able to take down the Spirit Breaker, though. Spirit Breaker is going to be out of position and killed off. 63 seconds, but he does have that buyback. Can charge himself right back into that fight if he needs to. And it looks like they are going to just back themselves away here, Talon. They have the Megas. They don't really need to overcommit, and potentially Roshan will be back up in the next 5 seconds.
No fire ready for the Ursa, so definitely some nice timings here on Bleed, but it seems very late.
10-second respawn on the second Roshan clock. If anyone from Talon checks us now, they will be able to see that Roshan is up, and that is going to be Aegis Cheese. Oh, Jackie, did he want to come forwards? But yeah, Aegis Cheese, Ag's Scepter, or Ag's Blessing, excuse me, available here in the Roshan as a Kashi. He's just going to make a beeline to it.
Yep, very smart from him. And yeah, like this just becomes too hard. Who gets the eggs? Probably Troll, I think.
Well, he is the carry, so by Dota law, you know, deserve it or not, it does seem to go to the carry more often than not.
Let's see. Oh, okay, there you go.
To give it to the Witch Doctor? Oh no, they're gonna
gets it. Maybe they'll give it to the Witch Doctor. Oh no.
No, yeah, the Darkseer has taken it here, so the normal punch coming through.
Yeah, I mean it's not the greatest normal punch game, but probably the out of the course, probably the best one. Not a lot of stuff to dispel or to dispel on the enemies or on the troll.
And yeah, I suppose he doesn't have his shard either, so the Witch Doctor, I still think Death Ward would have been, you know, the multi-damage Death Ward would have been the better one. But you know, I'm not in the game, I'm not playing, and Talon are ahead. They can be doing whatever they want currently at the minute.
They could break the eggs and it would literally make no difference.
Yeah.
This game is pretty much on Talon to lose. They have everything. Just look at the amount of auras. We have Pipe, Crimson Guard on the Witch Doctor, Greaves and Shivas on the Darkseer. This side of Vice and Timber is insane.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely a game where, like, Bleed, they need a fireman black hole.
Jackie, he's going to be hexed up. Damage coming through wall now as well, but vacuumed out of that wall here on the Ursa. What can they do for this one? Spiritbreaker tries to get himself in. Jackie, the false promise does come out. He's got that enrage going now as well. I think he'll be able to heal him up enough to get him, or he gets back into the fountain. So that should be way more than enough to get him back to full life, it looks like. And now Akashi, he's already used that BKB, still has that Aegis going. Satanic available as well for the troll. Dragon Tail comes through. Arrow's going to connect now as well. He's going to be bounced around. It looks like they tried to do what they can, but he is going to be A-okay, it looks like. The damage now as well. Death Ward only onto Emo. Emo's going to bounce himself into the fountain. Ursa Blur on the back lines, trying to do what he can to Akashi. Black Hole comes through. What can they get from this one? They can't even get the kill onto Akashi. He's just going to rip them apart here. And I do believe that it's going to be GG. Game well played. Going the way of Talon at 1-1 between Bleed and Talon.
Yep. You kind of said it at the beginning. You wanted to see a 1-1, and that's exactly what we got. Very even game. Kind of stompy on both sides, but you know, it just goes to show how you know, draft still plays a big role in these newer games in this patch. So I think that's pretty much the results I expected. Talon, I think the win from Talon this game felt more convincing than the win from Bleeding game number 1. But you know, regardless, two very good teams that I expect will go through the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and again, maybe down to a little bit of itemization, because it felt like the Dragon Knight, every time he got caught out, he was controlled out hexed, you know, Yule Scepter coming through. He didn't have that BKB, went for that Mage Slayer into the Dragonlance, then into the full Bloodthorn, but still went 5 and 3 on the Dragon Knight, so not the impact that I was expecting him to have. But that is going to be the series here between Bleed and Talon. It goes 1-1, so both teams going to be walking away with at least a point here, but we'll see how that's going to go with the rest of the groups, whether that's going to be enough moving forwards. But for now, we are going to be jumping to a break as we get ready to jump into our third and final series, so we'll see you right after this.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet, play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the Regional SEA League for the RES Dota League. Carry on going with that. But we're going to get involved now with our final series of the day. It is going to be Salvation Gaming versus IHC. Bowie, looking at these two teams, we've had these two teams, I do believe, pop up a couple of times before. And if we take a look at results, Salvation, they made it through to the playoffs last time, but got knocked out by Neon in the first round. And IHC, they didn't even make it out of groups last time. So are you looking at these thinking that it's just a case of, whoever turns up on the day? Or do you think Salvation might have a better chance than IHC here in this series?
Yeah, there's another variable in this whole thing, which is the IHC that played in the second iteration of RES had Se. And, we saw Se playing for Bleed, looking pretty good. And now they have Kishka. So I do feel like that's a downgrade, even if you just consider the fact that, it's a new player coming in.
Yeah.
But say, rank 30 in the leaderboards, whereas Kishka is a 3-digit player. And in the last time, IHC not only didn't go through, but they were also 2-0'd by Salvation Army in the other series. So yeah, I do come expecting Salvation to have a slight advantage, although, as we did point out several times already, it is a new patch.
It is definitely a new patch, so we'll see how it's going to play out between these two teams and whether they're going to have something up the sleeve here at IHC that they've been practicing on to get themselves into a good position to maybe make a stand here. Because again, if I take a look at last time around, they only missed out by a one-match swing. So if they'd have taken a draw, I think it is, up against Salvation, they might have been able to get into tiebreakers. They might have been able to get through into the playoffs. Hell, if they got the win, they would have been over the Salvation anyway. So IHC just need to be a little bit more, on the level here up against Salvation. If they take this draw, potentially might be able to force a way out of groups this time around.
Oh yeah, and we will see if they're going to be able to do that, because, at the end of the day, this is a really important part of the whole ecosystem, right? If you don't actually qualify here and you get like a decent amount of points, you might just already be out, because there are already teams with 3-digit RES points, and recovering, even if you get first place in the fourth one, might not be possible.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, that's a point that you need to be doing your best here. We're coming through into the final, the home stretch of the Season 3, and you've got Season 4 to kind of make your mad dash for points if you need any, but you need to be locking them here and next season to be in with that chance of getting through into the LAN. And again, teams at the top that have that little bit of an extension, that lead over teams like IHC and Salvation, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable coming into this season, coming into the next season too. So we'll see if IHC, Salvation, those kind of teams, if they're going to be able to play their socks off here, get themselves into the playoffs, maybe even take that top spot to try and get themselves comfortable into that final season.
Looking at the bans here, nothing too crazy. Batrider first phase is not that popular. I guess the Slaughter first phase is an interesting one. That kind of screams Shadow Fiend to me. So very curious to see if Salvation gonna first phase that hero.
They do have first pick, so they could potentially pick that one up. And then maybe get the Clockwork in the second phase if that's not ban out too. Though I think if it gets through IHC, on the second pick, they probably do pick up that Clockwork.
Yeah, I think you ban Clock if you want Shadow Fiend here. It's definitely you could just don't want to rush 4 staff on the Shadow Fiend for sure. Definitely kind of a hard counter to the hero. There we go.
Yeah. They go for the Dragon Knight though.
DK. Okay. Is that hero, like, do you also win against Shadowfiend in the mid lane? I guess we're going to learn here, as I see they have the opportunity to pick Shadowfiend. Will they take it?
Yeah, is there a lane that Dragon Knight loses now, or is he just like the #1 laner in the game? Okay, they go for the Phoenix, though.
Okay. That hero was available. Definitely one of the strongest ones, and with no Witch Doctor, you definitely get some good value out of it in the lane as well. I think Witch Doctor is kind of a hard counter to that here in the lane. As now Salvation. I would hope to see Shadow Fiend banned, but maybe they have the intel that's like, yeah, DK just doesn't lose. So if they don't ban it, I'm assuming they feel like it's an okay matchup, or they're willing to swap it to a different side lane.
This could even be the offlane Dragon Knight, or even that carry Dragon Knight that you were talking about. So they could still pick up this Shadow Fiend here themselves, run it in that mid lane if they wanted to as well.
True. Not bad against Phoenix. You do have that attack speed buff now with your third spell. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't hate it for sure. Salvation. Ursa is available if you're scared of that bad boy. They actually banned the Shadow Demon. Okay. Maybe some Phoenix Dota here for Salvation. I'm sorry, Disruptor Dota.
Yeah. As I'd say, they go for the Monkey King, so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Salvation could interrupt it. They could go for that Mars pick. Maybe try and take that away from IHC, because that looks like it's a prime setup for Mars here if IHC want to go for it in their next phase of picks.
Yeah, it would have pretty strong team fighting. I also like the Monkey King because it will dissuade this Dragon Knight to play the side lanes, because now you're going to have to be facing the Monkey King. I think offlane DK might be just weaker now, because you don't get levels as fast. You don't get the HP regen kicking in as fast as you would have liked. And they go for the Snapfire. I love it. This year got so many buffs, and people are just not picking it into Phoenix, even when it's available. So I like it. I wouldn't even mind seeing a core snap, but I'm assuming this might just be like 4 snap with offlane DK.
Yeah. Okay. And, well, you were just saying that the DK can't run into the Monkey King. Do you maybe see that as a 3 snap? As the Gyro does come through?
It could be weaker, but I'm not sure. Like, I actually have to see it in play. It's definitely a little bit weaker, but he thought it was weaker against Timber, and he'd, like, destroy the lane. So, maybe you need another 2 HP regen nerf on him for, like, the hero to feel that bad. As they get Gyro very open in the draft here from Salvation, which is what you need when you then don't have 24 pick. So I like what they have.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this IHC, they're going to go for the Storm Spirit now as well. I was going to ask you, do you want to be locking in both cores here? Because, like, say that you maybe potentially don't want to give that Mars to the next phase if that's something you're trying to run. If that does get banned out in that next phase, Salvation do have the option to do that, but they go straight in for the Storm Spirit here. So maybe thinking this is going to be the mid Dragon Knight and wanted to play the Storm up against the DK here.
Yeah, storming to DK is a bit scary. They don't have Mirana though, so maybe they feel like there's not enough lockdown. At the same time, at the Venge, you do have some more protection, as they will. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be Puck, offlane DK, with so a lot of flex going on. This could be carry DK, this could be carry Gyro, this could be support Gyro, this could be offlane Snapfire, for all we know.
Well, we'll see how it is going to land here as we get through to the final few picks. Final few bans as the Faceless Void going to be taken away. So, yeah, they don't think this Faceless, or maybe just banning out to cover the bases here, but maybe not thinking the Monkey King is going to be the carry. Maybe that's the 4 with the offlane Vengeful Spirit coming out here for IHC.
Yeah, very true. Or even carry Venge, right? There's a lot of talks on Venge, Battlefield Revenge eventually becoming a thing. Would be really cool to see it, but could also be carry Monkey King with the support Venge or offlane Venge with the 4 Monkey King. I'd see though, you're pretty sure on banning either a support or a carry. That's the only 2 options here. They already have a Phoenix counter. They have decent control. I think they lack more burst damage. It's only the Snapfire that brings like a lot of it. So maybe something like a... Yeah, Marcy is nice.
Yeah. And we've already seen the Marcy once today being picked up against the Phoenix. Even like saving without the IO, just being able to get that jump onto the back lines with the Unleash going. Because you do get those 5 it's 5 hits now coming through from the Marcy, no matter what level the ult is. So you can break that egg fairly quickly.
Honestly, the problem is the Venge, but I would love to see a Disruptor here for Salvation. Like, it's such a good static Storm game against Phoenix, against Storm, against Monkey King. You just glimpse him. I think Disruptor is good even though there's a Venge. Like, you still get so much value out of glimpsing this Monkey King when you get vision of it. You have Kisses to get some vision for you. Have Orb to get vision for you. Even the Gyro Missile. To me, I think that's like a pretty good pick. Just play carry Gyro, get a Disruptor 5, and play DK Snapfire in the offlane.
Okay, well, we'll see where they want to be going because they've still got 1:30 minutes left on the clock. So they're looking at bans now. So if you're looking at this, I wonder if that is going to be a Faceless Void. Like, they think it's still going to be the one pickup here, the Monkey King support, or maybe even the Venge, like I say. But I wonder if that was just covering the bases and they ban out another carry here. That maybe you ban out the Lifestealer up against the Dragon Knight.
It is not a bad Lifestealer game. You're just scared of the silence pretty much on Puck. That's the only thing that you would be kind of scared of. But it is Southeast Asia, so you ban Morphling instead. Yeah, I like Disruptor. If you're gonna go for something a little bit more meta right now, you can probably pick what?
Is there any meta supports left?
Hoodwink, and you play Snapfire 5. I like Hoodwink. I think it's all right. Coil into the Bushwhack.
Yeah. Could see. No, never mind. I was gonna say you maybe see the AA come out here, just to try and get that Ice Blast over the Wukong's command, but I don't think it's something that anybody's been playing. Shadow
Huerta is nice.
A little bit. Yeah.
Huerta into Coil. It is kind of a niche specific type hero though, so maybe we're not gonna see it. But yeah, I like Huerta. I think I have like decent attack range, decent attack speed, can hit the egg. Not that you need it with the Snapfire, but it's nice.
They could even just go for this last pick IO themselves if they wanted to. Support goes well with the Gyrocopter. Gonna go for the Brewmaster though, so it is gonna be
what, carry DK?
Yeah, carry DK with I guess Gyro in the lane and the offlane Snapfire Brewmaster.
Carry Snap, let's go.
I don't think we're quite there just yet, but yeah, maybe in the near future.
They gave her base damage on the E. I would love to see some core Snapfire, but yeah, I think there's a way higher likelihood of DK being carry. Yeah, then being support, right? Yeah, that's basically it. I think support DK is pretty garbage.
I suppose this is nice as well. Once you get that Brewmaster split going, you are going to be able to take the Monkey King, not out of the Wukong's command, but out of the fight in general with the Cyclone that comes out from the Storm Spirit Panda. Just being able to get that control off, really stop the Monkey King from having a big effect while you try and get to those backlines and try and do that damage onto maybe even break the egg.
Yeah, and Monkey King in the past was very strong against Brew, but nowadays it's just not that good. Like, you have the mischance, you just have the attack speed low from the clap. It's not that easy for the Monkey King to really pressure here like Brew, so yeah.
Okay, they still go for the Lifestealer, so that is going to be, I think, the position for Monkey King with the offlane Venge coming out.
All right, so yeah, Young God playing the DK. This is gonna be a Lloyd on the gyrocopter. Should probably take away the looking for team on his nickname, right? That is a little bit.
Well, let's see how this series goes first. You know,
True.
We might be seeing a new team for him coming up soon.
And it's 11 on the Vengeful Spirits. All right, so it's gonna be a pretty cool one. Looking at IHC, I like this offlane Venge a lot, and I don't think this DK pressures the Venge whatsoever. But to me, that is kind of the trump card for IHC. You already have like one of the most OP heroes being the Storm, and if this Venge can get online, it can definitely become a problem for Salvation Gaming. The biggest thing is Storm can die against Puck. They did draft well against it with, Coil into Kisses or Coil into the Snapfire stunning and everything. So it's really onto Ikigai not being caught off from the rotation, or at least the supports rotating to try and protect him.
Yeah, so looking at these two lineups, preferences, thoughts, feelings as we come into this first series. Are you leaning towards IHC then with the draft, or?
I think I prefer the IHC lineup. I'm not convinced on carry DK. I haven't seen it look super good. I think mid DK just feels better. The poison facet is just so strong. But yeah, I mean, Salvation should have, I guess, the advantage, right? They have beaten. They did better in the last RESs, and at the same time, I see playing out with a different 5, arguably lower MMR. So I will go IHC, but just because their draft seems pretty good.
Okay, we'll get ourselves into this one, see how it is actually going to break down. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that was on the screen just see and use that banner below the stream. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website with the odds on the screen fairly, it's definitely even between the two teams. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, available both on app and the website. As we see Ace walking himself. There's too many aces in Dota, dude. We've got Ace in Southeast Asia. We've got Ace in Western Europe. We've got Ace the caster from South America. It's just like somebody become, I don't know, the 2, or the 3 or something like that. There's too many aces.
That is true. There's the Brazilian ace. There's the European ace. There's the SEA ace. And probably an ace watching as well.
Young God could be in a little bit of trouble now as well. There is going to be the magic missile into the jump in from the Monkey King. Gyrocopters are going to be here to try and do what he can, but Young God's going to be taking a lot of pressure coming through here, and IHC will be able to pick up first blood thanks to that Monkey King scouting around that rune spot on the trees. Great rotation here, and yeah, that Watcher didn't do a whole lot. The Dragonite will be taken away on that first blood.
Yeah, nicely done there. Orb of Venom plus a full duration 3 downs. Way too much slow. Nicely done there by IHC. Starting the game with a bang, killing the carry. In a lane where Venge was already kind of set up to have a really good game. So, not ideal for Salvation.
Storm Spirit did buy a 1. Okay, it's going to shift the odds just a little bit, but the Storm Spirit did buy a 1, so it's not going to be a free bottle thanks to that first blood, but he is still going to be closer to it. 300 gold away from picking it up, even with the wand in his backpack. Excuse me.
It's all about getting it for the miniature rune. So if you get first blood, sometimes it's better to get the wand than it is the bottle even. Now, one thing that's interesting is that the DK did go for the corrosion build. So he's not going for the full farm type build, which, allows him to, I guess, create more pressure once he's 6. But it also means he doesn't farm as fast. I'm very curious to see, what the item build's going to look like.
Yeah, and there's going to be another jump here onto Young God just to Kishka, just to put the pressure onto the Dragonite. No real gank potential here early on in this lane, it feels like. But if you're looking at, I guess it's for the harass back. Does he? I might not rate the fire facet.
Yeah, you definitely lane better with the other one, but I think most of the people were talking about this being very good on carry DK, the other one, the fire one. So. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if it's better. Because, as a carry, if you're pressuring towers and everything, you can be killed. And we know how important it is for carries just to not die, right? If you farm enough and you get your items, that's usually how carries win.
You looking at that top lane. I don't really think there's too much kill potential. Maybe if you catch out the Venge. But are you looking at any lane here, thinking one of these or more heroes are at risk? Because the DK is going to take some harass. Kishka going to try and go for the chase down, but Young God will be away.
I think bottom has a lot of potential. You know, the Lifestealer. This hero is actually much weaker in lane than he used to, just because like you can't really skill feast anymore. It's now locked to your ulti. So I feel like the Brewmaster actually wins this lane. So I could see Lifestealer or even the Phoenix dying, depending on how things pan out. Whereas the top lane, even though there's also a lot of kill potential, we have a lot of sustain, pretty much. Like this Monkey King is really hard to catch, the Avenge is really hard to catch, and also there's a DK on the other side.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work out for them. A lot of damage coming through onto the Dragon Knight in the top lane. That Young God just has to back himself away here underneath the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ikigai, how's he looking? He does have that bottle up, and yeah, the water runes, you know, they start to flow, but going to be available here for both mids. In terms of the last, it's fairly even, you know, especially because Ikigai can do something like that. You don't even need to walk all the way around here. You just drop that remnant, get the creeps onto that little high ground perch low, and you're going to be able to do that every time there's a little bit of a lull in the wave here. Wonderboy taking a little bit of harass coming through from Ikigai on that Storm Spirit, but we'll see if the perk really is going to be at a bit of a loss here in the lane up against the Storm.
Yeah, I actually didn't get the stack. Unfortunately, the aggro there in the creeps was really weird with the way the Wild Wings walked away. But yeah, it is one of the many buffs Storm got, just being able to stack for himself without having to walk to that camp.
And we'll see if he tries it again. Not a lot of mana left here on Ikigai if he wants to do that. About halfway, 2/3 of the way spent. So, you know, it's not a big cost on the Remnant. He might still go for that one, like you say, try and get those stacks off. Meanwhile, top lane, it's going to be a lot of damage coming through onto Lloyd. Lloyd is going to go down. Young God underneath his tier 1 tower. The creeps are still here. It doesn't look like the Monkey King, the Vengeful Spirit, want to go for too much onto this one. Even though Young God, not a lot of mana left here, he's just going to be left alone until that Jarrow comes back in. And yeah, again, the Gyrocopter, he's not got any clarities, no mangoes here for the Dragon Knight. So the Dragon Knight is going to be sat in this lane, completely out of mana, it looks like.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird position because this DK, you know, has a 8 HP region, very hard to kill. But as we also said, Vengeful Spirit, one of the many reasons this hero wasn't played in the offlane was that she's just weak. And sometimes even if you are trading, like if the carry gets farmed but you're not really pressuring, it can be a problem. I feel like this Venge just kills so much, right? This hero has been buffed so many times ever since they tried to make it a core, and I think like if a Venge just gets a free game, that's when this hero can really look the best.
Hey dude, they've got an Arcana to sell. You can't sell Arcanas for support. You gotta make it into a core here, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how you make it profitable.
Like, you see, all the pros have the Vengeful Spirit Arcana from what I see, and barely any of them have the Scarith Arcana, because, you know, if you did have it, you'd be picking Scarith every single game to show it off.
No, the reason why they don't have the Scarif one is because you can see the OT, right? That the biggest change on the freaking Arcana, they need to create a technology so Scarif Mage OT is visible. Unfortunately, that's way too costly.
And I'm surprised that's not been looked. I mean, it's kind of the same with Scarith on his normal form, though, as well. It's like a 50-50 chance whether you're going to be able to see that ulti. I've had games where it just doesn't show up, and then I've had games where, you know, it even as a caster, you know, it just doesn't show, and you kind of have to guess it. Why am I losing all of this health?
Yeah, it is really weird how it works. Like, I'm not sure if it's like a... Oh, Wonderboy.
Be the jump in. Drake's going to be able to get the kill onto Kishka now as well. What else can he get from this one? Because Wonderboy is going to try and get himself away, but that orb isn't the biggest jump in the world. But Ikigai, he's out of mana, won't be able to jump himself away in the bot lane. And at level 6, he still gets the kill onto Wonderboy, but they are able to get 2 for that. So, not the worst trade in the world, not the best trade in the world here for either team, but you're going to be happy with a 2-for-1 on the side of Salvation.
Yeah, it's still better for Salvation. Like, the Puck Live that only dies after killing the Storm, and Storm also losing the Galvanite stacks is always bad. Like, this hero definitely wants to be not dying and just constantly being part of kills. As he has actually TP'ing top, so speaking of kills, he really wants some Dragon's Blood, and he might get it.
Yep, Jump comes in, the Balance Strike now as well. They've already used the Wave of Terror onto Young God. Jump comes in from the Monkey King, and it's going to be Ikigai that picks it up, and Lloyd, the double kill, they give it over to Ikigai. He's going to get 2 of those 3 charges he just lost right back in his pocket, and a good couple of kills there as well to get some net worth there as well.
Yeah, that's great. He's going to finish his shreds. Was looking for a bounty here, but unfortunately it's not available. Can he get this stack? He can, but it is a Mud Golem, so might as well use his mana somewhere else.
Yeah. So back up to 6 stacks. So he is going to be missing 1, I guess, from that death, because you do lose 3 on death. But again, this is what we see from the Storm Spirit. Like I say, that old Bloodstone that you're giving it from the get-go. The perk has rotated top to try and maybe get some revenge. And Eventual Spirit, speaking of revenge, might be under danger here. Do they have enough damage? There's going to be 4 heroes coming through from the side of Salvation. They do take down 11, but it is going to leave that Storm Spirit with a free roam around the mid lane, around those jungle camps now as well. And Lifesteal are not going to be put under too much pressure here either.
Yeah, good rotation. They find out 1 kill. And it is now the time to fight for the runes. Both Puck and Storm in the vicinity. The supports are probably going to be rotating towards this area. Let's see who's going to take it.
Monkey King is around to back up the Storm Spirit if they try and get aggressive onto the Puck. But Wonder Boy, which way they're going? You see that tree walk at you. And if you've learned anything from Mark Wahlberg movies, if the trees come for you, you leave straight away. As Wonder Boy...
Regen on the Storm. This is a huge one for Ikigai.
Yeah, big pickup, especially because the regen doesn't go away now once you take damage, so it does just last. And yeah, he's going to be able to clean up. I wouldn't be surprised to see another rotation, another gank coming out from the Storm Spirit with this regen rune.
Yeah, he does have a couple of stacks that he can farm if that's the path he wants to take. But he can also TP, and there you go. TP to top lane, the swap.
Yeah, they're going to try and make a move here. Dragon Knight once again going to be put under pressure. He pops out Dragon Form. But again, the Storm Spirit, if they want to make a dive here, do they have the damage to get the kill? 1 more Remnant. Dream Core does come through. Starts now onto that Storm Spirit as well. But they already get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. Now the Sunray coming through. They're going to be able to get onto the perk. They just last and last and last. And it looks like they might even go for a little bit more. 11 takes down Wonder Boy. Do they want to dive past that tier 1 tower? Even look for it. Yeah, Storm Spirit. He's using what Mary can to get on top of the Gyrocopter. The Gyrocopter going to have that salve cancelled now. And it looks like they jump in from the Monkey King. The Blood Grenade. It's not going to be enough. They will be able to get the kill onto Drake. It looks like trading off those kills 1-1, Kishka and Ikigai, making sure they got both of those heroes. So again, another couple of stacks going the way of Ikigai.
I mean, this DK, man, 0-3 with no capabilities of farming because he ended up going for the Corrosive Breath, and that's the thing. Like, if you just play this carry DK, I mean, they, in their defense, they try to be aggressive getting the Corrosive Breath, but it feels like they didn't win the lane, and they also are not going to be able to just farm this DK. You know, if it's a Sven, if it's a Luna, you just throw it in the jungle, you say, guys, I'm going to be AFK for 15 minutes, just do stuff so I can, you know, get back into this game. I don't know how this DK is going to be able to do it. I honestly don't, and this is already a 3k goal lead, which is why the win probability sits at 84% at this stage.
Yeah, and while this is all going on, I mean, they're taking a lot of pressure off the lifesteal as well. The Brewmaster hasn't left the lane. Oh, Silence comes out onto the Storm Spirit, but... Well, Kane Rune, they're going to have this drag back now as well. Wonderboy dizzing himself away from this one. He's already used all his mobility to get himself back, waiting on those cooldowns to come through. Using the Arcane, Dream Call, they might be able to get the kill onto the Phoenix, so Ace will go down. And Lloyd gets the credit for that. But yeah, while this is all going on, the lifesteal's just like, there's a game going on. This isn't just PvE. He's just having a great time in terms of last hits. And now that the Brewmaster's moved off the lane now as well, he should be able to get... What's he going for build-wise on this lifesteal? It's going to be the Armlet first here for him.
Yeah, I think it's going to go Armlet Radiance probably. Yeah. You know, one thing we did not mention is Rupido. He is obnoxiously farmed, considering that the entirety of Salvation is struggling in the other lanes. But he only comes online in like maybe 5 minutes when his Radiance is done. So yeah. I think that's the biggest problem. Unless he gets a really good TP into OT, he doesn't have a way to proactively help his team. Like, he needs IHC to overcommit, basically, to come back into this game. So very curious to see how IHC is going to take this fight in a way where they can avoid this Brewmaster. Because he's definitely just looking. All right, now, by the way, he doesn't even have a TP. Finally gets delivered to him. And it's a 5-second cooldown. Should have it available if a fight happens closer to top.
Yeah, we'll see if he is going to be able to respond. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight, he's being stalked through the jungle by the Monkey King. Just taking a little bit of a tour here, Kishka, to see if you can find Young God. And Young God, I mean, like you say, he's got no real catch-up mechanic at the minute, whether he wants to. I mean, he's going to go straight for the Orchid, it looks like, into the BKB. So more fighting than farming here for the Dragon Knight, it looks like. And we'll see how quickly he's going to get active once this Orchid is up, if that's going to be enough, or if he wants to farm at least the Blink or the BKB up first.
I mean, I like the Orchid, right? It's the way to try and counter the Storm, but at the same time, if they just gank you, this Orchid is not going to do anything. It doesn't increase your farming speed. You also don't have the gap close to use the Orchid aggressively, so
yeah,
still very wary of whether this DK is going to have the impact they want to have. But, it is a first pick, so at the end of the day, it's really on to the Puck and this Brewmaster to make things click, as Wonder Boy will finish a full-on Witchblade. Yeah, so that is a lot of damage if they can find a coil into a target.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're going to try and make something happen here. You see the spread out around the map, looking for farm, but the Puck definitely moving down here with the Snapfire towards Fortune Soul. So we'll see if Fortune Soul, if those Spidey senses are tingling, has that arm up now on the Lifestealer. And he is moving through into that camp below the tier 1 tower, as the Puck is going to show. Going for those right clicks, so yeah, the Lifestealer wants to move himself away from this one. Doesn't want to be anywhere near this tower when it does go down, it seems like. And Wonder Boy, where's he TP in mid lane? Are they going to try and make a move onto this one? The stun comes out into Ikigai, but Ikigai, he's already used that ball line to get himself away.
This Venge, so tanky.
Jumped in silence. There's going to be the Dream Cult coming out now as well. Sunray will be here, but it's a lot of damage coming through. They do have a good swap, and Ikigai looks like he might be able to survive through that swan. The Puck, it might just be having to turn around, go for the Vengeful Spirit. It gets killed off by Rupido. Even the Lifesteal going to get involved into this one. Did he get the damage onto Wonder Boy? Wonder Boy, he's already used that orb. He's going to try and jump himself away to it, so he will be away. They get 2. Can they get any more? Ace might be in a little bit of trouble here underneath his own tier 1 tower. The jump, the chase comes in, and he will be able to get that kill.
The only reason Salvation wins that fight is the haste rune on Puck. Like, that Puck should have been dead once he committed really hard. Just good positioning for the Venge. They get the swap. The Storm, I think, was a bit too cautious with his mana. He should have just zipped, 100% away. He was trying to maybe stay in that fight, as they're going to try and punish Salvation here, but they are not going to be able to do that. In fact, they're also going to lose the rune. It is the Puck that gets an illusion.
And yeah, it feels like the rest of the team, the Dragon Knight, okay, the Dragon Knight's still farming. I'm not saying the Dragon Knight's losing in the game. He's still trying to farm up. He's trying to find his items, but it does feel like the rest of Salvation, they're making up for how far behind this Dragon Knight got after going 0-3-0 in the lane. They are going to lose towers, not going to be able to stop the aggression from IHC, but they are now trying to take some of the aggression, some of this focus from IHC onto that Dragon Knight, and just say you can't hunt him down if you're constantly fighting us, it feels like.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the hero they might find is actually Wonder Boy, notoriously hard to lock down heroes. The Monkey King gets vision. It's just too hard of a kill.
And
no Orchid on the Storm, now that the build is like super tanky, right? You want to go Disarmor on the Witchblade with the HP of the Eternal Shroud, so you don't really have an Orchid to kill the Puck. Overall, like they are somehow getting back into this game. Radiance is going to be up for the Brew. There is Orchid already for this DK. He is very underfarmed, but not that...
Oh, they immediately snap the coil there. Yeah, the Icarus dive comes away, and Ace, he just gets left for the wolves as Ikigai jumps himself away. But that Dream Coil, I think it was just on the beginning of that Icarus dive there, and the Phoenix, it breaks him, leaves him stranded, and he does get killed off. But the Monkey King, they're going to try and turn this one around, and they want to try and get onto Drake. There is going to be the Wukong Command coming out now as well. So Drake, he tries to get himself up to the high ground with the cookie, but Ikigai will still be able to get the kill. Had the mana to jump up to if the Snapfire had got to that high ground.
By the way, there is an Orchid on the Monkey King. We didn't really talk about that. It is a way to counter this Puck.
Yeah.
But now knowing that they have Orchid, I'm surprised they didn't go for the Puck there. Because you would get Boundless Orchid and Puck wouldn't really be able to run away. And if you kill the Puck, you're going to slow down the U Scepter he's building. In fact, he's like so close to the use that it hurts quite a bit that IHC was not able to punish Wonder Boy there when they got vision of him.
And Yeah, the poke was, you played it as a distance, so yeah, they weren't able to. So, and you look at this, Kishka, he's moved down to protect Fortune Soul. Fortune Soul is getting close to that Radiance here himself. I think the Brewmaster, does he have it completed up? He does, so that's going to be available to him. Brown Boots straight into the Radiance here with the double braces, but Lifestealer, he's got the triple gauntlets. It still makes me laugh whenever I see a hero do this one. You know, I know it's for value in the laning stage, but it's just funny to see, oh, triple gauntlets, what are you going to do with those? Oh no, they're just fun to look at, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the slot value. Don't want to have any empty slots.
But yeah, Lifestealer...
look cool.
He is going to go towards the Sacred Relic first, it looks like. And he's not going to be too far away from that. About 500 gold for Fortune Soul. So, going to be about 2,000 gold all in off getting this Radiance out. And then this is where Fortune Soul will be able to just kind of skyrocket his farm. Net worth-wise, he's not doing too bad anyway. Keeping up with the puck, keeping up with the Brewmaster. But that should really skyrocket him up. And then again, the Dragon Knight might just have a hard time catching up to, or keeping up with this Lifestealer. Unless he gets involved in fight after fight after fight.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I feel like in a game where this DK gets absolutely stomped, this Lifestealer should have probably just rushed Radiance. Because the DK is like, what, 200 gold behind a Lifestealer? That just shouldn't happen if the DK gets destroyed and he rushes an Orchid out of all items. I feel like the net worth distance should have been much higher, and it's on IHC from being too...
Storm could be taken down. No, he's going to be able to get himself with the homing missile. There wasn't a silencer as well, so yes, sorry for interrupting, but it just looked like 4 heroes grouping around the Storm. I didn't think he was going to live through that one. Even jumps himself through that homing missile.
It's so hard now to kill Rupido. 2k HP. He actually has Whisper of the Dread and Brew. Very interesting choice of neutral. Just getting the damage in. Not something that we see that much on a hero like Brew.
Well... Do you think that comes into play with the new facets now? Just being able to...
Yeah.
I ain't reading all his innate. I'm going to say that's, you know, good for you. I'm sorry that happens, but that's a lot of text. But yeah, having the Cinder Brew rollout.
Maybe you just one-shot waves with it now? Maybe that's why. Maybe you one-shot waves if you have the Whisper of the Dread. Because a lot of the times, like, whenever you have any spell in the game, and it's like 25 minutes... and you use it, the creeps are gonna be like, I don't know, 5% HP, right? Like most of the combos that you have kind of work that way. So maybe Whisper of the Dread is that difference maker that allows this hero to show waves without showing, which is always very important, which is why you even build Manta on Brew in first place.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, he is shoving the lanes out. He is turning up to the fight as well, but like you say, if you can get a quick push on the creep wave, keep that creep equilibrium force to the Radiant side of the map, and even farm with the neutrals like he's doing now, you know, that might be, like you say, that's why he's picked it up, just to make sure he doesn't overstay his welcome here and get caught out and killed off. Even with a 2.1k health, you know, he could be vulnerable to a 3-4 man rotation, so doesn't want to risk it, and yeah, just playing it safe, like you say, just being able to get in, out, and not show too much on the map.
I feel like Salvation Gaming is getting away with murder this game. Like, you have such a strong timing on IHC. You have Eggs on Venge. I don't think this Eggs was used a single time ever since it was completed. This Lifestealer has disarmed it for a long, long time. You have Orchid on Monkey King. You didn't use a single one of these items for the last 7 minutes on IHC. And Salvation, they're just, like, recovering on every single hero. The DK is going to finish a BKB. You have Solar Crust on the Snapfire now. This Puck will have Blink Dagger alongside the use. I really feel like Kites need to pressure this more, and they're trying.
Infest is going to be here. Triple. Oh, the cooldown comes through as well. They might be able to get the kill onto Younger, but what else can they get from this one? Kishka is using that Wukong to man the Storm, so it jumps to the backlines now. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto Wonderboy? They do. They have that control here, and it looks like they might want to try and go for more, but Vengeful Spirit, Fortune Soul is going to get pretty darn low, using the Armlet Toggle as well as the Rage, so he's going to be able to dodge off the Boulder Toss. Coming through, and on the backlines now as well, Gyrocopter, he's going to get pretty darn low. Can the Vengeful Spirit, he's going to be able to get it with a swap, even inside the Vengeful Spirit form here. They aren't able to finish off that kill, and it looks like they might be able to get a little bit more Rupido Magic Missile into that Wave of Terror, but Ikigai's going to go down to the Snapfire here. Drick picks it up, and it looks like Rupido now he's going to be able to turn around onto it. Drick takes down Fortune Soul, and 11. He's inside that the illusion form, so it won't technically count as a kill, but they will be able to get rid of the Vengeful Spirit.
How do you get an Ultra Q with a Snapfire?
Careful
Look at
planning.
the items of Drake. He has a no talisman and a solar crest. He's just casting Scatter Blast the entire fight.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay to see how exactly he did this one. The dive comes in onto the Dragon Knight. Sunray's going to be here as well. Wonderboy tries to do what he can, but do we see... Yeah, Drake comes in. Just throwing out the Scatter Blast there as well. The multi-kisses start to rain down onto multiple heroes as well. They get caught in the Dream Call, so he is able to just really whittle these heroes down, it looks like.
Yeah, but there's only one kill with the kisses, right? I think everything, yeah, there you go. Like, second place is a Scatter Blast. I think he... Okay, how do you get the other two? I guess he killed the Storm?
I suppose he does have the full bore Scatter Blast, so he's getting more damage when he's further away. He does just get one right click on the Storm as well. And yeah, from a distance here, it goes over to the high ground, and he does get that kill. And again, the Vengeful Spirit still in that illusion form, so he just finishes that one off too.
Yeah, I mean, after that, Ultra Hero is not that far from the DK here in net worth, and what do you even buy? So he bought a Glimmer Cape, and he's going Blink Dagger. Pretty interesting that he's going Blink without eggs. Not really sure what that gives him, but yeah, maybe he's gonna change his mind. We'll see what he'll do. Smoke time, though.
Yeah, we are going to get a rotation. Scan comes out immediately from IHC. They know something is up here. Heroes missing off the map. They have some idea, so they do get the scan out now as well. Will back themselves. In fact, did they smoke? I think they smoked underneath the ward. They did.
Yeah, it was really close. I think they had an idea.
Yeah, and
Monkey King breaks the smoke.
Really nice mobility heroes like that, just being able to move around without putting yourself at risk. Yeah, break that smoke and just foil the plans of the enemy team.
Yeah, very nicely done. They're gonna infest Ikigai here.
Jump.
Trying to pressure the DK.
Jump doesn't come out. I mean, Stormspirit has that BKB, but he wants to hold it for a little bit longer. Now it's going to be the young god actually that uses his BKB. Infest, does he want to actually pop out, show himself now? The BKB comes out from Stormspirit, and it is going to be a 2-3-man Infest now as well. Damage, what can he do? Going to try and get the chase down onto young god. The split comes out already from Rupido, and Rupido trying to do what he can in those Pandalin forms, but he looks like the dive was that Supernova. Can it do the damage? Can it at least pull the aggro? They get two from that one, and Drake, he's trying to clean up once again, but this time around,
dude, Drake is a god.
And yeah, Drake, he gets himself a good couple of kills here, but the balance strike was that jump in from the Monkey King. They have the control coming through, and Rupido, he's trying to get himself away from this one. The damage come through. Homing missile now again, but he should still be able to get the kill onto the Brewmaster, and Stormspirit jumps himself over that homing missile, the swap, and they get the kill onto all five. Call it 6 with a buyback here onto that gyrocopter.
Beautiful buyback there so the illusion doesn't die, and 11 keeps on doing the damage. That was such a close fight. They just killed the puck instantly, which was very problematic there for Wonderboy. But that Snapfire just does so much damage. I can't believe. Like, you look at the items, there's nothing. There's no shard. There's no eggs. It's just the full bore passive. Just doing... He doesn't even have a talent.
Yeah, it's just you play that at range, you get the full Scatter Blast, and yeah, especially when they're grouping up like this, you know, coming up the river, you are able to get this damage off, and yeah, unfortunately here for the Snapfire wasn't able to fully live through that one, even with the Glimmer Cape. Walks himself back in to try and help out his teammate, and that balance strike just goes over the top of both of them, giving them enough here on the side of IHC to find at least, you know, the kill onto the Snapfire, and then Rupido can't get himself away either.
Yeah, really nicely done. That's how you have to play as IHC. You have this like insane team fighting lineup with lots of timings that Salvation is not ready to handle. Specifically the Orchid on the Monkey King. That, by the way, actually has a BKB. You know, we're kind of doubting Kishka, you know, whether he was gonna be a good enough replacement for Seth.
Hang on,
but
what's this we were talking about?
Well, I was, and he's definitely like delivering. He's playing hell of a game.
Yeah, he's having a really good time on the Monkey King, and just being able to scout around, the way he's playing it, moving around the trees, like I say, breaking smokes, just being able to get in great positions for the balance strikes as well, to get multiple heroes on this. The area of deniability for the Wukong's command, he's having a really good game, Kishka, and you can see it's reflected in the net worth and the items that he has.
Yeah, definitely having a great time here, and the DK still, I mean, he is very, very farmed, but 1-5-5. Just not a lot of impact in the fights. He's usually the hero where they have to sacrifice a lot of mana to kill.
Yeah.
But overall, we're yet to see him like survive that initial volley of spells.
Young God, he comes in fireball. Is if we drop the Sunrise is going to be here now as well. BKB comes out. They're going to try and do what damage you can. Young God's going to try and know the swap. It cancels off the TP, and Young God, he's going to be left alone here. Fortune Soul chasing him down. The Dragon Tail doesn't take effect because the Rage was still going, and it looks like Ikigai, he was looking to jump for more. Kishka, he is going to see the Gyrocopter now as well, so Ikigai's going to use all of his mana to catch up onto this one on the Pavis. I don't think it's going to be enough to save his life. The Monkey King, well, you can't go that far, mate. That is going to be a step too far, but they do get 2 kills. All of that from the Young God jumping in, and yeah, that swap keeping him locked down through the BKB TP out.
Huge. Right, see this gyro, is it? Yeah, it's a dieback on the gyro, but it's actually so under level that it doesn't even feel that way. As they're gonna get a tier 2 here for free. Very nicely done by HC. Just I think they were very passive, like minute 10 to 20, but now that they hit all of their times, they're really taking the fights to salvation, and they don't really have any saves. Like, it's mostly the support defensive items. It's the Glimmer on the Snap. I mean, this gyro is so underfarmed. He doesn't have a Mac minute 27. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's not looking like he's going to be in a good position here if another fight breaks out in the next few minutes. Yeah, that mechanism not too far away, but you wanted more from that one. You wanted the shard coming out. I think. Oh no, he actually does have the shard. Never mind. I thought he hadn't brought that one up yet.
Oh, and look at that, Kishka.
Kishka gonna throw out the Wukong's demand here. He's got that BKB going. He's gonna be diving coming through as well as that infest damage now as well. Kishka keeping himself going. Rupido has gone for that split, but he's not gonna be able to get the kill onto the Monkey King. In fact, the Monkey King, he might just outlast this one. Supernova comes out. Dream Call will be used. Wonder Boy's gonna try and get himself open wounds. Do they want to try and go for that swap play now? Once again, they do, and the perk gonna be dragged back. Do they have a full drag? Yulceptor comes out. Young God's gonna blink himself into that backline, trying to do what damage he can onto the Phoenix, but while this is going on, he is losing damage on teammates now as well. Young God, that BKB does get popped, but again, they still get the control. They have the kill, and Fortune Soul takes him down past that one. Gyrocopter might lose his life once again. Jump in from the Monkey King. Yeah, they're gonna be able to take down Lloyd. They burst him down. A swap onto Drake, and Drake with the magic missile there as well. The damage is gonna be more than enough.
That's just the first life.
Yeah.
They're out of gas on Salvation, and I mean, this DK, every time he spawns, it feels like he just goes in, pops BKB, and dies again. He's 7 deaths, minute 28. I mean, he's actually the highest deaths on Dire besides Lloyd. Just not where you want this hero to be. You know, he was first picked, so you can excuse a couple of these deaths, but at the end of the day, it's definitely a little bit too much.
But yeah, like you say, net worth wise, he could have been doing a little bit better with the breathe fire instead of the corrosive fire or corrosive breath. You know, just being able to get a little bit quicker farm out here. It is starting to feel that this Dragon Knight, might have been the wrong facet for the lane that he wanted to play.
Yeah, or maybe, DK first phase, if it's not mid, might not be as strong as they think it is, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you pick a very greedy offlaner. Because if it's like an offlaner that needs to have impact early on, maybe the DK is going to look fine, right? Because he's very tanky in the lane. He might not die, and then here's like Centaur. Won't be able to fully pressure him. Oh, look at Kishka looking for Rupido.
He's going to be silenced off now as well. They're going to be able to get right on top of him. He's going to be able to get himself away with the Manta style now. Doesn't have that split for 5 seconds. Does he want to come back into this one? Drops that Cinder Brew barrel here onto Kishka. It looks like they want to try and fight backlines. They do get the kill onto Fortune Soul, and now while the Stormsword's going to pop that BKB, maybe able to run himself away from this one. Yeah, he's going to expend all of his mana just to try and get himself out and get that TP away. He does leave the Vengeful Spirit behind here, so it's going to be a couple of kills going the way of Salvation after, in fact, yeah, the illusion gets taken down as well. Buys time for his teammates to get out, but they are going to be losing the lifesteal as well as that Venge.
That's pretty bad for HC. That's a Manta brew that haven't used Manta. Trying to go for that kill is insane. His ulti was on cooldown, yes, but it's still like a 3k HP hero with Ogre Suit Totem. It's just way too hard of a kill if you don't have a Sight of Eyes or more reliable stuff. You're gonna actually lose a lot out of this.
Well, Fortification is going to be used. You've got the Monkey King trying to split push on the top lane because he knows he can't fight while the Lifestealer is down. Lifestealer back up in 13 seconds here, so he might lose this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. But how much damage is the Monkey King? They might even be able to trade this one off here, Monkey King. Just getting a lot of damage onto this tier 2 tower in the top.
TPs though.
Okay. I mean, the catapult, he might be able to do the job. Kishka with the TP. Is it enough? It is. He gets himself out. And the catapult, it does the damage to take down that tier 2 tower. Trades it. Absolutely calculated for the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Like, he lives. Your BKB charge doesn't matter. You know, Roche is pretty far away from spawning. You also force everyone there whilst you don't lose a tower yourself. That's pretty good. Kishka again, MVP here of IHC, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, talking about support, he's just building core, but slower. It looks like the next item he wants to go for is going to be the Deso here. Double Wraith Bands into that Orchid BKB. This is a support Monkey King in name only, it looks like here for Kishka.
They find
Storm. Storm Spirit. The Sunray's going to be coming over the top now as well. So can it keep him alive here? No, he's going to go down. Ikigai, he is going to be dead for 69 seconds. And then it will be the Phoenix to fall next. So, without the vision, good jump in now as well. Split comes out from the Brewmaster, trying to get on top of 11. 11, can he get himself away from this one? Yule Scepter comes up, he's going to be spun up into the air here. Sounds up, they do have a lot of damage to take him down, and there's no way that the illusion gets out eitherwards. And this Vengeful Spirit will be taken down twice.
It's a disaster. They're going to lose barracks. They have no buyback on 3 heroes here for IHC. Glyph is just not going to cut it. There are tier 2s on the side lanes, but that's still a big hit for IHC. You know, they've been controlling. They were like 90% win probability at a point in this game. That's crazy.
Yep, and then that one fight just swings it right back into Salvation's favor, and the fight then around the river puts it even more. And yeah, they're going to lose a lane of racks here for pretty much nothing. You know, the Storm Spirit trying to jump in and get the haste rune is all.
If this is a long spawn timer and Rose spawns on the Dire, like, this could be the nail in the coffin for IHC. Like, they kind of rely now on a fast Roshan spawn so that they can take it in a safer place. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Salvation, they're gonna try and control at least their side of the map.
Yeah, and you can see that, like you say, they're setting up for it, taking down that tier 1 tower in the top lane. Just looking to really set up for this Roshan if it is going to be here. And how long is it going to be? 2 minutes? Yeah, it's going to be a nighttime Roshan.
Yeah, very unfortunate. IHC, so close, but feels like the fates of time, destiny, it seems to be on the side of Salvation.
Well, we'll not bury IHC just yet, because they have been taking good fights. You know, they've whittled down this Dragon Knight's BKB now as well to fully 6 seconds. He does have that Bloodthorn available, but it's about them finding the jump, them finding the aggression, because it feels like when they do that, they are able to swing these fights. But every time it's the jump in from Salvation, you know, they're killing the Storm Spirit before he can really do anything. They take down that Venge there as well. So yeah, it all comes down to
Drake, man. He actually farmed Blink and Eggs. I'm not even sure how. And now they have a save. That DK, even if they try to use all of their spells, Snapfire might just yoink him and threw him away.
Do you want to know how he got all of that gold? He has 11 kills and 8 assists.
He has half of their kills. He has half of their kills. That's crazy.
And yeah, that's why he's got the farm in. He's really rocked it here. This this Snapfire.
Oh, wait a second here. Wonder Boy finds Kishka.
Dream Call comes out. Is there going to be any response to this one? Because Kishka, does he want to try and use that BKB? He's going to go for the TP out now, and we'll be able to... Yeah, okay, so it just silences out onto the perk. Go for that BKB TP
I'll play no.
While this is going on, I mean, the perk, does he have a way to get in? He does. He has those boots of travel, so he will be able to join his teammates now. And look at this one. The multi-kisses start to rain down. The fireball's going to be here now again. The Vengeful Spirit's going to try and do the best to connect Fortune Soul. Fortune Soul walks himself away. He's got that the magic community going now. They do get the kill onto Young God, and 11's going to be in that illusion form as well. Trying to run down. Can they get the kill onto the Gyrocopter? Gyrocopter, he's getting pretty darn low, but 11, he can't overextend himself. Wonder Boy gets the kill onto Ikigai on the back lines. And it looks like they might be able to take down this Vengeful Spirit illusion now once again. Cookie, yeah, cleaning that one up. With 2 heroes dead, they do lose the Dragon Knight. But what damage can Salvation do here? Roshan is back alive.
It feels like... Yeah, like this DK, he's always the first in. And even though he's just dying and dying, he soaks so much damage. Like, Rapido and the Puck kind of clean up. And we talked about it, like, in the beginning, right? He was first pick. So it's really on the other 2 cores to kind of do the damage, and alongside this gigantic Snapfire, they're doing just that. They are able to utilize the fact that you need to use so much to kill Young God that at the end of the day, the fights are just, you know, Storm specifically, his counter is tanky heroes because he has to use mana to use damage, and I think in general they're just being posturing this DK so aggressively that IHC is forced to take the fight, and they end up, you know, biting more than they can chew.
Yeah, and they are going to now be able to claim this Aegis. It's going to be the cheese as well on Roshan, so we'll see just how Salvation, you know, if they want to play this one fairly aggressively with this next Aegis coming out. All three of the cores on top of it, I didn't realize that as well, all three of the cores top of the net worth, because they've already broken that mid lane, so if they can try and go for the top, I mean, the top doesn't have a tier 2, so maybe they're going to try and force this tier 2 tower down on the bottom lane first before they try and go high ground again.
Alright, this is... yeah, I mean, this is tough now, because this DK is finally feels like a hero. He does have the corrosive facet, so he will be doing extra damage to the towers, so you have a way to actually pressure high ground. It's still into Avenge, right, so that swap can be a problem, but that's where the Aegis comes in.
And yeah, we'll see just how they try and defend here, IHC, because like you say, Dragon Knight, yeah, he's used that Dragon Form. It's about 2/3 of the way through. They're pinging out defense for the high ground on the bottom lane here as well. But it's only 11 here for now, and that Dragon Knight form, the Dragon Form's still going to be there for another few seconds, so they will be able to get some damage onto this tower. And even Scatterblast being thrown out to try and clean up this creep wave, double catapult wave here as well. But it looks like the Vengeful Spirit Illusions will be able to deal with those.
Alright, so we still have 3 minutes of Aegis here. Salvation, full control of the game. It's still hard, I think, to fight into IHC if they can find other targets, and that's, I think, the reason why going high ground isn't super straightforward for Salvation.
Yeah.
In general, the fights where the DK baits in, takes like 70% of their spells, and then Salvation shows up. If they can, let's say, swap the Snapfire or swap the Gyrocopter, that's when the fights become a bit more dicey, because you're not going to have those supports doing a ton of damage from afar. And I think that's what HC needs to be more careful about. The Storm just using way too much of his mana to try and kill this DK that honestly doesn't do that much damage. So it's really on trying to kill the supports and, you know, ideally Puck, but it is a tough one because they don't have any side of Vise. You know, usually you see Phoenix is going for Vise as an item. I'm not sure I like the build for Mace that much. Like, they have so much burst on Salvation, especially with the Bloodthorn, that trying to heal people, it's not that great. You know, I guess the Lifestealer benefits a lot because he went for the...
Oh, did he get the jump in? There is that lockdown now as well. The head's coming through. Yeah, they get the kill onto the Puck. Young God, he's going to try and jump himself into this one. The Silence comes out onto that Storm Spirit. Has that BKB still. He's got that Meteor Hammer now as well if they get some good lockdown. And that's going to be Kishka trying to throw out that Wukong's command. But what can they do? They might have the lockdown onto the Dragon Knight now as well. There's going to be the Supernova coming through. Gyrocopter, he is going to be the next one to fall. And it looks like, well, Wonderboy did buy himself back into this one. But Young God, he's going to be able to break the Aegis here. What can they do from this one? The Morty Kisses started to rain down Fortune Soul. He has to pop his own BKB. Has that armlet. Going to be able to get the Infest here onto the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit is going to be able to get himself away. They do have that Cyclone coming out onto the Monkey King. 11, he is in that illusion form now as well. The jump comes in, but you still have that lifesteal inside of you. So the Infest Bomb comes out point blank. And Drick, he's going to be revealed. Can Drick get himself away from this one? There's going to be a big kill. Young God now as well, even through the BKB. It looks like the lifesteal. He's going to be able to turn and fight onto this one, but there's going to be the split still coming through here. Young God, it's enough damage. Gyrocopter, Venge, buys himself back in so he can respawn like right on the spot, but the lifesteal is dead. And Life 11, he's fighting for his life. 3 heroes, all 3 of them going to be able to pile onto this Vengeful Spirit, and the Vengeful Spirit will finally go down. So that was, I mean, it was looking for a good fight, but all the buybacks coming through from Salvation, they were just ready to throw bodies at that problem, and they are only going to have 2 heroes left. Yeah, you see the buybacks coming out here. They threw bodies at that one, and it was just enough to really whittle away the heroes down on the side of AHC.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they have buyback on the Storm as well. Ideally, you hold on to that one so you can use Glyph and make sure that the Storm doesn't really need to spend that gold. And because they only have 2 heroes, Salvation's gonna respect this. This game's still kinda close. The fact that Salvation had to burn through 2 buybacks means that, you know, IHC doesn't really lose any real estate out of that fight, and they have the opportunity now to get some pickoffs and turn things around. Their high ground damage is insane when the Vengeful is alive. Like, that Venge was hitting for like 390, I think, in that fight. So even DK with this like 40 armor was taking so much damage from 11.
And Rubino's going to try and solo out the Tormentor here. He's just barely going to be able to get it as well. So the shard goes to Wonderboy. Yeah, you take a look at this fight now as well. You see the Venge is going absolutely mental. Fortune Soul just wasn't able to toggle through that one, and 11 gets left alone. He is still able to do, you know, in that illusion with the swap coming out, get the kill onto the Gyrocopter. Left 2v1 though. It's just too much damage, and the illusion wasn't able to sustain through it.
Yeah, the big thing now is the Vise on the Monkey King. Puck ended up committing for Daedalus, which means that for the next, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes, he's not going to have a Lincoln Sphere. And even if he does, he's not going to have buyback, which is the big thing. And that is the opportunity IHC needs to explore. There's only a cheese on the DK, and that's the hero you don't really want to go on anyways.
Yeah.
So to me, IHC, using a smoke is really the play. So they're going to smoke from the mid lane, make sure that they're going to push this, although... yeah, these Brew Illusions make the smoke way less obvious, because there's just not going to be... okay, they will see the puck, but there's a lot of heroes behind. This is not an easy one.
Does he have...
okay, they're going to force it.
Yeah, Hex comes out. It's going to be a big jump in from the Storm Spirit now as well, but he's going to be able to get the phase shift off here on the puck. And it looks like the Storm Spirit, they have to go for that big swap back, but he's going to be stunned up and locked down now. Wukong's comes out. Storm Spirit's going to buy right back into this one. What are they going to be able to do? This is going to be the Supernova coming through. Can they break this? It looks like the Supernova. It might just connect. It will be able to get the stuns off. Who are they going to try and chase down after this one? It looks like IHC. Are they just trying to leave? And Ikigai wants to come right back into this fight, actually. Jumps onto Young God. The jump forward, though. Young God's going to try and do what he can with that Dragon Lance. Trying to get the push away with the Hurricane Pack, and look at this on the Storm Spirit. The damage coming through. He's going to be taken down once again. Kishka is going to try and stand his ground with the Balance Strike now as well. Trying to do what he can against Drick, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Look at the extra damage coming through. Level 22 onto Drick, so he's going to have those 3 times little shot and multi-shots, and he's just melting heroes with them, and they're going to be able to take down 4, let's say 5 now, onto the Storm Spirit because of the Storm Spirit buyback. And IHC, yeah, they are looking pretty darn vulnerable with only the Phoenix, only the lifesteal left to defend this base. You have Drick going mental with the 3 times little Shredder. You have the damage coming through from the Brewmaster now as well. He's going to have that split up in 20-30 seconds. Young God just moving himself onto the buildings, trying to do what damage he can. And I don't know if IHC, you know, do they defend into Mega Creeps?
I think you probably do that. I feel like trying to commit now is just... you're just going to lose the game. So you're in a terrible spot. Might as well accept the fact that this is going to be Mega Creeps. You actually do okay against it. Yeah, they're going to try and use 1 lift. The puck's still dead for 50.
But Split comes out, Fortune Soul, he's going to be so far forward here onto this one now as well. He's going to try, he's got the Axe Scepter, but he's going to be dragged so far back. He's got the BKB though, trying to go into the Gyrocopter. Fortune Soul, can he get himself away from this one? That BKB will be wearing off, but he is back on his high ground. No, the jump in, Dragon Tail comes out, Glimmer Cape trying to keep him alive a little bit longer here. Fortune Soul turns around, open wounds onto the Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knight's going to be able to get jumped away here. And it looks like they were looking for a swap maybe on 11 to that Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knight is going to be away, and now the racks are broken. That is going to be Mega Creeps going the way of Salvation.
You cannot convince me Snapfire is a bad support after this game. Like, I think there was like maybe 1 egg that the Snapfire killed, so it wasn't even about the Snapfire being a counter to the Phoenix. Way more than like, you just get to do so much damage from afar with this full bore facet. I am very impressed. Like, this Snapfire had no items, no perspective, and out of just like playing the fights well, Drink kind of solo carried this game. You know, I think both 4s in this game were very impressive.
Yeah. The Monkey King to start, but it feels like his impact has dropped off just a little bit. I mean, the Hex onto the puck, you know, that is, it's really good because he's making these jumps, but it just feels like in this later part of the game, Rick is making just a little bit more of an impact than that Monkey King. But not to take away from what Kishka's done, though.
It's just that the Snapfire does more damage, whereas the Monkey King is more of a catch type hero. And it's as a Storm, you don't want to use your BKB to kill a Snapfire, whereas you definitely want to kill the Monkey King if you're Salvation. So there's more pressure, I think, on this Monkey King, because, you know, he also brings vision to the table, whereas the Snapfire is not a high priority target, and at the same time, it just does a lot of damage. So it's hard for HC to really deal with it.
Yeah, the Drake is definitely sitting at the back, just raining the kisses down whenever the Storm Spirit shows, and like you say, he's just out of the way. So he's got 4.3k gold on Drake now as well. So you're coming up to a point in the game where he doesn't even feel like a support. Like the Monkey King, you're always going to feel like a core. Are you just buying up, like going towards a Daedalus here? You know, maybe because I don't even think the game's going to last long enough to get to that level 25 on the Snapfire.
Let me think. What do you get if you're just Snapfire? Slots are a problem here, right? Because she has travels and the gem, so I guess if you give the gem to the gyrocopter, is it Daedalus that you want? I guess you wait for your 25. Like, I think you probably save the money for now. Maybe you just eat an eggs, but Daedalus is good. Like, obviously, it's good.
Yeah.
I don't think they lack damage necessarily, so maybe there's a better option. But it feels pretty good, right? Just to have the little shredder with 100% of your damage. It's just, it feels amazing. And Roche spawns. Drake, very patient. We'll scout it out.
Who?
It's the DK, I think. Because he will have, yeah, he does have the buyback now.
Okay. No, I was just looking at the Ag Scepter. Puck has his Ag Scepter in his backpack. Snapfire's already eaten his. So do you give this over to the Dragon Knight for that Black Dragon form? Or is that not that good? In fact, they are going to do that, yeah. I wasn't sure if that was any good. You know, within that they're changing how the Black Dragon works, whether that was still a valuable pick up here for the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, he's going to pick it up, but it is pretty bad. I think the Brew probably benefits more than the DK. I think, like, DK eggs is probably one of the worst eggs in the game now after the changes. It just feels really bad.
Yeah, it did feel like they reduced everything that made, like, you don't get any, flying movement anymore. You don't get the, the illusions don't proc on it. Obviously, you only have the one dragon form as well. So you only have that, like, the corrosive dragon, even in that black dragon form.
Yeah, like, do you even get the damage, the magic resistance anymore? I'm not sure you do. Oh.
I don't know if it's going to matter here, though. They're going to be able to take down a quick work on this Vengeful Spirit Illusion, though. Trying to get the swap coming through here. Wukong's command does get thrown up. Fortune Soul trying to do his best, but they've got the 2 kills. They take down Ikigai. They take down 11. And it looks like Salvation, they're going to be waiting to reset, maybe come back into this one. Wonderboy, though, he's in onto this one. Monkey King going to be taking a lot of damage. Going to be spanned up in the air. Cyclone comes through, and it looks like they might just try and end this game right here, right now, because look at that Ancient. It is just going to disappear under the pressure of the Brewmaster.
Yeah, nicely done by Salvation. They were very patient. They didn't really panic. I think IHC had some really good timings, had some really good moves, but Salvation outplayed him in a lot of the fights, I think. The target prioritization as well from IHC wasn't ideal. I think they committed too much on the DK a lot of the time. Eventually, they started going more on the Storm, but I think the position in general was good for Salvation. They always had enough heroes to either help the Storm, or even if he died, they would just punish the hell out of that Storm that used all of his mana to get a kill. So, very nicely done by Salvation. We'll see how Game 2 is going to pan out, but I think winning that game gives them a lot of confidence, because I think AHC should have just taken this one.
Yeah, I thought they had a really good start, and like you say, maybe gave it a little bit too much time and space over to Salvation. You'll let them get back into the game with the pressure they were putting on the Dragon Knight. So it is going to go the way after 49 minutes, and maybe we don't see that Snapfire again. Maybe that's going to be a Phase 2 ban coming out here for IHC in that second game. But first, we are going to be taking a quick break, so we're going to be gone for about 10 minutes, guys, and then we'll be back with the second game to see if IHC can even it up, or if Salvation are they going to be able to take this 2-0. We'll find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the RES Regional League here. We're going to start with the final game of the day. It is going to be IHC versus Salvation Gaming. Salvation Gaming going 1-up in this series so far, but it is a 2-game series, so there's a chance here for IHC to draw and Bowie. In that last game, you said it yourself, the Dragon Knight really didn't feel too effective in the early parts of the game, but they were able to manage that game, to get themselves to a position where they could fight back here, Salvation. So, do you think IHC in the second game, if they play similar, did they just have to try and close it out a little bit sooner? Did they give it a little bit too much space there to Salvation as well?
I think they did. Obviously, Salvation played well around the fact that IHC wanted to force fights. Because at the end of the day, like, you're rushing Eggs on Avenge, you're rushing Orchid on a Monkey King. You want to take those fights, you want to utilize those timings, and it was kind of hard for them to do that. But also, they drafted well, right? I think the Puck was a good response to the Storm. I think this Brewmaster just got so much done. Like, there's a couple of teams where you see Brewmaster and you don't really get to see the hero shine. But I think that was just great performance overall from Salvation. I think, yes, the timing thing was a problem, but also Salvation played really well. And I feel like even if they forced more of the fights they wanted, Salvation could still maybe react to it, right?
Yeah.
I think their position around the map made it hard for IHC to force things. So yeah, maybe get a draft at scale a bit better, right? At the end of the day, Brew is one of the better scaling offlaners, and it's crazy because I think Venge should also be that hero, but maybe the Venge into Brew matchup isn't that good because Venge is kind of like solo, single target type damage, whereas the Brew just lifts the illusion. You just kind of ignore the Venge in a way, and the Brew just keeps being like, they were really tanky basically on Salvation, and you needed either more lockdown so the split never comes through, or you just need more split damage, I guess, against the Brewlings. But it was a 24 Brew, so really hard to react to that as well.
Yeah, it is. Just going back to 11, yeah, item-wise, he went for that Manta Cell, AC, Acceptor, and the Dragonlance to come out. And like you say, there's no real way then once that Brewmaster split comes through, because, I mean, the lockdown that you were looking at here was the Monkey King, really, the Orchid, the Hex coming out here as well, but the Brewmaster had the Manta Style for the Orchid, and then follow-up-wise, you didn't really have too much on the side of IHC after that to lock down. It was a Meteor Hammer on into Ikigai and not another Hex coming out for him. Fortune Soul, there was no Basher on him. He went Sanjin. Was that the Sanjin Yasha? Yeah, Sanjin Yasha came out for him after the BKB into the Aghanim Scepter. So like you say, that the initial burst of, or the initial wave of lockdown came out from IHC, and then Salvation shrugged it off after that. Were able to get themselves back into a position where, you know, they were fighting really without pressure being put on them. So we see the bans coming out. It's gonna be the Dragon Knight as well as that Enigma, TA, and the Witch Doctor for IHC. Meanwhile, Salvation, they take away the Slardar as well as the Dark Willow. So we'll see if the Shadow Fiend makes it through here. Clockwork is going to be the ban, and Salvation, what is their first pick going to be?
Shadow Fiend, was Shadow Fiend ignored in that game? I think he was, right?
I think it was completely ignored, yeah. I don't think either team bothered going for it.
Storm is available, although we did see Puck being, you know, pretty annoying against that. So I think Salvation might get something pretty classic here. Maybe just get either Witch Doctor or the Phoenix, which is banned. So Phoenix seems pretty good. I wouldn't hate that. They actually get the Tiny after, you know, they were the ones to react against the Phoenix. Honestly, I don't hate Phoenix here either, because you can ban the Snapfire in the second phase if you really want to run that one. So I think the Phoenix played well. To me, the biggest problem was more of itemization for that game. Phoenix tried to be this like kind of tanky, I will help someone sustain, when I really feel like if she just had a side of Vise, she would maybe be able to help kill the Brew, help kill the Puck. They only had one really tanky hero being the Lifestealer. I feel like maybe the ideas weren't really there on like the way to take fights is not tank through them, is actually burst the tanky heroes before there's any help. But yeah, they're gonna go for the Venomancer. Not a hero we got to cast too much of, but I think it's a strong one.
Yeah, this is the first time I think I'm seeing it here, and you know the facet that I'm seeing is the you get the double burst, you know, on the so when you throw that one out. But yeah, Monkey King gonna come out for IC again. No Snapfire ban, and that was kind of the thing, right? The Snapfire might have been picked up with the Phoenix, but for the Phoenix, excuse me, but it worked down a lot of the other heroes here in the fights as well. So I wonder if Salvation go back for that, just because of purely how strong it felt like in that last game. Monkey King, yeah, IHC, so they want to get that back for Kishka, who started off really well for that, but it feels like the impact dropped off, not because of Kishka, but because of the fault from the rest of his team. Once he got that jump in, once he got the Hex off, you know, the Orchid off, and then he had to wait around for a few seconds for the rest of his team to jump in. So if he can have a similar impact, maybe the IHC play this one faster, they might be able to take this game off the back of that Monkey King pick.
Yeah, I don't hate the Snapfire. I think it looked pretty good. But they're actually going to go Rubik instead. Very interesting. Do they want to... I mean, there's no Enigma, so they can't really set that one up. Okay, I'm just unsure why Rubik this game. Not many great spells to steal so far, but it is instant disable, so it might, you know, dissuade your Storms and Pucks.
Well, we'll see what else, because they've got this next pick here as well, so potentially the support duo coming out for Salvation with that tiny Rubik. They go for the bench. Okay, so taking that one away. Alright, see how they're going to respond to this. You have a decent coverage as well. Obviously, the Rubik is going to have the Fade Bolt. You're going to have the Tree, the Avalanche coming out for the Tiny as well. You've got the single target damage. This is going to be a Core Venge as well. So I like the picks already for Salvation. Just, you know, it's, you know, fairly standard, I think, apart from the Rubik. But, you know, they do have time to shine, these heroes.
If they're willing to play carry Monkey King, I wouldn't hate Brew. We actually saw Brew being very strong against this bench. But I think if you have Brew Monkey King in the lane, that might be too weak. So you can maybe play Monkey King Venomancer as your safe lane, actually. And you get a Brewmaster here. I think that is probably okay. You ban Puck, probably. Just so like there's no silence to burst you through, so you can get your split off. And then, like, you just kill Rubik, you just ignore the Venge or the Tiny. I do like that a lot, actually. I'm gonna go Storm.
Okay, Storm and Mars coming out here, so we'll see how Salvation draft. But yeah, potentially, like you say, if you want to go for this carry Monkey King, 3 cores picked up for IHC already.
I am not sure I like this Mars.
No?
Like, you're playing Mars into Rubik, so you just give him an insane steal. They don't really have the best... Like, it's not like they have hard-to-kill heroes so far. So this Mars isn't necessarily... Like, there's other forms of lockdown I could have picked. And they can still pick the Puck. And I think Puck actually doesn't care about Mars at all. So,
do you think it might be because this is a core Venge, so you're getting that arena out, so he's not going to be able to get the swap saves? You know, just you'd be able to take the advantage of the fight that way.
Yeah, no, sure. I get that part, but is it that important? Especially because if you're actually arenaing the Venge, she can swap out of it, right? It's just the enemies, like you just can't swap the allies inside the arena.
I don't think you can see out of it, right? I think the arena blocks vision both ways.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought it was only... Okay.
Let me check, let me check.
Yeah, but they do get the puck, which I think... Like, you're picking Storm into puck again, which you know they can play well. And I don't think you really addressed it. Like, Venomancer, in fact, does very poorly against puck. I don't know. It just feels a bit... It feels like they're doing the same thing, expecting different results. And even this Mars into Rubik leaves me even more worried about it.
Yeah, Bloodsport just says enemies inside the arena don't have vision outside the arena. And,
okay.
Arena of Blood obscures vision, and enemies within the arena don't share vision with their allies.
Sure. I mean, still, if this Venge scores, you will have a fast eggs, and, like, you don't care that you die inside the arena, right? You just... You're probably going to be frontlining anyways. You're going to be tanking a lot of the arenas. And if you die, you're still going to have all of your spells after your illusion comes out of it. But, yeah, you know, maybe I am underestimating how strong this arena is. I just feel like... Also, I guess you are right in the sense that once arena is out, Rubik might not be able to get the steals off because he doesn't have vision inside of it, right?
Yeah,
I guess that is one point.
You might be able to get a God's Rebuke or a Spear after the arena comes up. But, and I mean, if you're inside the arena, you probably get killed off before you can get a steal anyway.
Early on, though, when you actually have to cast the arena outside of you, the Rubik can still get the steals off. And even, you know, when Mars is just showing the lane, if you can get the Spear for Rubik, it's just such a good steal. It's like one of the best ones.
Oh yeah, being able to telekinesis cell set with that spear, yeah, it's a really nice one to have. So
you can find a Monkey King in the trees. You just spear the Storm out of vision as well. It's really good.
So I see ban out the Nagasaren because, of course, you have to ban out the Nagasaren. Meanwhile, Salvation, they take away the Shadow Fiend themselves here in this final. What's the final ban going to be?
Is Meepo good for them? It's not a bad Meepo game. It's not a great Meepo game. I don't think you have to ban it, honestly. You probably want to ban something more... So, we're assuming this time is going to be carry. So, it's probably about which offlaner you want to pick and like a bad matchup for it. Maybe the Lifestealer.
It might not. It might still be Kishka's Monkey King though. The banning out what could effectively be carries here. The Raise of the Shadow Fiend, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I mean, the tiny is carry, so they want to pick an off lane. So you want to ban a carry.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's it gonna be? Is it support Venge, or are you picking like some Brewmaster again, or something like that?
Maybe. You could even run that Venge 1. You know, we have seen that as well. So you could put your tiny support Venge 1 if you wanted to. Pick up a, like I say, another... Sure. I mean, yeah, the Brew did really good work in that last game. So I'm surprised that IHC didn't ban it out.
Doesn't sound like a bad Brew game to me. You know, still can, like, lift the Storm. You can just split inside the arena, just walk out of it as well. But they will play, I guess, either offlane Tiny or offlane Venge. Yet to be decided.
And I suppose the Lifestealer up against the Mars, you know, the Lifestealer is going to have a pretty good time here. The damage that you can do up against the Mars, because the Mars isn't really going to be able to get rid of him. You know, if the Lifestealer gets on top of him, he might just be able to chunk down that Mars up until the Mars, you know, gets that arena. Will be able to. But even if he does, he's got that Rage to chase down as well.
You also have the Infest on the puck, so you can kill the Storm even faster than you could in game 1, because Lifestealer is going to be bringing more damage through the Infest coil. I really like Salvation's draft here. I am honestly... I'm not sure there's a pick that kind of saves it here. I think Ursa is alright, although we're playing into Swap, into Avalanche, into Toss, into Coil. Yep.
Okay. So what, Venomancer, Ursa on the lane, so you're going to try and chase down... let's see if it's going to be... So it's going to be Rupito, it's going to be the off-lane bench here. So yeah, you have slows coming out. Fortune Soul can keep on top of you, chase you down, but I don't know if this Ursa... is it really going to be scary? Because you've got the Magic Missile coming through. You're going to have this Avalanche as well from the Tiny. It looks like to... Or is this going to be a Rubik? No, it's the Tiny 4, right?
It is... Yeah, Drake's the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have double stun, you have the toss on the Tiny as well to keep the Ursa away. I think it's like it's probably a lane where the Venge doesn't get a lot of farm, unlike game 1. So this is the only thing that kind of allows IHC to have a good game here, because I feel like the Storm is pretty much countered. This Mars is not gonna have a good lane. It is not an easy Mars game. And then this Ursa also, after the laning stage, gets kited really hard. So you need this Ursa to succeed. You need this Ursa to be top net worth in minute 10. You need a fast timing on the battlefield. You need to force Roshan. Lots of things need to happen. And yeah, we'll see. You know, if I see... They did win their lanes, and I think they looked okay. But they're going to have to be even more assertive this time to kind of snowball off of this Ursa lineup. Because if it goes too late, I feel like this Ursa, it's like an okay lane for him, but still kind of a bad Ursa game.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it is going to go as we get into the final game of the day here between IHC and Salvation Gaming. To see if IHC, are they going to be able to pull it back to a 1-1, or Salvation, will they, for the second time in a row, take the 2-0 over IHC? We'll find out as we get ourselves into this game. And don't forget, everybody, you can use the QR code that's just about to show up on the screen. There it is. Or you can use that banner below the stream, get yourself over to the 1xBet app, 1xBet website. Use that promo code 1XRLGSEA, get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, both on the app or the website. As we crack on with the final game of the day, we see the smoke coming through here from the side of Salvation, so they're going to get that point-blank ward on the high ground on the other side of the river. As we just take a look, yeah, Patient Zero, that is going to be the Noxious Plague spreads 2 times, so you are going to be able to double down on that. Yeah, the Venomancer wards on a hero or a courier, I think that's a bit of a meme. You know, that one might get a bit of a change or a bit of a buff coming through in the future sometime, because everyone seems to go for Patient Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people like, oh, you can throw the wards in your target, like in your mid laner, he's gonna have more base damage, but like then you go to the lane and you're literally a creep. So in general, for position 5,
yeah,
honestly, even for offlaner, I feel like this one's better. Just having Patient Zero.
Yeah, and I was it Otomo that it might have been you that I was talking about, or maybe even Kips. I don't even remember anymore. It was one of the 3, because you're the only 3P I've cast with recently. But yeah, it feels like when talents first came out, you know, where some of them were really amazing and some of them were like, yeah, okay, and they just ended up being placeholders for when they could figure out the playstyle for the hero. So I can see a few facets being like that they are going to be changed or completely reworked in, you know, a couple of months' time when they have more data on the hero itself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to get better, hopefully. I am a bit sad that mostly with these patches that we had, the facets were not touched, right? It was mostly changes to other aspects of the heroes. I guess you do need more data, right, to make sure that you, like... Because, like, in general, what I realized after casting so many games is that even though, in general, you should be, like, selecting each facet for each game, maybe 90% of the heroes right now have one that's so much better than the other that you don't really see any variance, right? I feel like I'm already pretty bored in the sense that, like, I know what Storm's gonna get every game. I know what Puck's gonna get every game. In a Lifestealer, he's one that actually kind of changes pretty often. So that is a good facet.
Have you ever seen the other?
Oh, for sure. Like against...
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to spell, right? Kind of hard to go against hard to spell.
Yeah, I guess, but it doesn't last as long. And you don't... Oh, Kishka here is kind of jumping. He's going to be able to get the first blow onto Lloyd. He is going to be able to take him down here, but Kishka, he's all low health, so he's not going to have that free tree dance to get himself away. But Young God, blocked out by the creeps, dude. He's not able to get those last couple of hits to get the kill onto the Monkey King. And Monkey King, not only is he going to get away, he's going to be able to pull the creeps away with him.
Yeah, I mean, they're being massacred here in this lane. That Monkey King getting first blood feels pretty good. how is the CS in the other lane? So Ursa is having an okay time. Venge actually doing really well, but she's pretty low HP.
Yeah, having to put the body on the line here. It looks like Ace trying to do what he can. He's already got himself that item scale. In fact, the jump in here, this might be a death onto Rupido. Rupido's going to try and do what he can with the Wave of Terror, but the right click's coming through one way or the other. It looks like Rupido will go down here, and even Drake going to take some harass coming through from the Venom Hunter. How's that level 1 in the Poison Sting?
Alright, so... yeah, I think once you get like level 3, level 4, that's when we're going to see Fortune Soul and Ace being a bit more active. That's when...
yeah.
You know, even with the stuns that they have, it could be problematic here for them to defend themselves. But you do have Avalanche and Talos and Drake, so if he is full mana, you do have a way to deal with the aggression of the Ursa.
Oh, bottom lane. Young God going to be chased down again. Just, no, it's not full aggression. They keep making this move as if they're going to go towards Young God, and then obviously Young God just walks out. And okay, we'll get you next time you come forward here. But telekinesis onto the Monkey King. Kishka going to take a couple of tower shots here. Does he? Yeah, he's going to be able to walk away with just a bit of a scuff from the tower.
I think the big problem for this lane bottom side here for Salvation is that Rubik is like, he's an okay 5, but he's definitely not super strong. If you had a stronger position 5, I feel like this Lifestealer could have punished the Monkey King and the Mars way more. Whereas, you know, Lloyd, sure, he can secure the range creeps. Like, you don't necessarily lose the lane. But as I say that, I mean, it's a 9 CS. The Tiny isn't far away from Young God. This is a pretty atrocious laning stage so far.
Yeah, this Lifestealer picking up where he left off on the Dragon Knight laning stage-wise, it feels like the Mars going to be able to get a few denies in, and Young God even going to be able to get that tree dance into the Young God, and Young God, he just has to back himself away again. Yeah, this really isn't a comfortable lane here for the Lifestealer at all.
I guess he's used to that type of situation, though, and when we look in mid, look at Ikigai just absolutely stomping Wonderboy so far. 23 and 9.
Wonderboy, though, again, it was kind of the same thing in the last game, right? Ikigai was putting the pressure on. Ooh, where do we see the kill going? It's going to be Rupido taking down Ace.
Toss
and
back.
it looks like, yeah. No follow-up there from the Ursa. Yeah, like I say, that toss back just out of range, and Ursa doesn't really want to risk it.
Okay, so Wonderboy gets a rune here. Yeah, overall, pretty good showing here. They're even going to TP this Monkey King to the top side, looking for Rupido. Do they have the damage? I think they do.
One more right click from, even with the I think that was a healing lotus, was it? Yeah, it was. Fortune Soul's going to be able to pick up the kill here. Avalanche does come through. Drake trying to get the toss damage, but it's not going to connect onto Fortune Soul. And Drake, now with the Venomous Scale coming out, Drake could be in trouble. All the creeps, all these heroes trying to push down onto the Tiny, and the Tiny will fall. Ace this time gets the kill.
Yeah, it would have been better if the Ursa gets the double kill there, but still, he gets some tangles from the Venomancer, and that's a Venge that also doesn't have a TP, so has to walk. Oh, never mind. I think she
TP to the tier 2. Yeah.
All right.
Which kind of makes sense, because if they could have, maybe, Fortune Soul gets a little bit too confident and he hangs around, Wave of Terror into a Magic Missile, they could have been able to get the return kill on the Ursa, but if you see that TP on the tier 1, you just immediately turn around and run away no matter what.
Yeah, sure. And I think also that there were so many TPs in that tower that it's probably faster and safer to TP to the tier 2, just so you get there faster. With that said, though, Ikigai is still dominating this lane handedly. This is much better. Like, we had Puck and Storm, I think, being much more even. Whereas this time...
It's Kishka moves himself up back to the top lane, and Drick takes the tree from underneath him here, tosses him back to the tower. Rupido Drick going to be able to split the bounty on that one, but yeah, I think it was the ward. It did. The ward on the high ground around the triangle spotted the Monkey King jumping in, knew exactly which tree it was on, and Drick's just like, thank you very much. I think I'll take that from you.
That should help.
Yeah. This is... I like that the Monkey King is rotating, unfortunately that he dies there, but this Mars can totally hold his own against the Lifestealer. Like, he has a level advantage. Lifestealer has no HP, even though Mars has been alone here this whole time. And yeah, just make sure you enable the other lane. Storm is ready to fight. And they have a lot of kill potential in the top side too. Mishka, though, is rotating back. Maybe they could kill Lloyd, honestly, if they find him.
Yeah, he's going to go for a wraparound. Maybe he's looking for couriers or something here to get himself a bit of gold, get his teammates a bit of gold. But 11 with that innate as well, so you get the bonus HP regen when you are outnumbered in this lane, it is going to keep him alive here. It's going to keep him fine. In fact, I didn't even think about this. 7 minutes in, Lloyd going straight for this Wisdom Rune here as well. 2 seconds away, but Ace jumping in. Kishka going to be able to get on top of it now. So Lloyd does still pick it up. Let's say the Fade Ball. How much time is he going to waste from these two supports? It looks like eventually he will be whittled down, but he's going to be more than happy with that. Taking away the Wisdom Rune and forcing a TP as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. I mean, Rubik now almost level 4 with this Venomancer. Like, they're actually having a really good time. Venomancer, if he got the Wisdom, would be in a really good spot. And the Monkey King also level 4. Salvation. Definitely showcasing how and why they were able to take IHC in game 1. TP from the Storm, though. They really want to get something here. Oh, that's such an awkward TP.
Yeah. And they know, they back away. And Ikigai, he's just going to have to walk himself brown boots. At least he's going to be able to pick up the bounty rune on the way. But he's going to, try and get a camp and then just walk himself back to the lane.
Yeah, this is definitely some desperation here. Just such a low percentage TP when there's no support giving you vision or anything. Time for the runes. And yeah, let's see who's going to be lucky.
Okay, Kishka. Dream Call comes out. They're going to try and commit onto this Monkey King here now as well. Stone Spirit jumps himself in. Ace only level 4, so not going to be able to get off the ultimate now either. They might be able to get the kill onto Lloyd now. Avalanche comes through the backline. Kishka, is he going to get away? No. Drake with that toss damage does more damage thanks to the crash landing coming through now as well. The spear. They pick up the kill. Ikigai's going to be the one to get it. Wonderboy can he get himself away? Spells on cooldown. Orb in 1 second. Storm Spirit's going to jump in that right click. It is going to disconnect here as Wonderboy is going to be down towards that tier 2 tower, and no one dares jump on him here because that would be a lot of damage from the tower.
Yeah. Unfortunate there. Really good dodge on the phase shift from the spear. But at the end of the day, it's still Ikigai being enabled by that rune. Even gets a bottle refill. So the Storm, I was a bit afraid for him. But I think he had a decent enough start that he can still snowball off of this game. Especially if Kishka plays as well as he did in game 1.
Yeah, and we'll see just what impact he's going to have here. This Monkey King, he's disguised himself as the Arcane Rune moving through. He's got the double Wraith Band already back up. Oh, that's going to be a spear. It doesn't keep the lifestealer down in the gap because that would be game breaking, but it isn't a really nice one to force Young God away. And Young God, he's just going straight for him fast. In fact, yeah, I think he was seen underneath the Observer Ward here. At least the Monkey King was. So lifestealer taking no chances here. Just going to go straight for that infest.
Yeah, that ward, that's kind of a hard one. Let's see if Lloyd, he does have a sentry. Could be warded, but will not. So he's just I'm going to be taking that one away. And the Monkey King, just doing his thing. At the end of the day, he's a hero that doesn't... Oh, can he get the curry? He does. All right.
He does, yeah. And this could be big here. Young God, he's going to be underneath a ward, though. So move himself back, and Monkey King chasing around. He's going to be able to just stalk through. And Young God, he's not doing any damage to Kishka. So Kishka, he's got that Tree Dance, the Simian Stride. So as long as his health is above 90%, we'll be able to get no cooldown on the Tree Dance. Just stalking through Young God. While the Mars
so
takes down his tier
annoying.
1 tower. It is.
It's just like... Okay, let's see if he can get this, yes.
Steals it away from him.
There you go. Mental damage.
Yeah.
That is absolutely mental damage. And that's a 3k gold lead as well. Very similar to how game 1 was for IHC. But Salvation, when it matters, they are very good at those clutch plays, at taking fights that you wouldn't really expect them to. Lots of TPs in the top side.
He might try and find this one. The Monkey King's around as well. So is the puck rotating into this.
Oh,
It's
no.
going to be cleaned up before he can even hit the ground here. Rubido's going to get low. Level 7 onto him. Going to go for the swap for the extra shield here. But the Monkey King caught in. And are they going to be able to get more onto this one? Drake, he's just running himself away. The puck is already away now as well. And Drake might be in trouble. Ikigai, he's looking for another stack on that Galvanize. Has that last of the regen rune coming through as well. Using the last of his mana here. Drake is a big tanky boy. He eats a tree, but it's not going to be the right tree. So eventually, he will be killed off. And Ikigai is going to get the credit this time for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, this regen on Ikigai, he's been getting some really impactful runes, and now gotta be careful here on this puck. But yeah, just full regen rune the entire fight, gets so much mana, 9 galvanized stacks as you said, having a hell of a game. And so far they just don't have the means of killing Storm, but they will eventually. The coil into toss back into Avalanche, they will have the lockdown. So this game, it's really on Storm to shut down this spot completely, and the Orchid might be the item he needs for that.
Yeah, we've seen in the last game, like you say, the Stone Spirit took a little bit of a but not going for that Orchid, because it was the Witchblade he went for last time, right?
Yeah.
Witchblade into BKB, and yeah, once he got on top of the puck, he just couldn't finish off the kills here. So that's where obviously learned his lesson from the last game, is ready to go back for that Orchid this time around and look for those puck kills. Speaking about puck kills, Arena does come through. Do they have the control? They're going to be able to take down Wonder Boy. And Wonder Boy, it's just going to be... In fact, he might give up his... No, he's got his supports coming in, or at least the support onto the Tiny, so not going to give up any pressure on this tier 1.
Alright, yeah, this is pretty good. Pocket 9 the first time. Storm snowballing really hard. Yersa actually having a decent game as well, with the Battle Fury already on the way. This one might be looking even better than that one. I mean, I think they were like minute 13, 84% chance of winning. Now they're 70%, minute 12. We'll see if Salvation can pull a bunny out of a hat here and just surprise everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's still well... It's only a 3k net worth of the year coming out for IHC. Salvation well within reach and distance here. If they take one good fight, maybe even a good pick off against one of the core heroes, will be able to get himself right back in at net worth-wise. Ikigai, though, does take away the bounty rune, just to rub it in just a little bit as he drops that Remnant into the Lifestealer's camp. The Lifestealer going to be able to at least get one of those creeps. Ooh, did he make a move? Rubido trying to get himself away, but there is going to be the spear back. It does connect, but there's going to be the swap out now. Can they get the kill? The Rubido, the drag back from that Storm Spirit. Ikigai picks it up. Really nice pickup here for the Storm Spirit. And again, getting another Galvanized stack going. And Rubido, after that swap, just had no way out. Going to go try and go for the first item, Ag Scepter. But I don't even think that would have been enough here for him to be able to survive through that aggression.
Huge zip from the start. What the hell?
Using half of his mana for that one. Didn't have the Orchid, so probably didn't feel confident.
He has it, actually, but he didn't... Okay, finally, he gets it.
Oh, it comes in, yeah.
Oh, there you go!
He's not going to be able to jump himself to the Orb. God, Zabuke and Ikigai. He's having a really good time. 6-0-1 here on the Storm Spirit, and this is what he needed in that last game. This is just, Storm Spirit, 12 Galvanized stacks as well, so he's going to have that permanent mana regen coming through as well as the stack regen. He's having a really good time here, the Storm.
Even gets the last hit, he's gonna get another rune. It feels like he got literally every single rune this game, and 5k goal lead. And that's the thing, if they snowball, yeah, it's only a 5k goal lead, but the matchups are really good when you were ahead. Like Storm with Orchid against Puck, it's a nightmare for the Puck. Ursa against Lifestealer is a nightmare for the Lifestealer. And this Venge, yet to really feel that impactful. It struggled a lot in the lane, right? 1 and 4. So imagine if they don't steal the Wisdom Moon this game. Imagine if Salvation, if the supports were ready for those moves a little bit earlier. This could have been even more of a storm.
Yeah, and it feels like say, this is a bit of a desperate play, I think, going Axe first.
Ooh, Smoke breaks. Has a shield rune, though. He's tanky.
Yeah, he's got the backup of the Monkey King now as well. The Monkey King going to be able to get that double balance strike off. Is he going to be able to throw the Wukong Command? And yeah, look at this. And control the arena. They lock down 2-3 heroes and should be able to clean them all up now as well. Venge, he's just going to have to leave and not going to be able to get that swap out because no vision inside the arena here. So Rupido, he's just on the retreat.
Desperation. 3-man smoke. They find a solo Storm and they can't get the kill. Even when they execute it perfectly. The coil and the toss back. Ikigai, he's out of control. 6-0, 15 galvanized stacks. I mean, Salvation, they kind of pulled a miracle game 1. This one seems a bit harder. Like, this Storm just feels so strong at the moment.
And how are you looking to shut down? Because you don't have that Dragonite going for the Orchid straight away. You don't have that silence going out to the Storm Spirit. Storm's going to be going for the Eternal Shroud next, makes him a little bit tankier. If you're playing this game of Salvation, what's the team talk? What's the game plan coming out here, do you think?
I honestly, I don't know. Because Young God, he just completed his armlet. He literally has armlet minimum 15, which means his radiance is far away. This Puck dies for the 4th time in a row here. And there's no place.
No. In fact, Kishka held his ground there. I don't know if you saw that on the stream, but he just, the lifesteal, the rage, and Kishka was TPing out. He's like, oh, okay. Actually, I have my teammates close. You're the one that has to TP out. Cancels his TP, gets the the Jingu Mastery proc's going, and the Lifesteal's just like, okay, I'm going to rage TP out, make sure that I don't get jumped on by that Venomancer and the Mars that are close to that lane, or the jungle that he was in. And yeah, Lifesteal, he played a game of chicken, and he blinks.
Monkey King. He's so tanky. He has 17 armor on this Monkey King right now.
So, what's coming in on the courier here as well for him? Monkey King, it's just a TP scroll, yeah, because he used that last one, trying to fake out against the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Tiny, I mean, his Blink Dagger is really far away. The Venge actually still needs like 600 gold for the Aghanim Scepter. They don't really have anything. Like, I don't know how... You have to bait a hero, but the hero you want to bait, which is the Venge, is just not strong enough. So they're going to try and bait the Tiny.
Yep, jump in. Tiny, though, they're going to have this control. The swap comes out here. What they're going to do, the Dream Call is going to be used as well. Monkey King, he might get low, but the arena is going to be here. Wukong Man comes out. Can they get the jump on? It might just be Drake that goes down. The Puck, is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? Oh, the Storm Spirit's going to go for a jump now as well. Does he have that silence onto the Puck? The Puck trying to get away to the orb, and it looks like he might just survive through this gank. And Ikigai, for the first time in a long time, it feels like, won't be successful on the jump onto Wonder Boy.
This is... I mean... okay, they're saying lots of heroes for Young God, but I don't think they know exactly where he is. Oh, they do ping him out. No, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah. So... Oh,
yeah, I mean, he's 0 and 0 and 0. This Lifestealer. He's gonna have to bring a lot of value in the next fight. Oh, they find Puck again.
Do they have a jump? Yeah, the silence is going to come through. Wonder Boy is going to be cleaned up, and Lloyd will be the next one to go down now as well. Even the Earth's getting involved here. Lloyd's going to be dragged back to his doom as Ace picks up that kill.
I mean, this game's kind of over, bro. It's like,
yeah.
What do you do? You can't farm anywhere. Your Lifestealer is so far away from anything. Your Venge still doesn't have eggs. Like, this is absurdly grim for Salvation right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's an easy way back into it. The fact that the Lifestealer has to be in the dire jungle between the tier 2s looking for his farm, because the rest of his part of the map just feels so unstable for him. Lifestealer, you're straight into the Roche pit here for the Usurper. No surprise this is happening here. 21 kills to 5 and a 12k net worth lead. You can afford to just dip yourself in, and you know there's going to be no threat coming to get this free Roshan.
They're gonna scan, but really doesn't matter at the end of the day. The Venge, 200 got away from the Ags, but the only disadvantage that they have for HC is that their siege is pretty bad. But they have so much mobility within their heroes that, like, if the entirety of Salvation isn't inside the base, they can just dive people and kill them, and then it's easier to go high ground. And if you're in the base, like, eventually going to be out farmed, and HC will be able to brute force you.
And let's see how Fortune Soul with this Aegis. I mean, 4.5 minutes Battle Fury going towards the BKB. He's been involved in a couple of fights, 2-1 and 3 here on the Usurper, but he still wants to be getting some from at least the BKB farm. Skipping over, it looks like anything else like the Bash. He just wants that pure protection coming out. And maybe.
Oh no, they find a Puck again.
Do they get it? The arena comes through. They might not even. They just straight up blow him up. And Ikigai, he's like 808 here. He's got the full Bob score coming out on the Storm Spirit. Yeah, rocking the Bob, and he's going to be loving life in the second game.
And that's another thing. I expected this Mars to struggle way more against the Lifestealer because I thought the matchup in the lane was going to be a different hero. But because it was this Rubik 11, he was just solo against the Lifestealer. Like, he was literally solo, having a good time, farms this Zeus Scepter, and then once you can use the Puck, like, you have two reliable ways of killing him, basically.
Yeah, well, do you think it would have been better to put... But then if you do that, you put the Tiny in the lane, right? It's going to be too much.
No, that's my point. The Tiny, that was definitely not the pick. Like, you had to run Tiny carry and pick a different support.
Right, okay.
Or Tiny off lane and play the Venge 4. I think then you can have Venge with the Lifestealer, and you can play Tiny off lane with Rubik. And that could have been a better lane setup, probably.
Do you think the Venge would have been any better than the Rubik, though? I suppose the Magic Missile on the minus armor, would that have been good enough?
Yeah, I think you can definitely trade better against the Monkey, because you have minus armor, right? And you're ranged, so the Monkey King just walks and gets the Jingu and then Boundless and Regents. I feel like the Minus Armor from the Venge is a bit more impactful. But yeah, regardless, they do finally get these eggs. Do you want to force a fight with Aegis? No, I'm not sure about that one.
It looks like it's going to be forced upon them anyway. IT trying to get in here. The Wukong command comes out, and the 2 supports going to be locked down inside of it here. And it looks like it's going to be just enough. Yeah, they get the damage onto Drake now as well. So they are going to be able to get both of the supports onto this one. Ikigai picking up another one. Swap comes through, but he's going to be in that illusion form here. Balance Strike will miss thanks to the Yule Scepter. He's going to be pinned back to the tree, and that illusion is going to go bye-bye.
Yeah. You know, tier 2 tower is still very healthy. Lifestealer still farming. In fact, his Radiance is, I guess, approaching. At what cost? At what cost all of this is coming?
Probably a tier 2 tower at the minute, as well as both of your supports and your offlaner, because, yeah, Lifestealer just does not want to get involved at all. You see the jump in. The Storm Spirit was just bouncing back and forth, trying to spread that damage. And, yeah, just, excuse me, the Storm Spirit just bouncing the damage and spreading it out. And, yeah, who does he actually swap here? Oh, he swaps for the shield, because he doesn't think he's getting away anyway, but everybody from the side of IHC jumps on him. And, yeah, even with that swap, he was still taken care of.
Yeah, just really hard to take any fights. They're gonna smoke again, but like you have to find someone alone, and okay.
It's going to be Mars, but the Mars comes out with the arena, and the Monkey King is here as well. The Balance Strike comes across 2 or 3 heroes. Stormspirit is going to jump in, and it looks like they might lose Drake once again. Rupido, he's going to get pretty down low, but he's going to have that illusion form this time. They do get the kill onto the Mars, but what else can they do from this one? Swap, can they get the kill? Monkey King's trying to run himself away from this one. He did get taken down eventually, but Young God being right-clicked by the Ursa. One more, it's going to be enough, and in fact, Ace gets that kill, and it's going to be the Stolen Ball Lightning that gets the Rubik out, but he gives up 3 heroes, well, the team gives up 3 heroes anyway for a Mars and a Monkey King, and it's still the Storm Spirit, still this Ursa finding the kills.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to force these fights, but there's Aegis, and even if you get the Mars slightly out of position there, quickly Greaves comes in, they still have Seeds of Serenity. Mars is just so tanky in those fights, and the Lifestealer, he actually had his Radiance flying to him. TP'd a bit too fast. Maybe if the Radiance, the fight could have been slightly better. But I don't think it would have changed the overall outcome, which is they're way too far behind. Like, you need someone, like, literally 5,000 range away from anyone to get a pick off. And right now, it's not possible because the Storm has so much mana that he can zip through any side of the map. He actually has his Meteor Hammer, so 36 mana region, minute 24. That's kind of absurd.
They get the blow up onto Ace, so that's what you were saying. You know, he was too far away from the rest of his team. But while it's going on, they did farm up the Tormentor for him, so Ace is going to get that shard now as well. Venomous Gale gives it, you know, it does damage anyway. It gets a stun off of that. Yeah, I always forget, and that's dispelled in any way. I think apart from the BKB, you just ignore the damage in the stun.
Yeah, basically. It doesn't go through magic. God damn, what's the name? The right name now that the Zoomers use? Magic. Spell immunity. Spell immunity. Yeah, like if you rage, you're not gonna be stunned, but if you Manta, you're gonna be stunned, basically.
People keep saying it. Well, what do the Zoomers use? So Tomo was saying it yesterday. I was like, "Oh, Zoomers don't play Dota. This is an old man's game now."
You get the idea. I mean, like people that are learning the game now, so they haven't heard spell immunity for 10 years, so like they can change their ways because they weren't that used to it. I'm too old, you know. Old dog doesn't really learn a lot of new tricks.
Oh. Well, we'll see Rupido if he's going to be able to learn a new trick here, because he's going to be jumped on. The silence does come through. Avalanche, it might keep him alive to get to the high ground here, but the arena comes out. He's going to spread that Noxious Plague, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Rubik, onto Rupido now as well. Tier 2 tower does still stand, but do they want to dive to Tier 4s here? Looks like Young God going to be able to get himself away with that Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. There is backdoor protection on it, so the Mars going to be able to go clean up that creep wave, while the rest of the heroes just say, you know what, we'll be back for you.
Yeah, overall, those arenas have been really good. Like, a lot of the 11 is like throwing the spear first, getting the arena, and he didn't miss a single time. I gotta say, I was seeing some SA Dota recently, and I've seen some just Mars performances, but this one was clean. Like, this has better Mars performances I've seen the whole year, probably.
And tier 2 tower is going to fall. If you're looking at this, you're potentially Roshan spawning in 50 seconds. So I wonder if IHC, they're just going to hold off. Not to say they won't get aggressive if they spot anyone outside the base, but, you know, not putting pressure onto the tier 3s. Just trying to go back now and hold the... Because it is going to be the Roshan side's respawn. So they can just hold that arena, hold the pit in the dire side of the map. Or maybe they might find a lifestealer that's out of position.
Yeah, like, you can get pickoffs, but you definitely don't poke the tower. Like,
yeah.
The Ursa lineups, you just need Aegis. It's just non-negotiable, especially if you also have a Storm. Because, in fact, he's probably the one that's going to be carrying that Aegis as they find Ishka.
Does he go down? Telekinesis, he gets the grab, tries to dodge off with the Mischief, but with 3 heroes, 4 heroes around. That Monkey King, he isn't going to be that lucky. But now they see heroes out of the base here. I'd say just say, cool, we're going to siege, you know, we're going to put some pressure on your tier 3. You have to come back to defend this.
Yeah, they're thinking here, maybe waiting for someone to address this wave. We didn't talk about this, but there's a Vice in that Monkey King. So, minute 26 Vice on the Monkey King. Definitely very scary. But yeah, at the end of the day, they were trying to bait someone to defend mid, but it feels like Salvation is very aware that this is a bait.
Yeah, not showing. And maybe waiting to see if they can catch IHC out when they try and posture around this Roche pit. Ooh, no, the jump comes in. You'll Scepter, I think they'll be able to get it now as well. They do, they lock him to his own tower, and Ikigai gets another one on the board.
He needs the Lincolns, and even if there's a Lincolns, there's Orchids and U-Scepters and Vices to break it. Definitely.
Look at this. Ikigai's just zip-zapping himself around. There's going to be the Infest coming out onto the Rubik, but the Rubik, he is just going to be cleaned up. And now Young God, he's going to be at risk as well. That Rage is going to be wearing off in the next few seconds. Doesn't have a BKB, so they're going to be able to get the Vortex drag back here onto him. The heals, is it going to be enough? It's not, and that Lifestealer goes down.
Just your casual 164 mana region when he has the region going. Pretty normal stuff, pretty standard stuff. Thankfully, though, Roche is going to be on the Radiant side, so that is the one advantage Salvation has. Are they good Roche takers? Not at all, but if they want to somehow try and contest it, you know, at least they can use buybacks to their advantage.
Well, Ikigai gets the double damage rune and says, please, please try and contest this next Roshan. I would love to test this double damage rune out.
Yeah, it's called Amplify Damage, mind you. That's what the servers say, but
well,
yeah.
Okay. It's double damage in my head.
See, that's my point. That's exactly my point.
Is he going to pop it now as well? He's going to be keeping hold of it for a little bit longer. Now he does pop it, trying to get the right clicks out onto this Tiny. The Tiny's caught in the gap, and it looks like they are going to have this damage to bring him down. Yule Scepter, but the swap.
So tanky, goddamn. The Greaves plus just Tiny.
The shield as well, keep from the Vengeful Spirit does keep him going here. The Storm Spirit has a Maelstrom coming in on the courier. It's just about to pick that one up now. He's still got the AD room going for the next... it's only about halfway through. Jump in, but the arena comes out now. Finally, they will be able to get the kill onto the Tiny. The puck is going to follow. Rubido, I don't think he's going to be too far behind here either. Vortex back onto the Lifestealer, and that is going to be another good few kills going the way of IHC. GG's going to be called, and they've got game number 2 in the bag.
All right, a lot of 1-1s. I mean, SCA is such a delight to cast here for the RES tournaments. The games are also always so close. The level here is just insane. And yeah, I mean, very cool to see IHC taking one as well. Salvation, they did 2-0 them the last time they played, but this time it's a 1-1. So at least some revenge was taken. And it also means Group B is all over the place. We have no idea who really has an advantage at the moment.
Yeah, but we are only on the first day of Group B, so, you know, that it's got plenty of time to evolve and see where it's going to land. And yeah, like you say, Salvation Gaming now, last time they did beat IHC 2-0, which was just enough to get into those playoffs here, but IHC getting that draw, it might be now tiebreakers, maybe even going to be able to snipe that space from Salvation coming through as that as the table evolves. Yeah, it feels like they learned the lesson from game number 1 as well. Ikigai going straight into that Orchid, you know, the Ursa Bird just getting involved early on as well. The damage coming through that he had, that Mars was an absolute just MVP in terms of the arenas and spears he was throwing, and we can see already Team Tough at the top on 2, but everybody else apart from Manta going to be rocking that 1 win each. Manta, still plenty of time, again, it's only the first day, so still plenty of time to rack up some wins, but yeah, we'll see if it is going to be close. And I think we're going to be able to take a look at the schedule as well, see how tomorrow is going to break down. Team Tough versus Talon, IT versus Manta, and then Salvation versus Bleed. So, any favorite matches there for you, Bao? You know, anything you're looking forward to?
I want to see Tough versus Talon. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be casting that one. It's very early for me, but I might get, you know, a tailwind of game 2. I think Tough, in general, showed really good Dota. I think they played all 3 RESs, but, you know, they are playing against a powerhouse, so if they can maybe take one game out of Talon, this might already be enough to keep them in a position where they can still qualify. But, yeah, I do feel like Talon might be the favorites.
Okay, that is going to be it for now, though. We are going to be wrapping up the day here and now. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's been a great day of Dota, and there's going to be more to come. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more Dota action. See you then.
It's hard to imagine a match without first blood.
Drink it.
Check it out.
There are more chances you'll be paid at 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.